Chapter 925. The storm had already traveled off into the distance, vanishing after galloping for a while. The scorching magma and flames of the earth boiled up the lakes. The 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain was enveloped in white mist, making it seem like a fairyland under the glow of the setting sun. The scarlet-red main peak of Fire Melt Mountain pierced through the thick mist, like a lone island in the sea of mist. Li Qingshan looked at Feng Shiwu, waiting for his answer quietly. Feng Shiwu tidied up his clothes and was solemn and respectful. "You're not the right person, but this mission can only be completed by those with the Phoenix's bloodline. It's difficult to find one in the world. You running headfirst into Fire Melt Mountain can be regarded as a form of fate. Come on up the tree." Li Qingshan climbed onto the divine Wutong tree, and the dense branches parted automatically, allowing him to pass through. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw an exquisitely woven bird's nest between the layers of branches and leaves. He murmured to himself, "This is the Phoenix's nest. Look inside." Feng Shiwu pointed out, and the branches covering the Phoenix's nest parted. In the very center of the nest was a scarlet-red egg. It flickered with light as if it was breathing. The eggshell was covered in complicated and beautiful patterns, which were particularly familiar to Li Qingshan. The Phoenix's embryo. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He could not help but take a step forward, wanting to take a closer look. A hand pressed against his chest gently, and Feng Shiwu arrived before him in a flash. He did not show any viciousness at all, but Li Qingshan understood that anyone who wanted to approach the Phoenix's embryo would have to go through his permission or step over his corpse. Yes, it possesses a bloodline that is truly noble and pure. However, its existence cannot be made known to anyone. Do you understand? Feng Shiwu turned around and lifted up the Phoenix's embryo. An indescribable, complicated expression appeared on his face. There was both love and nostalgia. "I understand." Li Qingshan nodded. As a divine bird that stood on par with dragons, it was even more precious to cultivators than dragons. It was directly related to the mystery of eternal life. If the world learnt about the existence of the Phoenix's embryo, who knew how many people would come to steal it? "What's my mission?" "Hatch it and turn it into a true phoenix." Feng Shiwu stared straight at Li Qingshan. His voice was clear and passionate, leaving no room for doubt. "How do I hatch it?" Although Li Qingshan had guessed this possibility, it was still incredible to hear it with his own ears. He had never done such a high-end thing before. "Walk over slowly. Don't scare it." Feng Shiwu raised his hand to indicate for Li Qingshan to slow down as he carefully gazed at the Phoenix's embryo in his arms. "It's just an egg. Shut up, this is a noble phoenix egg." Feng Shiwu berated. The Phoenix's embryo suddenly flickered a little faster. He suppressed his voice in a hurry and stroked the eggshell gently. It's fine. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. This lunatic. However, when he thought about it, when he turned into a phoenix egg, he was also able to sense the outside world, so he slowly walked into the phoenix nest. In that moment he felt like he had stepped into another space. The phoenix's nest that was only the size of a room suddenly became as large as a stadium. Before he could even sigh in amazement at the wondrous power of the domain, extremely pure fire spiritual energy surged over from all directions. It contained an indescribably wondrous aura, enough to make even his soul tremble. The Phoenix's scripture of Nerva began to circulate automatically. He felt unprecedentedly free and at ease. It was said that phoenixes did not perch unless they were on a wudong tree. Sure enough, there was a reason behind it. This divine wutong tree, this phoenix's nest, was basically a holy land for practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. He could definitely push the phoenix transformation to the 4th layer. Afterwards, he only needed to merge water and fire, and he would be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation and reach Demon King. As Li Qingshan fantasized about his beautiful future, Feng Shiwu called out from the center of the stadium, "I only told you to slow down a little. I didn't tell you to just stand there like a fool. And you're even smiling so disgustingly." Li Qingshan arrived before Feng Shiwu after much difficulty. He cut right to the chase and asked, "How do I hatch it?" "I don't know the specifics either." Feng Shiwu sighed. "You don't know either?" Softer. Feng Shiwu widened his eyes and growled. "All right." Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead and said slowly and gently, "Will this work, or not work? It's fine. You don't have to be so slow." Feng Shiwu nodded. "In short, this is your destiny. You're already shirking your responsibilities? How would I know something that even you don't know?" I don't know the specifics, but only those with the phoenix bloodline can hatch it. That's definitely not wrong. You don't have to look like that. Do you think the legacy of the phoenix is that easy to obtain? Perhaps it'll be even more effective if I eat it. Li Qingshan gazed at the phoenix's embryo and licked his lips. Don't you dare. Feng Shiwu said furiously. Li Qingshan immediately felt like he was immobilized, as if he had been heavily restrained. He understood that this region was Feng Shiwu's territory, and it was not an external object like the Azura field. Instead, it was formed by the divine Wudong tree itself. It was extremely powerful. It's just a joke. There's no need to get so worked up. The most important thing for people to interact with each other is trust. If you don't even have this bit of trust, why would you want me to complete this destiny? Feng Shiwu sank into his thoughts before apologizing. You're right. I've been rude, but I hope you can understand my feelings and stop joking around. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. He never thought Feng Shiwu would be so reasonable. No wonder people said that a gentleman could be deceived with reason. As a result, he said sincerely, all right, I won't joke around anymore. I'll accept this destiny, but I don't have any leads, so I can't guarantee I can complete it. You're not allowed to leave before you complete it, Feng Shiwu said. That's a little too unreasonable. Li Qingshan gasped. So much for praising you just now. Its existence cannot be made known to the outside world. Please forgive me. Feng Shiwu bowed slightly, expressing his deep apologies again. He even used honorifics before telling him a short story. 3,000 years ago, a fire-devouring king had once barged into this place forcefully despite the agreement and saw the phoenix's embryo. And then there was no more, and then, forgive my ass. This is house arrest, yet you're actually threatening me. Is this what you mean by trust? Li Qingshan felt he was far too naive, actually believing a tree could be a gentleman. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's just that it's even more important than my life. This region is extremely beneficial to your cultivation. I don't think there's a better dwelling in the world to strengthen your power of the phoenix than here. And during the incubation process, you can also sense the true aura of the phoenix. An opportunity like this is extremely rare, so even if there are some restrictions, it's only natural. What do you think? Feng Shiwu guided him patiently. Li Qingshan nodded. He was rather displeased inside, but he was telling the truth. He extended his hand. Give me the egg. The phoenix's embryo, Feng Shiwu corrected him. The phoenix's embryo. Whatever. I won't bicker with a brute like you. Feng Shiwu handed the egg to Li Qingshan with great reluctance. Be careful. The moment he touched the phoenix's embryo, the complicated, beautiful patterns suddenly began to flow. It erupted with light, illuminating the entire phoenix's nest before dispersing just now. This sight roused Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu's spirits. Their confidence in their great undertaking of incubating the egg multiplied. Chapter 927. In the vast phoenix's nest, Li Qingshan closed his eyes and stroked the phoenix's embryo gently. At the same time, he practiced the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. His magnificent phoenix wings unfurled, and his scarlet hair danced like flowing fire. His devilishly handsome face naturally gave off an aura of nobility. Feng Shiwu saw this and could not help but feel that his choice was correct. He was not as crude as he seemed. After all, he possessed the noble bloodline of the phoenix, so he would definitely be influenced to some extent. However, unbeknownst to Feng Shiwu, Li Qingshan's other three bloodlines were even more powerful. Then Li Qingshan gently sat down and stuffed the phoenix egg under his butt. He held his cheek with one hand and appeared to be in deep thought. What are you doing? Feng Shiwu grabbed Li Qingshan's neck viciously, displaying a hint of madness. Hatching eggs. Li Qingshan squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. Pick up your filthy arse. Feng Shiwu roared. That's what birds do when they hatch eggs. Li Qingshan shrugged. It's not a bird. It's a phoenix. It's not an egg, it's a phoenix egg. Feng Shiwu ran out of patience and corrected him. He snatched the phoenix's embryo from under Li Qingshan's bottom and wiped it hard. Ahem, what do you want? Li Qingshan rubbed his neck. That posture definitely won't do. Feng Shiwu rubbed the phoenix's embryo forcefully as he gestured for it to be absolutely forbidden. What position do you like? Li Qingshan said angrily, then sighed. Let little An in, I can't communicate with you. Think about it carefully. If she comes in and sees the phoenix egg, you'll have to pay for it. You can't go out either, Feng Shiwu reminded. What's there to think about? Hurry up. Li Qingshan said without hesitation. He didn't know when this great undertaking of incubating the egg would be completed. He didn't want to be locked up with this psychopath all the time. Little N must be by his side, otherwise Little N wouldn't agree. Little N was pacing back and forth under the parasol tree thinking about how to go up. The dense branches opened up a path, and she climbed onto the divine parasol tree, arriving at the phoenix nest. As far as the eye could see, he could not help but stare blankly for a moment, not because of this mysterious domain, but because Li Qingshan was curled up on the ground. Feng Shiwu crouched to one side and nodded in satisfaction. This posture is more like it. Even birds don't sit on eggs. The part that touches the egg should be the abdomen. One of them was a great demon king from the same generation as the phoenix. One was the king of savages whose name shook up the Mist Province and destroyed Fire Melt Mountain. His current appearance really was filled with strangeness and embarrassment. This is? Little N came over and vaguely guessed the whole story. Incubating eggs. Li Qingshan sighed. I thought about how mighty and domineering I was when I took down Fire Melt Mountain, and how did I end up like this? Feng Shiwu stood up and waved his sleeve, bowing towards Little N in a natural and unrestrained manner. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please forgive me if I have treated you poorly in any way. Little N returned the bow. Her bearing were no less graceful than Feng Shiwu's. Not only was this her bearing natural, but it was also the education she had received in the King Chu's estate. Etiquette had already become part of her habits. However, a bumpkin like Li Qingshan did not care about these details at all. Feng Shiwu's eyes lit up, and he immediately developed a good impression of him. He sighed. What a pity, what a pity. If you possessed the bloodline of the phoenix, then everything would be fine. It's really difficult for me to communicate with this boorish fellow. Bastard, that's what I said. Stop putting on an act. Little and don't be fooled by him. Once you come in you won't be able to get out, Li Qingshan warned. Little and crouched down and touched Li Qingshan's hair. Are you fine? Don't worry. Even if I'm fine I won't come in. Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while. Li Qingshan grinned. Before entering the crater of the volcano, he had divined with the spirit turtle. Although this trip was dangerous, it also contained an auspicious omen, which was why he had entered the phoenix's nest. Of course, divination could only be used to predict the general trend. Everything depended on one's actions. Even if it was a situation of certain death, there would still be a chance of survival. And no matter how auspicious the omen was, seeking death would still result in death. Feng Shiwu stared at Little N and was rather surprised. If regular people knew they were trapped by themselves, it was basically impossible for them to accept it so calmly, let alone the fact that they had been dragged down by their companions. It was unavoidable for them to feel resentment. However, there was no such consideration between them. He asked, "Are you partners? What does that have to do with you?" Li Qingshan said. "So be it. As long as you can hatch the egg, nothing else has anything to do with me. Please focus a little. Don't get distracted. No, this posture is too ugly. I need to change." Li Qingshan leapt to his feet and crossed his legs instead. He held the egg in his arms and unfurled his phoenix wings to cover it. Feng Shiwu understood that Li Qingshan was not the kind of person who could be manipulated by others, and he felt a sliver of guilt for forcefully keeping him here. As long as he did not destroy the phoenix's embryo, he would let him be. Little and leaned against Li Qingshan and thought, how long will it take to hatch this phoenix's embryo? 3 to 5 years, or a century, or even a century? Li Qingshan was taken aback. He really had not considered this question before. 3 to 5 years was fine, but if it really was a century or so, then it would be troublesome. He could not help but look at Feng Shiwu with a questioning gaze. Since it's a phoenix with eternal life, even if it takes a century to hatch, it won't be too long. Instead, it'll be too short. I think it'll take a millennium at the very least. Feng Shiwu stood with his arms behind his back and shook his head. Why, big bro, stop joking around. Li Qingshan exclaimed. By the time he emerged from seclusion after 1,000 years, all of his old acquaintances would probably be dead. What academy of the 100 schools? Probably even the great Xia Empire would have vanished. Thinking about it again, the phoenix's embryo had been in Feng Shiwu's possession for at least 10,000 years, yet he had failed to hatch it. He could not help but feel gloomy. Is a millennium very long? Feng Shiwu was very surprised. A single slumber of his could last a millennium. Of course, I'm not even a millennium old yet. No, I'm not even a century old yet, Li Qingshan bellowed. Suddenly, he discovered that their concept of time was just too different. Even the most regular wudong tree could live for a millennium, let alone a divine wudong tree. Moreover, it had grown alongside the eternal phoenix. It had grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life. Even the great Xia Empire that had stood for several millennia could not be regarded as lasting in its eyes, which was why almost everyone treated it as an inanimate object. You're not even a century old yet. It's unbelievable that you can cultivate so quickly. Even among humans there aren't a lot of people who can do that. Are you really a demon? Sigh, but it's no wonder you're so crude. You're still too young. Feng Shiwu cleared his throat. A little knowledge is not as great as a great knowledge, and a little year is not as great as a great year. How do you know that? The mushroom in the morning does not know the new and the new, and the cicada does not know the new and the new. This is a little year. I regard 8,000 years as spring and 8,000 years as autumn. This is a great year. Don't give me that crap. It's impossible for me to stay here for a millennium, not even a century. Chapter 928. Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu stared at each other. Their eyes met, neither of them backing down. Little and tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve. Li Qingshan thought of something. All right then. Since I've already accepted your mission, I'll keep my word and hatch this phoenix's embryo as soon as possible. Thank you for keeping your word. I'll take back what I said. Compared to regular humans and demons, you're still relatively decent. If you can comprehend the true heart of the phoenix, perhaps we can even become friends. Feng Shiwu also expressed his modesty. All right. The tense atmosphere eased up, but Li Qingshan thought inside, who wants to be your friend? When I want to leave, I'll obviously leave. He did not forget that he was not staying here to complete some mission, but to reach the fourth layer of the phoenix, balance water and fire, and become a demon king. Once he underwent the third heavenly tribulation, how could a mere phoenix's nest stop him? Even if that did not work out, he still had the phoenix's embryo as a hostage. Even if he was in the domain Feng Shiwu controlled, he definitely had the ability to destroy it. It was enough to pose a threat. However, once he did that, it would mean completely falling out with Feng Shiwu. It had not reached that point yet, so he did not want to do that either. Don't worry, I'll lend you a hand. I'll do it as quickly as possible. I've waited far too long for this day. It was not that Feng Shiwu had not considered this, but he still underestimated Li Qingshan's strength. After all, Li Qingshan was only a demon commander right now. Even if he was a true demon king, apart from the 72 demon kings of the past, all the new demon kings who had broken through in the past few millennia would be at his mercy if they stayed in the phoenix's nest. From a different perspective, with his cultivation and strength, his attitude towards Li Qingshan could be regarded as amiable. Of course, this was all because of Li Qingshan's bloodline. Otherwise, he would not even say anything to him. Thus, Li Qingshan sat down again, picked up the phoenix egg, and placed it between his brows to examine it with his divine telekinesis. Suddenly, a chaotic world was reflected in his mind. It was like a sea of magma and fire seen in the depths of the earth's crust, but it emitted pure divine light. The phoenix did not even have the most basic embryonic form. If one were to compare it with an egg, it would only have the egg white and the egg yolk. However, the power contained within it shocked even Li Qingshan. What a powerful and pure power. The moment this phoenix breaks out of its shell, it will probably possess the power of a Yao commander. Its purity is comparable to a Yao king. As expected of the divine bird among the divine birds, the pinnacle of life forms among the divine birds. He glanced at Feng Shiwu from the corner of his eye. However, this definitely isn't just the power of the phoenix's embryo itself. This bastard has probably put in quite a lot of effort. If I can swallow it in one gulp, it'll basically be even more nourishing than perfect nourishment. Feng Shiwu stood to one side quietly. He did not disturb him. Li Qingshan had guessed correctly. During the past 10,000 years, he had always attempted to hatch the phoenix's embryo. Apart from his regular cultivation, he had spent most of his time and energy on this matter. It was completely ineffective, but over time the phoenix's embryo had accumulated a startling amount of power. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and devoted all of his attention to the phoenix's embryo. He had once experienced turning into an egg, so he could still remember how he had awakened from this chaos. Back then he did not have any specific consciousness or memories, but he could never forget the feeling. However, what puzzled him was that it clearly possessed such pure, tremendous life force, and its intelligence was on the level of gods. It clearly should have hatched a long time ago, so why had it not even formed a specific consciousness yet? He could not help but think back to when he was buried deep in the magma as a phoenix's embryo. Back then he did not rely on anyone to hatch it. He relied completely on himself, yet he still broke out of the shell in the end. Was it because the bloodline of this phoenix's embryo was even purer, which was why hatching it was especially difficult? However, the environment in the phoenix's nest was tens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the magma he stayed in back then. Just what crucial element was missing? Only after quite a while did Li Qingshan remove the phoenix's embryo from his forehead. He opened his eyes and furrowed his brows as if he was thinking about something. How is it? Feng Shiwu asked in concern. Li Qingshan felt like he had become a gynecologist. He asked, when the phoenix left it with you, did she say anything? Feng Shiwu thought back. I can't remember. It doesn't seem to be anything special. She just told me to take good care of it. Didn't you say that 8,000 years is spring and 8,000 years is autumn? Yeah. It's exactly because of that I can't remember all the details. Alright then. Then let me ask you another question. This might be the key to hatching this egg. It requires the bloodline of the phoenix to hatch this egg. Was that what the phoenix said, or was that your own guess? Li Qingshan asked sternly. He had a vague guess. It's my guess, isn't it? Don't tell me you can't hatch the phoenix's embryo either? Feng Shiwu answered with a question. He personally believed there was no other place in the world that could match the environment and resources he had provided the phoenix's embryo. There must be a reason why it could not hatch, which was the bloodline of the phoenix. I think I understand now. There's only one truth. The reason why this egg hasn't hatched into a phoenix after so long is all because of you. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. Just as he had expected, even if the phoenix wanted to ascend, there was no need for it to be in such a hurry, making the phoenix's embryo wait 10,000 years for a fated person who could hatch it. What? Feng Shiwu asked in surprise. Have you been nourishing it with your own power the entire time? Of course. Ever since it was born, it's been 10,000 years. There hasn't been a single day of rest. Feng Shiwu said. He possessed patience that no demon or human could rival. His feelings and anticipation for the phoenix's embryo were even deeper than the phoenix itself. Is there a problem with that? Of course there's a problem. It's not just a problem. There's a huge problem. Li Qingshan pointed at the phoenix's embryo in his bosom. You've given it far too much power. It's already so much that it can't digest it at all, which is why it can't hatch. Feng Shiwu was completely stunned. This, Li Qingshan continued, in human terms this is spoiling. Spoiling is like drowning as well as drowning to death. Feng Shiwu felt like he had been struck by lightning. Are you certain? I'm extremely certain. I won't hide it from you. I've also experienced turning into an egg in the past, but when I first broke out of the egg I was extremely weak. Let alone the power of a demon commander, I couldn't even rival mortals, and that was after my nirvanic rebirth. I was already very powerful in the first place. No matter how noble the phoenix is it supposed to be so powerful the moment it's born? It's definitely your contribution, but that won't do. Little and said, I understand now. The Buddha says, success, residence, destruction, emptiness. The towering tree was only a seed in the beginning, and the Buddha was only a mortal in the first place. The phoenix's law of eternal life has broken away from the word emptiness. After destruction it's still success, repeating over and over again. However, it's not like it doesn't have its drawbacks, which is transforming all of its power into flames, returning from being powerful to being weak. Only then can it be reborn from the ashes. The power you've given it is too powerful, instead destroying the process of success. That sounds so profound. You're still the best. Li Qingshan praised before raising the phoenix's embryo again. If you compare this egg to a world, then this world is still in chaos right now. If you want to form from chaos, you need to unite this world first. The initial weakness can be said to be essential. I'm profound too. Little and nodded with a smile. Normally, Feng Shiwu would definitely look down on Li Qingshan for acting like this, but right now his head was filled with what they had said. He muttered to himself, success, residence, destruction, emptiness, success, existence, destruction. No matter how long he had spent with the phoenix, he was not a phoenix after all. He had never experienced turning into an egg, so it was impossible for him to have the kind of personal experience Li Qingshan had. All he did was continue to give it his all, wanting to provide some help. The more the phoenix's embryo failed to hatch, the more focused he became. Even if he had to sacrifice the speed of his cultivation, even if he had to cut off his connection with the entire world, he did not care. However, all of his efforts were actually in the opposite direction, instead becoming the main culprit that prevented the phoenix's embryo from hatching. Even with his mental fortitude, he found it rather difficult to accept for a moment. No wonder the power I gave it kept dissipating. As a natural spiritual root of divine wood, the power he had given it over 10,000 years was enough to turn a regular wild beast into a demon king. I was wrong. I've let you down? Feng Shiwu sighed deeply as tears rolled down his cheeks. If it were not for his unnecessary actions, perhaps the phoenix's embryo would have ascended to find its parents already. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he became. The more he thought about it, the more regret he felt. He actually knelt on the ground, smashing his head against the ground as he began to sob. The divine Wutong tree swayed violently, but it became very dim. Li Qingshan and Little and looked at one another. They did feel some sympathy for Feng Shiwu. At the end of the day, spoiling still stemmed from love. The deeper one's feelings were, the weaker one's rationality would be. It was often easier for people with great patience to remain obstinate. If they had spent 10,000 years doing something wrong, crying would be a small matter. They might even directly lose their minds. He patted Feng Shiwu's shoulder. Don't be sad. Hatching the egg is more important. You're lucky to have met me. It's not an egg, it's a phoenix's embryo. Feng Shiwu wiped away his tears before straightening himself up. He bowed deeply towards Li Qingshan in a kneeling posture. It was no longer a courtesy from when he was in need of help, but gratitude from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for you, I still wouldn't know where I've gone wrong. Thank you. This is where my mission lies. There's no need to be so polite. Li Qingshan returned the bow. He also felt rather emotional inside. Great demon kings like the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Banyan Tree King were all very nice people, and they had shown him quite a lot of kindness. However, in terms of righteousness, nobility, and gentlemanliness, Feng Shiwu had truly never seen anyone like them before. He would only become hysterical when it came to matters related to the phoenix's embryo, but it was not incomprehensible. Then what I need to do right now is disperse the power of the phoenix's embryo. Feng Shiwu asked. I have to say your efforts haven't gone to waste. Your power has already completely merged with the phoenix's embryo. If you forcefully disperse it, you'll definitely harm its foundation. Then I'll let it disperse its power naturally? Li Qingshan shook his head. Who knows how long that'll take? Even a century might not be enough, and wouldn't all of your efforts go to waste? Feng Shiwu widened his eyes. You're saying? Chapter 929. Why, you can hatch the egg? Feng Shiwu grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and asked in surprise. It's the phoenix's embryo. Thank you. Li Qingshan smiled. Oh yeah. Alright, there's no need to worry about these minor details. Answer me. I'm very confident, but I need a little help from you. Li Qingshan raised the little finger on his right hand. Think about it. A phoenix that's extremely powerful the moment it hatches. Just like the saying goes, preparation is the key to success. It's all thanks to your hard work in the past few years. He'll become a phoenix among phoenixes. Feng Shiwu grabbed his hand. As long as you can hatch it successfully, let alone a little, even a few or 100 won't be a problem. That would be for the best. My friend, lend me a hand. Alright, my friend. The two of them suddenly became friendly. Little and shook his head gently. Take your time with the hatching. I'll go cultivate outside. About that. Feng Shiwu hesitated. I'm not leaving Firemelt Mountain. Feng Shiwu considered it. You can leave Firemelt Mountain if you want. Li Qingshan asked in surprise, why'd you suddenly change your mind? Trust is very important. And since she's willing to come here for you, she definitely won't speak carelessly without any regard for your safety. Scheming like that is not what a gentleman would do. I'm also valuing your friendship. Little and left the phoenix's nest and sat down under the divine Wutong tree, beginning to meditate and cultivate. She also needed time to digest the divine nun of the South Sea's teachings so that she could establish a foundation for the path of white bone and great beauty. Qingshan is already heading towards the third heavenly tribulation. I can't fall too far behind. Above the sea of lava and beneath the glowing Wutong tree, time flowed by in a hurry. Li Qingshan formally began hatching the egg. Since the phoenix's embryo was unable to unite such great power, he would do it. As he practiced the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, he recalled the feeling when he became an egg. His presence gradually faded away, but he gave off a light similar to the phoenix's embryo, flickering like he was breathing. Gradually, the frequency at which the two lights flickered matched each other, forming a whole. Feng Shiwu originally had some doubts, but only when he saw this did he completely believe him. His figure suddenly vanished, and his voice echoed through the entire phoenix's nest. I know you want to borrow my power to cultivate. Just like how a drop of water is returned with a spring of water, I, Feng Shiwu, will never be stingy. Accept this power. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix nest rippled with a magnificent red light, surging towards Li Qingshan and the phoenix egg. Li Qingshan's final objective was definitely still cultivation, but that was exactly what Feng Shiwu had planned to do in the first place. According to his original thoughts, hatching the phoenix's embryo would definitely require tremendous amounts of power. How could a single demon commander support it? All he needed was Li Qingshan's bloodline. He had already spent 10,000 years, so why would he be stingy at a time like this? Although Li Qingshan had pointed out the true reason why the phoenix's embryo could not be hatched in a single sentence, Feng Shiwu was very willing to assist him in cultivation since he was confident he could hatch the most powerful phoenix chick under these circumstances. Phew, what pure fire spiritual energy. It really is the divine Wudong tree after all. Coupled with the phoenix's nest, it just happens to suppress the power of the spirit turtle and increase the power of the phoenix. So even though there's a difference in cultivation, it's extremely close to a balance. That's just fantastic. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Using this power, he suppressed the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression slightly and achieved a subtle balance, beginning to balance fire and water. In that moment, his body erupted with deep blue light again, intertwining with the scarlet light. After dual cultivating with Gong Yuan, he had suppressed the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression from reaching the 5th layer, but he had become even more profound and tranquil after absorbing the aura of Ruin's End. Feng Shiwu paid close attention. He was greatly surprised. Just what are his origins? He possesses 3 bloodlines at the very least, and every single one of them is extremely powerful, even surpassing the phoenix's bloodline. And there's even a water bloodline on the level of divine beast that counters the phoenix. Even if Li Qingshan was a phoenix or a true dragon, it would not have surprised him so much. There were still many divine beasts and exotic beasts that possessed the bloodlines of the phoenix and the true dragon in ancient times. However, let alone seeing an existence that possessed several high-level bloodlines like this, he had basically never even heard of it. The higher the grade of the bloodline, the purer it was, and the more difficult it was to merge with it. If he could unleash every single bloodline, just what kind of power would he possess? Even Feng Shiwu was unable to imagine it. Li Qingshan was completely focused. This was the first time he had used his own strength to balance water and fire without the assistance of the flower of water and fire, but he was filled with confidence. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine definitely did not require a Ru Xin in the world to practice. He could definitely make the spirit turtle and the phoenix coexist peacefully through his own efforts. It would just be very difficult, requiring tremendous amounts of time and effort. However, it would only be strange if such a powerful cultivation method was not difficult. He had been quite lucky in this aspect. He had encountered Ru Xin, which allowed him to overcome the initial difficulties with relative ease. However, just like other spiritual medicines, he could only use them as a supplementary method. If he relied on external items too much, there would be a day when he would struggle to advance, and he did not want Ru Xin to expend her essence blood to refine medicine for him either. Now was the time for him to unleash his own strength. He had accumulated his initial experience after all. With such a great environment, he believed it would not be too difficult. Time passed in the nest. Li Qingshan and Little and both immersed themselves in cultivation. However, the Battle of Fire Melt Mountain had already shaken up the entire Mist Province, spreading through the world. As one of the few great organizations in the Mist Province, they had actually been wiped out. Even the 3 fire-devouring kings had failed to escape. It was basically unbelievable. Both sides had mobilized over 10 great cultivators and other folk kings in this battle. A battle on such a scale was like the first ray of sunlight at dawn in the 9 provinces that had endured several millennia of peace, heralding a change in the times and the arrival of chaos. The tragic outcome of the death of 5 people also shocked everyone. Over the past few millennia, the number of human great cultivators that had died in battle did not exceed 10. Something so rare that only happened once in several centuries had actually come so easily. It had suddenly happened in the same place at the same time. Who could sit back and relax? Even vassal kings like the king of Southern Yu and Chu Lai King were bold enough to say they could survive every single battle. The gazes of all the kings gathered on the shore of the South Sea, gathering as much information as they could about this battle. However, because the Mist Province had always been a land of wilderness, and the South was the wilderness among the wilderness, the fire devourers had been wiped out, and the merfolk had always remained in seclusion, so the surviving merfolk warriors had all been ordered to keep their mouths shut. Ji Changfeng and the others were not blabbermouths either, so while there was plenty of information, there was very little that could be verified. With this battle, the name of the king of savages, Li Qingshan, began to spread through the world. He had taken over Fire Melt Mountain as his dwelling and become the king of the south. This was impossible to hide, and it was very difficult for people to not pay attention to it. However, that was all they paid attention to. In the cultivation community, cultivation was the highest standard for evaluating a person, or even the only standard. Who knew how many merfolk and fire devourers at his realm of cultivation had died in this battle? But it did not affect the overall situation at all. Due to Li Qingshan's complicated background and identity, there were many conspiracy theories. Some said that the Chu Lai king had sent him to cause internal strife in the Mist province. Some said that the king of Southern Yu had sent him to uproot Fire Melt Mountain in preparation for the war between countries. The Banyan Tree King had not run away either. The Fire Devourers were a race that refused to become a part of his alliance and liked to set forests on fire. He had probably wanted to destroy them a long time ago. In short, basically everyone believed that Li Qingshan was a chess piece for a certain side. For the sake of achieving a certain objective, he had become a pawn, active in this grand game of chess and lucky enough to receive his reward in the end. However, only the few people who had been included in the conspiracy theories understood that he was not their chess piece. Only an even smaller number of people understood that he was not anyone's chess piece, but a chess player who could change the overall situation. If it were not for his efforts, the final battle on Fire Melt Mountain would not have existed at all, nor would they have emerged victorious. Only Li Qingshan and little and understood that compared to playing chess with others and playing with schemes, he preferred to overturn the chessboard and directly beat up the chess players. He was currently progressing in this direction too. In the depths of the sea, a great celebratory banquet was currently being held in the Crystal Palace. The magnificent palace was filled with a joyous atmosphere. What a rude person. He clearly agreed to come, yet he's actually not coming at all. Gong Yuan said coldly and placed the crystal cup in her hand on the jade table heavily. There was an empty seat to her lower right. That was originally Li Qingshan's seat. Once he began cultivating, he completely forgot about small matters like this. Please calm down, Your Majesty. Qingshan must have some urgent matters to attend to. It must be great fortune for him to gain the divine Wutong tree's recognition. Ji Changfeng drank a cup with a smile. After his revenge, he seemed even more high-spirited than before. That must be the case. The divine Wudong tree is actually such a powerful demon king. Probably no one expected the fire devourers to fail to obtain its assistance even after occupying Fire Melt Mountain for so long. The moment the king of savages arrived, he immediately came out to meet them. I really can't help but admire him. I've seen countless people in my life, but I can't help but admit that I've really misjudged him this time. The speaker was an old man with a goatee. He happened to be the head caretaker of the King of Yu's estate, Mr. Ram, who knew what mission he was on, but he had also come to attend the celebratory banquet. Mr. Ram, you should drink a cup as punishment. Gong Yuan's tone softened and she no longer looked at the empty seat. After destroying Fire Melt Mountain, her relationship with the King of Yu's estate had instead become even more important. She dared not be careless at all. Although the Battle of Fire Melt Mountain had eradicated all future threats, they had paid a relatively heavy price too. A merfolk king had died in battle, and most of their core forces had been destroyed. Right now, the merfolk of the South Sea were at their weakest. They needed a lengthy period of time to recover, so they definitely could not afford to become enemies with the King of Southern Yu's estate at a time like this. As long as they endured through this period and endured until the world descended into chaos, then they would be free to do as they pleased. Once the chaotic era of the 9 provinces ended, perhaps the humans and demons would be surprised by the establishment of a new order on the sea. She would lead the merfolk race back to the age of the divine kingdom. Chapter 930. I wouldn't dare to turn down Your Majesty's punishment. Mr. Ram drank a cup by himself with a smile. He sighed inside. Back then in the Philian Hall of the Cloud Sail sect, he had almost been surrounded and attacked for a seat, and it was just an average seat. Now, he could legitimately occupy the seat of honor and receive the courtesy of an esteemed guest. Even the master of the Sword Pavilion and the Wind Gale King were willing to take a seat below him, yet he still did not come in the end. The affairs of the world really were unpredictable. The new generation would replace the old. Gong Yuan smiled faintly, but she felt like her arrangements were extremely reasonable. She was not currying favor with Li Qingshan. Since it was a celebratory banquet, the ranking would obviously be based on merit. Let alone everything else, just the act of ordering the myriad poison ancestor to blow himself up was enough for him to receive this kind of treatment. Then she considered whether she should pay a visit to Fire Melt Mountain after the banquet ended and ask him why he had stood her up. She could also discuss some important matters along the way, but as soon as she thought of that, she immediately dismissed it. Wouldn't I really be currying favor with him like that? Gong Yuan was not the only one who felt conflicted. The divine nun of the South Sea gazed at the empty seat and felt like she had lost something too. After the battle on Fire Melt Mountain, she had returned to her dwelling to rest. Originally, she wanted to see Little N again so that she could wander around with her and observe her properly. She wanted to see whether she could inherit her legacy or not, whether it was worth it for her to pay a visit to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Unexpectedly, Little N did not come at all. Whatever, were not fated to meet. However, after some consideration she thought again, if that mountain doesn't come when I call for it, I should go look for it myself. How can I just give up so easily? As a result, she stood up and bade farewell, turning down Gong Yuan and the others who urged her to stay. She left the Crystal Palace and hurried to Fire Melt Mountain. Following the traces left behind by the storm, she arrived at the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain again in the evening. The intense battle was still vivid in her mind. The setting sun enveloped the volcanoes. It was an especially bright red, but it also seemed a little more peaceful. Under the divine Wudong tree, Little N suddenly sensed something. She opened her eyes and went out to receive her. She bowed politely. "Welcome, Senior. Please come in and take a seat." "I won't be going in. I've come to ask if you're willing to travel around the South Sea with me?" The divine nun of the South Sea asked with some anticipation. "Senior's kindness, this disciple can't thank you enough." Little N glanced at the divine Wutong tree in the crater of the volcano from the corner of his eyes. Although he was unwilling to leave him, he was in seclusion this time. First, he had to balance the water spray, second, he had to break through to the fourth layer of the phoenix, and third, he had to hatch the phoenix egg, which would take at least 10 years. After completing these three things, his cultivation would definitely have a qualitative increase, even reaching the Demon King realm. If he didn't work hard, he would be left far behind. He made up his mind. This disciple is willing. All right, let's set off right now. The divine nun of the South Sea smiled. "Senior, please wait a moment. Disciple will go back and give some instructions." Little N returned to the phoenix's nest and saw that Li Qingshan was still focusing on balancing fire and water, so he left a few words with Li Qingshan. After asking him to pass on the message to Li Qingshan, he left Fire Melt Mountain and went on a journey with the divine nun of the South Sea. The school of Vinaya was extensive and profound, no less than the school of Chan. It was rather beneficial to the cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty, but it definitely could not be comprehended in a short amount of time. He could use this opportunity to study it in greater depth. Although he was not a true direct disciple, and the divine nun of the South Sea could not pass on the divine arts and secret methods of her sect to a disciple of the school of Chan, Little N was not interested in those cultivation methods in the first place. Instead, it was the Buddhist scriptures of the school of Vinaya. There were obviously no taboos about this, which made the divine nun of the South Sea even more fond of him. At the end of the day, the world of cultivation was about respect for the strong. Even Buddhist disciples who had become monks from a young age could not help but place more emphasis on cultivation methods. However, in the divine nun of the South Sea's eyes, neglecting the Buddhist scriptures that were as vast as the sea was neglecting the essentials. However, was so talented, yet she did not seem restless at all. That was far too rare. The two of them wandered around, eating and sleeping in the open. They spent most of their time in the mundane world, reading about the affairs of the world. Little N came to a realization. It was no wonder monks loved to wander. The greatest aim of Buddhism was to deliver all living beings from suffering. If they did not see all living beings, how were they supposed to deliver them from suffering? If they left the mundane world and cultivated alone, it could only be regarded as the Hinayana Dharma, not the Mahayana Dharma. Even the white bone bodhisattva who created the path of white bone and great beauty was rather intent on delivering all living beings from suffering. It was just that the method she used was rather special. Compared to the school of Chan's root of wisdom that allowed one to see one's nature, the school of Vinaya was more down to earth, which benefited Little N a lot. The divine nun of the South Sea grew fonder and fonder of this disciple, who did not show any emotions, never complained, and worked hard on the Buddhist Dharma. Gradually, a new legend appeared on the shore of the South Sea, regarding the beautiful heavenly maiden by the divine nun of the South Sea's side, At the same time, the upheaval in the world intensified. The scale of war rapidly escalated, and the flames of war began to spread across the 9 provinces. The Mist Province and the Green Province had already reached a state of mutual hostility. Although it had not devolved into a full-scale war, the deaths of great cultivators were no longer shocking news. Everyone's gazes were drawn away, casting Fire Melt Mountain to the back of their minds. In the Phoenix's nest, Li Qingshan completely forgot about the outside world. In his sea of consciousness, the spirit turtle dove deep as the phoenix danced. The light intertwined, constantly harmonizing and merging. After who knew how long, Li Qingshan shuddered. The red and blue light merged together and he opened his eyes. He could not help but exhale deeply, overjoyed. All right. At least all my arduous cultivation hasn't gone to waste. I've finally taken another step forward and obtained the 3rd innate ability of the phoenix. Sure enough, it was still the phoenix's nerva. In other words, he possessed 3 chances to be reborn which he could use in battle. Once he was killed, he would immediately have 2 chances to be reborn. Now it really won't be easy even if I want to die. Little Ann, Little Ann. Li Qingshan could not see Little Ann around. Congratulations. Your cultivation has advanced again. You can actually balance 2 powerful bloodlines of completely different natures? The secrets you carry sure run deep. Feng Shiwu's figure appeared. He had been paying attention to Li Qingshan the entire time, so he could obviously sense the changes in his aura. Friend Feng, how long did it take me? Where's Little Ann? A little over 2 years. Little Ann traveled the world with the divine nun of the South Sea and returned a few times. However, you were always cultivating, so she didn't disturb you. I see. Cultivation really is a race against time. Li Qingshan nodded. Although he liked cultivating in secluded cultivation together, increasing his cultivation was without a doubt more important, which was why he fully supported her going to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga in the past. The environment of Fire Melt Mountain was actually not particularly suitable for her cultivation. Finding a direction to advance in was for the best. It's just 2 years. What's the big deal? Though you can focus on hatching the phoenix's embryo now, right? Friendly. For once, Feng Shiwu also cracked a joke. His attitude became much gentler, no longer as aloof as before. Alright, no problem. I'll still need your help. Li Qingshan felt rather tired, but he did not slack off at all. He was not as slow-witted as Feng Shiwu. If he did not advance valiantly and diligently, how was he supposed to make it to the 9 heavens? Of course, advancing valiantly and diligently was not reckless. Everything was going according to the plan he had set down. After balancing fire and water, he had cleared away the obstacles for his future cultivation. He could work hard to push the phoenix's scripture of Nerva to the 4th layer. This process could be carried out simultaneously with the phoenix's embryo, complementing each other. Perhaps it would produce wondrous effects. It was all thanks to Feng Shiwu's slow-witted nature that he was not in a hurry even after 2 years, which was why he could remain so composed. Please don't disappoint me. Feng Shiwu said sternly. Don't worry, friend. The time for harvest has arrived. Li Qingshan understood. If he could not keep his promise and hatch the phoenix's embryo, not only would the friendship he had built up be completely gone, but they might even turn against each other. No one wanted to face a hysterical great demon king. Feng Shiwu said, let's hope so. Even to me 10,000 years is far too long. Li Qingshan said nothing more. He closed his eyes again and picked up the phoenix's embryo, circulating the phoenix's scripture of Nerva as hard as he could. Not only was it in his body, but it was also in the phoenix's embryo. At this moment, he suddenly heard the wondrous sound of a zither. Feng Shiwu sat down close to him. A zither pedestal and a zither appeared before him, and the music poured out from the tip of his fingers. It was a heavenly sound that Li Qingshan had never heard before. Although he could not figure out what was special about it, he only felt his mind calm down. His exhaustion vanished, and his circulation of the cultivation method became especially smooth. He praised, nice zither. Feng Shiwu said without even raising his head, don't talk. Focus. This isn't for you either, or you'd be playing the zither to a cow. If it's not for me, then who else? Fine. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that the phoenix's embryo in his arms was the true listener. He smiled bitterly. Was this the legendary prenatal education? You're just too malevolent at the end of the day. Your vulgarity is difficult to purge, so you'll probably infect the little phoenix. You need to cleanse it with the zither first. Li Qingshan sneered. He could not be bothered with retorting. As he listened to the zither, his mind gradually sank. Time flew by and the zither's music came and went. During this time little and returned many times, spending a few days with Li Qingshan before setting off again. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, Li Qingshan's presence became more and more powerful, and the light on the phoenix's embryo became brighter and brighter. Every single pattern seemed to be forged from sunlight. Suddenly, one day, an extremely feeble consciousness was born in the center of the phoenix's embryo. It was even hotter than fire, even more resplendent than light. It's there. It's there. Li Qingshan's cry of joy interrupted the zither's music. Feng Shiwu shuddered, almost snapping a zither string. Is there? Come over and take a look. Before he had even finished speaking, Feng Shiwu had arrived with a flash and pressed his hand against the phoenix's embryo. He also sensed the birth of the consciousness, and his expression immediately became extremely fascinating. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Although it was still very far away from actually hatching, this was without a doubt a milestone. At the very least, it proved that Li Qingshan was not lying. What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I? Li Qingshan said. Chapter 931. In the phoenix's nest, the 2 men stared at one another. They were both filled with excitement. Why does the atmosphere feel a little strange? Li Qingshan rubbed his head. Don't daydream. Accept this power properly. Don't die. Feng Shiwu waved his hands and his sleeves fluttered. Wutong tree branches that resembled scarlet copper extended out from all directions of the phoenix's nest, wrapping around Li Qingshan layer by layer and forming a cocoon. Come. I can't die. Li Qingshan understood Feng Shiwu's plan and roused himself. Go. Feng Shiwu bellowed out. The divine Wutong tree's roots that extended deep into the magma absorbed the flames of the earth furiously, converting them into extremely pure fire spiritual energy. Some of the thinner roots were unable to endure the tremendous flames of the earth and directly turned to ash, but he could no longer care about them. After 10,000 years of waiting, he finally saw a sliver of hope. He no longer cared about anything else. He had already paid so much, so was there still a little more left? The divine Wutong tree shook violently, and Feng Shiwu's figure blurred. Every single Wutong branch lit up with scarlet light, pouring into Li Qingshan's body like a blood transfusion. This was the purest power of the fire spiritual energy. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like he was about to explode. He did not feel any fear, only joy. Only a spiritual root of the world like the divine Wudong tree could do something like this, and there would not be a second chance like this. He circulated the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, and the phoenix wings unfurled to the limit. They were unprecedentedly beautiful and dazzling, blazing with flames. Then he embraced the phoenix's embryo firmly in his arms, communicating with the sliver of consciousness within the embryo. Having self-awareness was good, but if this sliver of consciousness resisted Li Qingshan's assistance, then it would instead be a bad thing. But fortunately, perhaps it was because of his phoenix bloodline. The phoenix's embryo accepted his soul sense very soon. Due to his experience of dual cultivating with Gong Yuan, coupled with the fact that the sliver of consciousness was pure and flawless like a piece of white paper, it achieved the deepest level of compatibility very soon. As the phoenix's scripture of Nerva circulated, the tremendous power in the phoenix's embryo rapidly gathered and condensed. That bit of consciousness also developed and grew. On the other hand, Li Qingshan's cultivation in the phoenix transformation was ceaselessly improving as well. In less than a year's time he'd attained the peak of the 3rd level. He was just about to continue working hard and break through to the 4th level, but he was stuck here. No matter how many times he tried, he was unable to break through. Damn it, I actually encountered a bottleneck at this time. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. A bottleneck was not something that could be broken through just by gritting one's teeth. Otherwise, there would not be so many cultivators who had lifelong regrets. Once he encountered a bottleneck, he would either be enlightened overnight, or he would have to spend time to overcome it. Most of the time, both were indispensable. Under such circumstances, any external help would be useless. The surging power that the divine Wudong tree had channeled had nowhere to be released. On the other hand, the bit of consciousness within the phoenix egg rapidly grew with his help and occupied the entire phoenix egg. All right. I will do my best to help you. Let's see how strong you can become. Li Qingshan simply channeled all of the divine Wutong tree's power into the phoenix egg. The phoenix egg turned into a tiny burning sun, so resplendent that one could not look at it directly. The tremendous power that the phoenix egg possessed even began to exceed that of ordinary demon commanders. It was progressing towards demon monarchs. Even Li Qingshan could not imagine what sort of monster he would hatch into. Would it be a demon monarch the moment it was born? It couldn't be that exaggerated, right? Time flew by. Inside the phoenix egg, the thick liquid formed from pure spiritual energy began to take shape bit by bit. The tremendous life force was transforming into a true life form, an undying phoenix. Perhaps it had waited for too long. That bit of consciousness was eager to break out of the egg from the moment it was formed. In less than 3 years the embryonic form appeared. The bit of consciousness had already completely fused with the body, transforming into a true will. Although Li Qingshan was happy, he could not help but feel somewhat regretful. At this moment, something happened to the phoenix's embryo. In a daze, Li Qingshan saw an extremely magnificent phoenix soaring through the sky. Apart from Brother Ox, it was the most powerful life form he had ever seen. It was so noble that it could overlook the entire world. The phoenix let out a glorious cry that resounded through his mind, as if it was telling him something. No, it was telling the unborn phoenix chick. Suddenly, thousands of pieces of information surged into his mind, transforming into billions of images. Every piece of information and image contained the truth of the world. They were extremely continuous, but it was difficult to clearly describe what they meant. It was like a dream, clear and real, yet vague and indistinct. After waking up from the dream, everything had turned to nothing. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. This was the legacy of the phoenix. If a person grew up in the wild without the guidance of parents or teachers, they would not be much stronger than a monkey. Their ability to survive might even be inferior to a monkey. However, a divine beast like the phoenix was different. It was like the legendary sage that was born with knowledge. Even if it was far away from its parents before it was born, there was a natural legacy in its bloodline. The moment it awakened from the chaos, it would enlighten it, allowing it to understand where it came from and where it was going. It would not lose its way or forget who it was. This legacy of the phoenix was not wisdom imbuement. Instead, it was more like the wisdom fruit of the banyan tree king, but even more wondrous. While enlightening, it did not affect the independence of the young phoenix's will. That was why it felt like a dream to Li Qingshan. Dreams were not actually empty. Instead, they originated from the deeper subconscious of the sea of consciousness. They were far more vast and profound than the surface consciousness. This caused the young phoenix to be born with extremely high intelligence. Coupled with its natural strength, it could completely survive on its own. As Li Qingshan hatched the phoenix's embryo, he also shared in this dream of the phoenix that had been passed down through the ages. Vaguely, he seemed to be in thought like he had gained something and like he had lost something. All this time, the phoenix's scripture of Nerva had been the most difficult cultivation method he had ever practiced. Even with Feng Shiwu's full assistance, he still felt extremely sluggish. In the end, he reached a bottleneck, unable to take even a single step forward. In Feng Shiwu's words, he had only inherited the phoenix's bloodline, but he had not comprehended the phoenix's heart. However, probably even Feng Shiwu had no idea what the phoenix's heart was. But at this moment, Li Qingshan felt like he had comprehended it, but he was unable to describe it with specific words. The phoenix's heart never dies from Nerva. Li Qingshan murmured silently. The bottleneck vanished as if it had never existed in the first place. He had broken through to the 4th layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Before he could even celebrate, the rumbling of thunder passed through the layers of worlds and boomed by his ears. Chapter 932. As soon as it completed the prenatal education, and developed intelligence in its consciousness, the first heavenly tribulation immediately descended. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback. Afterwards he smiled. It really was the divine bird phoenix after all. It had yet to be born, yet it was already able to look down on its peers. He could not help but anticipate its appearance when it broke out of the egg and danced through the clouds. What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Feng Shiwu paced around frantically. What's wrong with that? Li Qingshan placed down the phoenix's embryo and backed away into the distance. The heavenly tribulation was a test from the heavens. No one could replace it. If he was too close, it would instead affect the young phoenix's tribulation. There shouldn't be any problems, right? He was rather worried. After all these years of incubation, he had developed some feelings for the unborn little phoenix. After all, he had put in so much effort. It's just an egg. If it fails the tribulation. Feng Shiwu widened his eyes and gazed at the phoenix's embryo nearby. A sliver of fear filled his eyes, afraid that he would see the egg shatter and the phoenix die. With a rumble, lightning flickered, illuminating the phoenix nest. The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck the phoenix's embryo. The electricity wove into a net, covering it densely. The phoenix's embryo shone brightly as well. The complicated and beautiful patterns seemed to flow. Through the thin eggshell, the rudimentary form of the phoenix was vaguely visible. It contended against the heavenly tribulation almost instinctively. Feng Shiwu trembled all over as if he was the one who had been struck by lightning. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder in amusement. Tribulations have always been dangerous. It's the same for everyone. Seeing how Feng Shiwu's expression became uglier and uglier, he persuaded, "Don't worry. It's just a single heavenly tribulation. It's very weak. There won't be any problems with the power you've channeled into it. Instead, it's a great opportunity for it to refine its strength." Feng Shiwu had become flustered from his concern. With what Li Qingshan said, he eased up slightly, but he continued to stare at the phoenix's embryo. Li Qingshan shook his head and sat cross-legged at the side. At this step, his incubation was basically completed, and the next step was up to the little phoenix. With the power of the first heavenly tribulation, even if it failed to transcend the tribulation, it wouldn't cause any fatal damage to the young phoenix. It would only consume a large amount of energy, which wasn't a bad thing. It would just ruin the strongest young phoenix in history plan, so he was in a relatively relaxed mood. Listening to the rumbling of thunder, Zhang Xian calmed his mind and sensed the new energy in his body. After passing the fourth stage of the phoenix realm, both his soul and body exuded an aura of vitality. The phoenix wings on his back stretched out even more magnificently. His entire temperament had also undergone a miraculous change. There was less of an evil aura and more of a noble aura. This was not only because of the increase in his cultivation, but also because he had received the inheritance of the phoenix. However, he was not like little Phoenix, who was a piece of pure white paper. His personality was too strong. The stubbornness of the ox demon and the warmongering of the tiger demon were deep in his bones. As a result, the influence of the phoenix's legacy on him was unable to achieve the effect of turning over a new leaf that Feng Shiwu had hoped for. Originally, each of the four transformations of the demonic and divine, ox, tiger, phoenix, and turtle, possessed an extremely powerful spirit. No matter which spirit he inherited, it would result in a drastic change in his personality. However, as they intertwined, they instead nullified one another, creating a wondrous balance. In the end, they only became one side of his personality. He did not lose his original heart. Li Qingshan leaned on his hand and closed his eyes, visualizing the dancing phoenix in his sea of consciousness. The rumbling of thunder in the outside world gradually grew distant. His cultivation and strength had both reached an unprecedented height. He could clearly sense that he was only a step away from the third heavenly tribulation, the realm of demon kings. No, it was only half a step away. He only needed to balance fire and water a step further, and he would become a demon king. From then on, he would be able to move unhindered. In the past, he had the opportunity to directly become a demon king, which was to directly push the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to the fifth layer. However, not only would that affect his future cultivation, but his foundation would also be nowhere near as solid as it was right now. Even if he became a demon king, he would only be a little stronger than regular demon kings. Right now, he had yet to undergo the third heavenly tribulation, yet he already possessed the same confidence. Once he underwent the tribulation successfully and obtained 4 brand new abilities, he was curious about what kind of strength he would possess. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, it's about time for me to move. When the last bolt of tribulation lightning dispersed, Feng Shiwu let out a long sigh of relief and smiled in relief. What did I say? It's just a single heavenly tribulation. It'll definitely. Before Li Qingshan could even finish, he was interrupted by a crisp crack. Feng Shiwu's face stiffened. Li Qingshan followed his gaze and saw a tiny crack appear on the top of the phoenix's egg. In their eyes, it was even more terrifying than 100 bolts of lightning. Li Qingshan did not understand the process of a phoenix's birth, but the chick had just taken shape. It should not have hatched so quickly. Could it be that it had been struck by lightning? He murmured, surely not. Just when he was about to rush over, Feng Shiwu had already lifted up the phoenix's egg. He stared at the crack with widened eyes and channeled his power into it furiously, wanting to repair it in a flurry. However, the tiny crack completely ignored the great demon king's pleas, spreading on its own. Crack, crack. The expanding crack produced streaks of resplendent light. The crack spread more and more rapidly. By the time it covered the entire phoenix's egg, what would appear before them probably would not be hatching, but shattering. As for a premature baby, let alone becoming the strongest in history, it probably would not even be able to keep its life. Li Qingshan. Feng Shiwu's roar rang through the phoenix nest. Shut up. Give it to me. Li Qingshan snatched the phoenix's egg and circulated the phoenix's scripture of Nerva in an attempt to mend the crack, but he was not confident at all. Having incubated the egg for several years, he knew the best that the phoenix's egg was a perfect entity. It was basically a world of its own inside. Right now what shattered was not the eggshell but the miniature world. The phoenix's scripture of Nerva alone was useless. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas, suppress it. The figure of a spirit turtle appeared above Li Qingshan's head, shining with peaceful light and forcefully suppressing the light from the crack. In the end, it enveloped the entire phoenix's egg, forming a blue cocoon. By now, the crack had basically covered the entire eggshell, ripping apart the beautiful, complicated patterns. It was in an extremely unstable state. How did this happen? Feng Shiwu grabbed Li Qingshan by the front of his clothes. Calm down. Li Qingshan glanced at him and sighed inside. At the end of the day, he had still underestimated the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation. In terms of power alone, the phoenix's egg was even more powerful than when he underwent the second heavenly tribulation and became a demon commander. However, it was nowhere near as intelligent. It still did not know how to use its power properly. It had basically used the very tip to endure the attack, which was why it ended up like this. All life forms had to go through the process of growing stronger. Sure enough, it was not without reason. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow was not fun. This level of suppression was not enough to maintain the phoenix's egg's stability. He said sternly, I'm going to do something next. Promise me that you won't be rash. All right. Feng Shiwu hesitated, understanding that now was not the time to look for trouble. Li Qingshan expanded, assuming his demon form and swallowing the phoenix's egg in a single gulp. Chapter 933. At that moment, Li Qingshan felt like he was heavily restrained. An unstoppable force crushed over from all directions. The phoenix's nest twisted and changed shape. The wudong branches danced about like demons. Calm down. Li Qingshan raised his hand and bellowed out, do you still want to hatch the egg or not? Only with that did Feng Shiwu gradually calm down. Just what are you trying to do? Obviously hatch the egg. Right now the egg is in danger of shattering and exploding at any time, so I need to suppress it. Only when it's in my body will I have the best chance. Don't be so impulsive all the time. This is all your idea. You'd better succeed. Otherwise I won't let you go. Don't worry. There'll be a result very soon, very soon. Li Qingshan was completely unfazed by Feng Shiwu's threat. He laid down with his arms as a pillow. His colossal body was like a small black mountain as his thunderous voice reverberated through the surroundings. He naturally gave off a mighty presence, something he did not possess in his human form. Feng Shiwu shivered inside. If I give him another decade, probably even my phoenix's nest won't be able to keep him in check. Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, I hope we can be friends and not enemies. Li Qingshan focused and sensed the scorching, uneasy phoenix's embryo in his belly. He could not help but pat his belly and smile to himself. This really is like being pregnant for 10 months. Originally, I said I could do everything apart from giving birth, but now I can even give birth. Isn't that invincible? Ah. Feng Shiwu did not respond to Li Qingshan's cold joke at all. He furrowed his brows and asked, how do you feel? You better not accidentally digest it. Don't worry, it's already settled down. If you don't believe me, you can listen to it. Li Qingshan shivered. Alright then. That really is a little too cold. Pretend I never said anything. However, under the illumination of the spirit turtle's divine light, the crack on the phoenix's embryo remained, but it did not expand. It stabilized once again. The young phoenix inside slowly grew, gradually filling out with feathers. Li Qingshan had cultivated for a decade, advancing valiantly the entire way without stopping. He also felt rather tired right now, so he just spread his limbs and fell asleep. How dare you sleep? Feng Shiwu shook his head. He could also sense that as he slept, his presence became more and more distant and drawn out. His mind seemed to sink into the depths of his sea of consciousness, becoming extremely tranquil. The phoenix's embryo in his belly was affected, no longer in danger of shattering. Li Qingshan had not slept for many years. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation, he no longer needed to rely on sleep to restore his spirit like mortals. Naturally, it was even more impossible for him to dream. As the saying goes, the Supreme have no dreams. Dreams come from one's mind. Cultivators have a peaceful mind, so they won't dream even when they sleep. However, when he was in this devilish state, not only did his strength obtain absolute relaxation, even his mind was relaxed along with it, and he inadvertently activated the divine talisman of great creation that he'd practically forgotten. All of a sudden, the divine talisman of great creation, which had exhausted all of its power, suddenly glowed with colorful lights, interweaving into a bizarre dreamland. His past life, his present life, the ox, the tiger, the turtle, the phoenix, and the various worldly affairs were all there. Suddenly, he woke up from the dream one day and felt a powerful surge in his belly. The phoenix's embryo trembled violently, and the light suppressed by the spirit turtle was released from every single crack. Feng Shiwu sensed something and appeared, standing on top of Li Qingshan's towering nose. He asked in a hurry, "How is it?" Li Qingshan scanned it with his soul sense. The young phoenix had all the feathers, beak and claws. It had completely taken shape, flying around in the phoenix's embryo in an attempt to break out. Over a decade of hard work had finally paid off. He could not help but be overjoyed. "I've got it." Before he had even finished speaking, his belly rumbled like thunder. His belly immediately swelled up and he felt a wave of heat. The phoenix egg suddenly shattered and a ball of flowing fire flew out. It was only a few feet in size, but it emitted an incomparably noble aura. It was precisely the legendary divine bird. Its phoenix eyes were wide open, and they were filled with intelligence and spirituality as it searched for a way out of this cave. Li Qingshan opened his huge, cave-like mouth and called out, "Come out!" The little phoenix let out a clear cry and unfurled its beautiful wings, passing through the long cavern. A speck of light appeared before it. The light rapidly expanded, flying past 2 rows of sharp, pure white teeth. Finally, it saw the outside world. A wondrous thought appeared in its young but intelligent mind. There were still layers of eggshell outside the egg, so what was beyond the outermost eggshell like? Feng Shiwu spread his arms, welcoming the birth of the little phoenix. His face was ravished with joy, so excited that he almost cheered out loud. The little phoenix nodded gently at Feng Shiwu and let out another clear cry. It surpassed all other sounds, passing through the phoenix's nest with clarity. Even the divine Wutong tree swayed and glowed. An intense feeling of happiness immediately filled Feng Shiwu's heart. "It knows me. It knows me." Without any hesitation, he had already confirmed with a single glance that the phoenix's nest that had been empty for tens of thousands of years now had a new master. The phoenix did not rest unless it was a Wudong tree, and if the Wudong tree did not have a phoenix, how could it demonstrate its pride and aloofness? "Friend Feng, I didn't let you down. Are you satisfied now?" Li Feng said. Li Qingshan laughed aloud like thunder. "Satisfied, satisfied. From today onwards you, Li Qingshan, are my friend." A sliver of sternness appeared on Feng Shiwu's overjoyed face, demonstrating just how serious he was about the word friend. This was even rarer than the friendliness of the Banyan Tree King. People who stood aloof would never have too many friends, but once they became his friends they would never disappoint them. Even when he faced the Dragon King of the Sea, he would not hesitate at all. Just when Li Qingshan was about to say something, he suddenly heard a familiar rumble of thunder. His expression changed slightly. Another heavenly tribulation. The thunder gradually drew closer, like a chariot rolling over through the air. Before it had even begun, its might had already surpassed the first heavenly tribulation. Not only had Li Qingshan fulfilled his promise to hatch the phoenix's embryo, but he had even fulfilled his promise to become the strongest phoenix chick. The moment he hatched, he had crossed the boundary of the second heavenly tribulation. He wanted to reach Demon Commander, but he had to undergo the heavenly tribulation first. Qingshan. Feng Shiwu's expression changed drastically. The phoenix's embryo had almost shattered during the first heavenly tribulation, let alone the second. Once he failed, all his efforts would be for naught. All his efforts would be for naught. Right now, the little phoenix was only equivalent to a newborn infant, yet he was about to challenge the heavenly tribulation immediately. Just how dangerous was this? Just treat this as the first lesson of its life. No matter how much external assistance it receives, if it wants to walk its own path, no one can replace it. Whether it succeeds or fails, it's all up to it. Li Qingshan smiled and roared at the little phoenix. If you want to accomplish something extraordinary, how can you not challenge it with your life on the line? Go. The little phoenix lowered its head and listened attentively, as if it was being taught a lesson. Afterwards, it raised its elegant head and gazed at the approaching lightning. A smear of determination flashed through its eyes. Suddenly, it unfurled its wings and took to the air, welcoming the first bolt of lightning. Boom. The bolt of lightning collided and shone with rainbow light. The feathers that had just sprouted withered one by one, like a colorful snowstorm. Feng Shiwu's heart suddenly tightened, while Li Qingshan silently cheered it on. The tribulation lightning was like blades, slashing viciously against the little phoenix's young body and leaving behind horrific wounds. Although it possessed the innate ability of endless growth, the speed at which the wounds healed was nowhere near as fast as the tribulation lightning's destruction. However, its clear cry became even more resolute and courageous, dancing about in the lightning. Even the thunder was unable to suppress it. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up. Although the little phoenix's usage of power was still very immature, it was no longer the same as when it was still a phoenix embryo. It possessed a lot of intelligence and flexibility, and it possessed a sense of bravery and determination. It was unaffected by life-threatening danger, using everything it had to fight back with everything it had. Feng Shiwu discovered this as well. He could not help but glance at Li Qingshan. Had it been influenced by him? Phoenixes possessed a noble and pure heart, unwavering even in death, but they had never been known for their bravery. After who knew how long, when the final rumble of thunder dispersed, the sound still lingered in Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu's ears. The scorching light was particularly dazzling the two of them. Afterwards, all they saw was the little phoenix gently comb its new feathers with its vermilion beak, gaining a hint of elegance and freedom. Li Qingshan grinned and laughed aloud. Feng Shiwu closed his eyes gently and exhaled deeply. Now this could be considered a great success. The little phoenix flew down and transformed with a shake of its body, turning into a child that seemed to be 2 or 3 years old. It was draped in rainbow-colored feather clothes, with 7 long feathers trailing behind it. Its mind was clear and its eyes were clear, and it seemed like it had been carved from jade. Even in human form, it did not lose the bearing of a phoenix at all. Fucking hell, it's been far too difficult. Fortunately, I'm strong enough. Fathers, I haven't disappointed you. The voice was clear and enchanting, filled with naivety, but it made Feng Shiwu shudder all over. His smile froze. Li Qingshan also scratched his head. What did you call me? Father, don't tell me you want me to call you mother? The little phoenix blinked its eyes. It was especially cute. No, he's not your father. You're the son of a phoenix, so you have nothing to do with this bastard. I can call you uncle though. No, you're a phoenix, so how can you speak like that? Feng Shiwu was thrown into chaos. This was far different from what he had imagined. Of course I understand my identity and origins, but if it weren't for your painstaking care and hatching, I wouldn't be who I am today. In the past, the peacock swallowed the Buddha, and the Buddha emerged from the peacock's back, also taking the peacock as his mother, let alone the kindness you've shown me. This form of address is the most appropriate, isn't it? As for words, that's just a small matter. There's no need for you to mind it, father. The little phoenix said with a tender voice. Combined with its dancing little hands, it seemed even more adorable. However, even Feng Shiwu could not refute what it said. With the phoenix's legacy, it could be described as born with knowledge. Chapter 934. Feng Shiwu considered it seriously with a frown. He could still accept the form of address as father, albeit reluctantly. But what the fuck was with the fuck? He could not accept it at all. The first 3 words the little phoenix uttered after being born were actually vulgarities. He had truly wasted all his years of hard work. Li Qingshan, just what did you do? Just like how Li Qingshan had accepted the phoenix's legacy, his dream had also silently provided the little phoenix with a form of prenatal education. Apart from the phoenix's legacy, he had added the Green Mountain's legacy, which led to a wondrous change. This change made Feng Shiwu grind his teeth in hatred, but it made Li Qingshan extremely happy. He felt extremely close to the little phoenix as soon as he looked at him, as if he really was his own child, which was why he accepted him as his son so happily. How would I know? Li Qingshan said in an unconcerned manner. He rubbed the little phoenix's head and smiled. My good son, I'm the first father. That uncle over there is the second father. Do you understand? I understand. The little phoenix nodded with a smile. He was naive. He felt natural admiration towards Li Qingshan who had hatched him. Shut up. I'm the first father. Feng Shiwu vaguely guessed the whole story. He knew that now that it had reached this point, there was no turning back. His priority right now was to take the initiative and carry out a strict education on the little phoenix, preventing Li Qingshan's influence from growing any further. As a result, he was determined to obtain the title of First Father. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes, and there was a flash of light. He did not like being the second father. Feng Shiwu smiled in disdain and had already extended his hands towards the little phoenix. He said gently, "Come baby, come to First Father." "Sure," said the little phoenix. Li Qingshan smiled. "Don't listen to your second father's nonsense. Aren't you already with First Father?" He glanced around and met Feng Shiwu's gaze. Sparks flew. A moment later, "Let go. You're a proper gentleman. Don't you know how to give way to friends? Moreover, is this how a father should act?" Li Qingshan hugged the little phoenix firmly, preventing Feng Shiwu from taking him away. "You're the one who should let go. The friendship between gentlemen is as indifferent as water. You have to fight for the matter today." Feng Shiwu grabbed the little phoenix's feet and demonstrated his determination. "Stop pulling, it hurts, you bastards," the little phoenix exclaimed. He was a demon commander, and as a divine bird phoenix, his true strength far surpassed regular demon commanders, approaching the Demon King realm. However, neither of his fathers were weak. Feng Shiwu, that old demon, went without saying. Right now, Li Qingshan could butcher demon kings like it was child's play. When it came to a fight, the little phoenix would never have the final say. "Little brat, don't you know the rules? How can you talk to your father like this?" Li Qingshan reprimanded, not loosening his grip at all. "Sai, you really are far too rude. You need to be properly taught. Li Qingshan, this is all because of your influence. Why don't you let go?" Feng Shiwu became even more determined. "I don't want you as fathers anymore. You two bastards, bastards, bastards." The little phoenix began to struggle violently. He must have been influenced by Li Qingshan. When he became stubborn, he refused to give in to anyone. Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu exchanged glances and frowned. The same thought flashed through their minds. This isn't going to work. I haven't even gotten the title of First Father, and I'm about to lose my position as a father. Compared to my dignity as a father, who comes first and who comes second is secondary. Fine then. I'll count to 3 and we'll let go at the same time. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. All right. Feng Shiwu said. 1, 2, 3. Li Qingshan counted to 3. Why don't you let go? How can a gentleman go back on his word? Aren't you the same? I treat gentlemen in the ways of gentlemen and I treat villains in the ways of villains. Don't even think about lying to me. You're far too evil. The little phoenix was on the verge of tears. He had witnessed the viciousness of human nature and the hardships of the world the moment he was born. Finally, after a series of negotiations between Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu, the little phoenix landed on the ground steadily. However, what followed was a storm-like reprimand. The little phoenix could not help but regret what he had said just now, expressing that he still accepted them as his fathers. He no longer dared to call them bastards anymore. His little face was filled with grievance and he was filled with regret inside. Just now, he should not have randomly acknowledged them as his fathers with the joy of being reborn. Don't be like that. Just wait for First Father to take you to see the colorful world and enjoy its prosperity. How about that? Li Qingshan rubbed the little phoenix's head with a smile. All right. When the little phoenix was still a child at the end of the day, he immediately tossed his unfortunate encounter just now to the back of his head. He was already eager to leave this larger egg and see the outside world. Li Qingshan immediately felt great about himself. I may not have been a father in my 2 lives, but I've seen quite a few fathers run. Right when he was about to reply, Feng Shiwu interrupted him. No, now still not the time. You've only just been born. Do you know just how dangerous the outside world is? How many people want to use your blood to extend their lives? You still have far too many things to learn. The little phoenix's face immediately drooped, looking at Li Qingshan for help. Li Qingshan said, "Do you think I'll let anyone harm him with me around? Not to mention, it's not like he's a chick who's afraid of being stepped on no matter where he goes. Back when I first came out, who knows how much worse I was compared to him right now, but didn't I still manage to survive until now?" Feng Shiwu completely ignored Li Qingshan. He said to the little phoenix, "Take care of him. If I don't agree, even he won't be able to leave." "So, are you trying to use force?" Li Qingshan said furiously. "So what?" Their gazes clashed once again. The phoenix's nest woven from the divine Wutong tree turned into a tremendous restraining force. In this region of space, Feng Shiwu was the master. However, Li Qingshan took a step forward and gave off a violent aura. Even Feng Shiwu was unable to suppress him immediately. Over a decade of arduous cultivation was nothing to scoff at. A major characteristic of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was that it became more difficult the further it progressed, but it also became more powerful the further it progressed. After breaking through from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of the Phoenix transformation, as well as harmonizing fire and water a step further, his current strength was even greater than when he first entered the Phoenix's nest. At this moment, a figure arrived beneath the divine Wutong tree and entered the Phoenix's nest. Her clothes were extremely simple, but they were unable to conceal her beauty at all. Her face was expressionless, but her clear eyes gave off an indescribably mysterious aura. Little An had returned. Arriving in the Phoenix's nest, she saw how Feng Shiwu and Li Qingshan were currently at daggers drawn, staring at one another. She was slightly surprised. According to her calculations, the chances of them falling out were very low, unless irreconcilable conflict arose, such as the shattering of the Phoenix's embryo. However, the unfamiliar child was clearly the newborn little Phoenix. This should have been enough to make them friends. When she understood the entire story, she could not help but become rather at a loss as to how to react. As a result, she asked a question. She pointed at the little Phoenix and asked, "What's his name?" This. Only then did Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu suddenly remember this. Isn't naming the child something that a father should consider first? Feng Shiwu came to a realization. Yes, little An, you're the one who's the most sensible. I've almost become muddle-headed from anger from this bastard. I'll obviously be the one to do the naming. You better keep your mouth shut about those ignorant, incompetent people. Alright, I'll leave the name to you. Li Qingshan did not mind. So you do have some self-awareness after all. Feng Shiwu was very surprised. He just needs to follow my surname, Li. Li Qingshan smiled. That's intolerable. As a result, the old conflict was resolved with a new one. Little An shook her head and walked over to the little Phoenix. She felt like there was a need to observe this son that Li Qingshan had hatched. The little Phoenix took a step back in fright. None of the mental legacies he had received had given him the attribute of cowardice. Even when faced with tribulation lightning, he could face it fearlessly. However, little An, who could charm all living beings and was like a goddess, made him feel a sliver of fear, as if he had encountered an extremely dangerous monster. The Phoenix was a divine bird of eternal life, but the oath of the path of white bone and great beauty was to destroy all life. It was no longer bloodthirsty, but extermination. Little An stopped and thought, so it really is a divine bird? His bestial instincts had risen to a divine level. He had spent over a decade with the divine nun of the South Sea, yet she had sensed nothing. Instead, a newborn chick had sensed something. Feng Shiwu noticed this too. He glanced at little An in confusion and asked the little Phoenix, "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan smiled. "What's wrong? Frightened?" "I'm not frightened. I'm not afraid of anyone. I was just surprised earlier." The little Phoenix immediately widened his eyes before walking over to little An. He raised his head and gazed at little An, expressing that he was fearless. "As long as you're not afraid." Little An smiled and scooped up the little Phoenix. The little Phoenix shivered inside. Her hands were as warm as white jade, and she gave off the smell of sandalwood. The rare smile on her face was even more alluring, but it made him feel very uncomfortable. Actually, he was not too sure what he was afraid of. Of course, he had no idea that this sense of fear would accompany him for a very, very long time. As soon as little An let go, the little Phoenix flew out. Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu became hostile again, exchanging a few verbal blows. The atmosphere heated up, almost to the point of fighting. The little Phoenix clapped his little hands and cheered, "Fight! Fight! The stronger one is the first father." The child doesn't want to see the two fathers fighting among themselves. Little An appeared behind the little Phoenix again and pressed his hands against his shoulders gently. He lowered his head and asked, "Am I right?" The little Phoenix fell silent. Yes. Don't fight, father. I don't want to see it." Feng Shiwu replied with a question. "Little girl, then what do you think we should do?" Little An said, "Why don't we play rock, paper, scissors?" Feng Shiwu was taken aback before coming to an understanding. Rock, paper, scissors seemed like a child's game, but it was not that simple when it came to actual competition. Reaction speed, mental control, and most importantly, sensing the changes in the heavenly secrets. "That's a good idea. What do you think?" Feng Shiwu asked Li Qingshan. He personally believed he was a major realm of cultivation and a few minor realms higher than Li Qingshan, so he possessed an absolute advantage when it came to the heavenly secrets. Victory was guaranteed. I obviously have no objections to little Anne's idea. Li Qingshan smiled. I'm just afraid you'll go back on your word after you lose. Chapter 935. How is this possible? Feng Shiwu stared at his right hand in a daze. He raised his index and middle fingers, forming as scissors. On the other hand, Li Qingshan clenched his fist. It was clearly a rock, currently smiling resplendently. Feng Shiwu originally possessed absolute confidence in his heavenly secrets, but in the moment they clashed just now, he felt like all of the heavenly secrets had been shielded from him. He could no longer tell what Li Qingshan wanted to do. His mind became slightly flustered, and Li Qingshan grasped the opportunity, making a judgment based on the movements of his hand. In a split second, the outcome had already been determined. What's impossible about it? A loss is a loss. Do you accept it or not? Li Qingshan waved his rock at Little and before grinning at the little phoenix. My good son, you better follow your first father's surname Li. Mighty be first father. The little phoenix gave him a thumbs up. Qingshan, why don't we go out of 3 and win 2? Feng Shiwu whispered, forcing out a hint of pleading with great difficulty. Don't even think about it. Li Qingshan turned him down firmly. A large part of his victory this time was luck. Even though the spirit turtle shielded him from the heavenly secrets, it was impossible for him to see through Feng Shiwu's next move. If Feng Shiwu had not shown an opening, his chances of victory would have been less than 30%. If they went at it another 2 times, who knew what the outcome would be? Why, Feng Shiwu stammered for quite a while, but he was not a person who would go back on his word after all. His principles forced him to accept this result, but he was unable to accept it no matter what. I know Senior Feng feels indignant, but please think about it, Senior. Qingshan's strength may not be as great as Senior's right now, but what about a century later? It's impossible for the Phoenix's child to remain on Fire Melt Mountain forever under Senior's protection, and it's impossible for Senior to wander around. The 9 provinces are so vast, so who can protect him? Parents love their children, so they have far-reaching plans. Please think about it, Senior. Little and spoke tirelessly, unlike Li Qingshan, who spoke and acted without restraint. Her considerations for him were even more far-reaching than his own. Maintaining a good relationship with Feng Shiwu would bring him extremely great benefits. Not only was he a powerful ally, but he also had to continue practicing the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. If he wanted to break through to the 5th layer of the Phoenix in the future, the divine Wudong tree would still be the best place for cultivation. With Feng Shiwu's assistance, he could basically achieve twice the results with half the effort. Little girl, you're worthy of the word wise. Even though I know that you're cooperating with this brat to plot against me, I have to admit that what you said is very reasonable. If his surname is Li, then his surname is Li. If his second father is second father, then so be it. Feng Shiwu sighed. He was quite insightful. He could tell that Li Qingshan possessed tremendous potential and had a very great chance of ascending. He was indeed worthy of being called the first father. You should have done this long ago. You name it? Li Qingshan laughed heartily. Feng Shiwu had a plan a long time ago. After a moment of thought, he said, the Phoenix is male and the Phoenix is female. You might as well follow my surname for the second character, which is Feng. Yuan is the beginning. Your rebirth and reincarnation from today onwards, your lifetimes, will all begin today. That's why I'll name it Yuan. What do you think? Li Feng Yuan. Li Feng Yuan. The little phoenix murmured softly. His little face became more and more delighted. He straightened his posture and landed on his knees. He bowed deeply. Thank you for bestowing me with this name, fathers. I will never forget your kindness of rebirth. He raised his head, but there was no one before him. As it turned out, Feng Shiwu and Li Qingshan had moved to the side at the same time, avoiding his bow. Are the 2 fathers dissatisfied with me? Li Feng Yuan pouted. Feng Shiwu said, don't forget about your bloodline. Since you're the son of the Phoenix, you shouldn't bow to anyone, even us. Li Qingshan smiled. I hate kneeling to others the most, and I hate it when others kneel to me. As for your kindness of rebirth, that's even more bullshit. You don't owe us anything. Feng Shiwu and Li Qingshan exchanged glances and smiled. Li Feng Yuan sank into his thoughts. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes, and he leapt up from the ground and clapped his hands happily. I understand. It's not high nor is it low. It's not coming nor is it going. I definitely won't disappoint the two fathers. No, I won't disappoint myself. Little inside. It really was the legacy of the phoenix after all. This affinity for comprehension and spiritual qi was extraordinary. Feng Shiwu said, but I'll tell you the ugly truth first. As long as you don't gain my recognition, you can't leave Fire Melt Mountain. Qingshan, you have no objections, right? Hey, if you want to manage it, then so be it. I'll go consolidate my cultivation. Feng Yuan, learn well from your second father. There'll be a day when you soar through the skies. Actually, Li Qingshan had never been in such a mood in the first place. Time was far more important and urgent to him than Feng Shiwu. He wanted to advance as valiantly and diligently as possible so that he could fulfill the promise of the 9 heavens. It was just that he had never been willing to bow down to others, much less become the second son, which was why he wanted to compete. Now that the difference between them was clear, he might as well just leave the specific matters to Feng Shiwu. He had plenty of time anyway. He believed he would be even more qualified than him when it came to education. Not only did this child who was born as a god possess exceptional intelligence, but he was also born with great strength that approached demon kings due to many fortuitous coincidences and painstaking efforts. At the same time, he possessed an extremely great curiosity. If he was not properly guided, he would probably become a little demon, a great demon of chaos in the future. Even if he ignored the distant future, undergoing the third heavenly tribulation was only a matter of time. There was basically no possibility of failure. As a matter of fact, it would not even take him a lot of time. Meanwhile, even the 10 demon kings might not necessarily be able to keep a pure-blooded phoenix that had undergone the third heavenly tribulation at bay. Demon kings that regular birds and beasts transformed into were basically an entire major realm of cultivation before him. In this aspect, although Li Qingshan possessed many different bloodlines, resulting in many abilities, every single bloodline was impure after all. As a matter of fact, they even affected one another, so they paled slightly in comparison to the phoenix's bloodline. Of course, this was because he was too greedy. There was nothing for him to complain about obtaining the body of a demonic god as a mortal. Moreover, his bloodline would constantly strengthen until it became pure. At that time, even the supreme divine bird would be left in the dust. Li Qingshan left the phoenix's nest and sat down under the divine Wutong tree. Little and leaned against him gently and whispered into his ear, Qingshan, when you fell asleep, the world was already in chaos. The flames of war raged everywhere. Really? The Mist Province and the Green Province have declared war? Li Qingshan roused in vigor. Sniffing the faint fragrance of sandalwood from her, he felt refreshed. They've already declared war 2 years ago. There have been over a dozen major battles and countless smaller ones. 5 great cultivators have died, but they're in a semi-truce right now. Why? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. Because the 2 provinces are facing disasters, said Little N, the locust plague of the Green Province and the demon plague of the Mist Province. Chapter 936. Is it because of the Flying Locust King? If it was a normal locust plague, no matter how great the impact, it would only affect a single prefecture. At most, only the mortals would suffer because of it. How could the King Chu of Qingzhou stop the war because of this? Even an ordinary demon king would not be able to do this. Exactly. I don't know how he escaped from the Demon Suppression Hall. It's related to the time you entered the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall with that senior brother One Lamp. I never thought back then, but with the soaring Locust King's hatred towards the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, how could he let him go so easily? So that's how it is. But no matter how strong he is only one person. Could it be that there is no one in the Azure Province that can deal with him? There's something you don't know. His innate ability allows him to have countless incarnations, and it's hard to tell which one is real and which one is fake. The various parties in the Green Province have joined hands to hunt him down several times, but to no avail. At most, they can only eliminate a swarm of insects, but they can't find where his real body is. After all, he has suffered a great loss, so he is very cautious. The 72 demon monarchs of the past were indeed not weak. Even though they have been suppressed for thousands of years, they are not ordinary demon monarchs. Back then, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga only suppressed him. Looks like it wasn't out of goodwill, but there was nothing they could do. Only now have I learnt that out of all the demon kings in the world, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga is the only one who wants to suppress him. He leads a swarm of trillions of insects, and wherever he passes by, the ground will be scarlet. Humans, livestock, vegetation will all be devoured. It's said that over 100 cities and countless villages have already been destroyed. Over 10 million people have died to the insects. So ruthless. Li Qingshan frowned deeply. Once such a great demon king decided to go on a killing spree, it wouldn't just be a matter of eating a few people. Instead, it would be a matter of slaughtering a city and destroying a country. It would be even more terrifying than a natural disaster. If this situation could not be contained as soon as possible, it was unknown how many people would die in Qingzhou. Moreover, according to Little Anne's description, these locusts were clearly not ordinary insects. If this went on, not just mortals, but even some of the weaker Qi practitioners would not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. If that happened, the foundation of the Green Province's cultivation world would be destroyed. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga is probably going to summon us back. Perhaps they've already sent a message, except the King of Yu has blocked it. Little Anne's eyes were serene. Looks like it is. Aren't you going to ask me whether I want to go back or not? Li Qingshan asked. At the very least, they were still disciples of the monastery in name. Fire Melt Mountain was 50,000 kilometers away from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, separated by mountains and valleys. Even to cultivators, it was a relatively great distance, and he was behind enemy lines too, so the Chan Monastery of Devanaga could not order him around. You have to go back whether you want to or not. Little Anne smiled. The one who knows me best is Little Anne. Li Qingshan laughed heartily and kissed her cheek. Right now the Green Province was like a giant whirlpool. Once one stepped into it, there would immediately be all sorts of disputes. Here the Banyan Tree King was his friend, and the divine Wudong Tree would also protect him. But in Qingzhou the Dragon King of the Sea was his mortal enemy, and there was also the Soaring Locust King. Here he could use his complicated identity to transcend the war. The King of Southern Yu would not demand anything from him. But if he returned to the Green Province, both his identity and Little Anne's identity would definitely not allow him to remain uninvolved. However, he had to return as there were still promises he had yet to fulfill, debts he had yet to repay, and lovers he had yet to spend time with. He pursued power not to run away. If he only had to guard an empty mountain alone, what was the point no matter how powerful he became? As a result, he wanted to return. The current him was no longer the same as when he first came to the Mist Province. He was not confident that he could face any predicament or any enemy. I've been cooped up for so long, so it's about time for me to go out and take a walk. It'll be easy for me to reach a bottleneck if I cultivate alone. Alright, how's your cultivation going? I've already comprehended the third layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, but I'm lacking a lot of resources. Little girl, you must already have a plan in mind. Tell me about it, Li Qingshan urged. Do you remember the demon plague I mentioned earlier? Little Anne smiled. Oh, I haven't asked. What exactly is it about? The root of the demon plague still lies in Bone-Eating City. Little Anne told him everything about the demon plague. As it turned out, the demon domain had opened passageways to invade the world of the 9 provinces many times in the past. Although these passageways had all been sealed off after the battle, and the world itself could repair them, some of the larger passageways were difficult to repair. They could only be sealed up and suppressed, which was known as a land of demon suppression. Is Bone-Eating City a land of demon suppression like this? Li Qingshan had already learned about Bone-Eating City through the myriad poison ancestor a long time ago. That place was basically a living city of demon folk, so it made perfect sense for the Bone-Eating Shaman King to do something like that. No, or the King of Yu's estate wouldn't have been caught so unprepared. The demon suppression hall we visited in the past is a true land of demon suppression. It's watched over by your master, the Unraging Monk, all year round, so it's actually very safe. However, not all places of demon suppression have a large sect like the Chan Monastery of Devanaga watching over them. Even if they do, the demonic sects of the Mist Province are probably extremely willing to collude with demon folk. They might even possess greater power. Li Qingshan understood that these demonic cultivators could do anything as long as there were benefits. Yes, there are especially many places of demon suppression in the Mist Province. Demon chi surges into the air everywhere now. The demon folk have come again. A mere bone-eating shaman king can actually achieve something like that. Li Qingshan was rather doubtful. After the Battle of Fire Melt Mountain, he understood that even great cultivators were not invincible. It was not like the King of Southern Yu's estate was to be trifled with. Was it really impossible for them to not be able to handle a single one? A single bone-eating shaman king? The King of Southern Yu leveled Bone-Eating City to the ground a year ago. The bone-eating shaman king fled into the demon domain with heavy injuries, but in my opinion he only played the role of a guide, making the demon domain notice this place again. They saw an opportunity and launched another invasion. Actually, as long as demon folk are determined, they can still open a passageway here even without those places of demon suppression. So he's a guide. Li Qingshan could not help but recall the history of his past life. The invasions of other races were often inseparable from internal strife. The Great Xia Empire had stabilized the world and forcefully united the humans and demons, so the invasions of demon folk were pointless. Now that the world was in chaos, the humans, other folk and demons were all in conflict, unable to work together. If it were the Green Province, then so be it. Righteous sects like the Sword Collection Palace and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga still had the spirit to sacrifice themselves and purge demons, but in a savage land like the Mist Province where demonic cultivators roamed freely, who would be willing to risk their lives to fend off demon folk? There would probably be groups of guides. Looks like the king's estates of the two provinces aren't the only ones waiting for an opportunity to strike. Treating the 9 provinces as a chessboard is just a lie. No one can predict all the variables on this chessboard. I understand what you're trying to say. Since no one is willing to play the hero, then let's do it. Li Qingshan raised his head and gazed at the sky. The path of white bone and great beauty was destined to be built around massacres on a large scale, but let alone the fact that he disliked killing innocent people, even if he did not care at all from a rational perspective, indiscriminate slaughter would definitely lead to the rejection of the entire world. In the end he would be besieged from all sides. And these invading demon folk happened to be the best enemies. With a clang, he drew Tiger's Fang and pointed it at the sky. My blade is already dying of thirst. Several days later, 50 kilometers to the north of Fire Melt Mountain. Amidst the chain of volcanoes, there was a flowing river of magma. There was a small island. A small flower bloomed from the fiery red rocks. At first glance, it looked like a dandelion, but its color was bright red like flames. On the two sides of the river of magma, 2 shamans wielded weapons as they faced one another. One was a burly man with a head of messy, fiery red hair. The other was a skinny man with skin like charcoal. His body was tattooed with flame-like patterns. He stared at the red flower on the patch of sand greedily. Black Ghost, this is the King of Savage's territory. Do you really want to fight me? The burly man suppressed his voice, as if he would alarm something terrifying if he spoke any louder. You son of a bitch, the blood of regular fire devourers flows through your veins. Don't you know that the King of Savages hates fire devourers the most? If you alarm him, he'll crush you to a pulp with a single punch. Don't even think about taking the fire velvet flower from me. The 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain was a special blessed land. It nurtured many wondrous treasures that could not be found elsewhere. The fire velvet flower was one of them. However, the fire devourers were too powerful in the past, so outsiders could not approach this place at all. Ever since the fire devourers were destroyed, the King of Savages occupied the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain and entered secluded cultivation. Only then did a few bold shamans and cultivators approach this place to dig up some fire spiritual stones and so on. Let alone the fact that Li Qingshan was in the phoenix's nest and knew nothing about this. Even if he did, he would not care. These wondrous treasures were completely useless in his eyes. As time went on, more and more bold people gradually appeared. They constantly approached the depths of Fire Melt Mountain in a probing manner. After all, the closer they got to the main peak, the more good things there would be. Riches came from danger. Whether it was shamans or demonic cultivators, neither of them lacked courage in this aspect. Where there was interest, there would be conflict. Who knew how many times something like this had happened in the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain today? The two of them feared one another, but neither of them were willing to give up. Right when a great battle was about to erupt, a tender, clear voice suddenly rang out. You two bastards, what are you doing in my home? A fair-skinned child dressed in rainbow-colored feather leapt out of the magma. He glanced around with his intelligent eyes and seemed to understand the whole story. He said furiously, How dare you pick my flower? Do you believe me when I say I'll kill you with a single spit? The burly man and the black ghost were both taken aback. Their faces sank. They were both at the first heavenly tribulation. Otherwise they would never have ventured so deeply into Fire Melt Mountain. They could be regarded as powerful figures in their respective tribes and sects, revered by everyone. Now that someone had suddenly scolded them, their feelings could obviously be imagined. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he behave so insolently before me, the Fire Venerable? Are you tired of living? The burly man bellowed. His muscles bulged as he thought rapidly, this is clearly the king of savages' territory. I've never heard of a child like him, and he's so young, yet he speaks so boldly. He even says this is his home. Don't tell me he's a flower spirit from the fire velvet flowers? It all made sense if that was the case. So he was just putting on a show. The cultivation community did not care much about outer appearance or age, but just how powerful could a child of 2 or 3 years old be? He was probably just born. Most importantly, under the guidance of a certain Wutong tree, the child did not give off any powerful aura. His crude words and actions nullified the noble and mystical aura he was born with. Chapter 937. A streak of scarlet light pierced through the air, and the center of the burly man's forehead lit up. Suddenly there was a gentle breeze, and the light deviated slightly, brushing past his ear. The burly man only felt his ear heat up. Before he could even react to what had happened, he was still cursing, "You bastard, you've really grown tired of living. Just watch as your grandpa." Before he could finish, he saw the black ghost's face filled with shock and horror as he looked behind him. He could not help but turn around and discover a fiery red hole had appeared in the rock behind him. It went from thin to thick, running straight through the mountain. Even the rock that had withstood the flames of the earth for millions of years showed signs of melting. The burly man gulped. This did not seem like something a newborn flower fairy could achieve. If the hole had appeared in his head, then his 7-foot-tall body would be done for. As the saying went, you'll eventually run into a ghost after a long night. Fire Melt Mountain really was not a good place. Why did it deviate? Li Fengyuan scratched his head in doubt. Whatever, let's do it again. A shadow loomed over him, and a huge hand descended from above, pressing down on his tiny head and pushing it down viciously. Boom. The shoal split into pieces. Lava sprayed into the air as waves of air whistled through the surroundings. What's happening now? The brawny man and black ghost widened their eyes. When the smoke and dust dissipated, they saw a stalwart man squatting on the river of magma. He pressed the arrogant and despotic child's head into the magma with one hand. Ting Zhou collapsed and disappeared. The roar was obviously the result of the collision between the two. The child who had almost claimed their lives had been pressed to the ground with a single hand, which left them with a surreal feeling. From this person's appearance and strength, was he the king of savages, Li Qingshan? This thought made their hearts skip a beat at the same time. They had just dodged a wolf, only to be met with a fierce tiger. They really had not checked the almanac when they went out today. They were looking for death. Putting themselves in his shoes, if an outsider had invaded their territory and they had come to steal, then not only would they kill them, but they would even use all sorts of torture to serve as an example to others. Not to mention that the Savage King was famous for his ruthlessness. He would kill without batting an eyelid. His reputation was like the shadow of a tree. He was dead for sure. Thank you for saving my life, King of Savages. I've admired your great name since a long time ago and wanted to serve you, but unfortunately I wasn't fated to do so, so I've been pacing around Fire Melt Mountain the entire time just to see you. My dream has basically come true today. The burly man dropped to his knees with a plop and said in great emotion, a tear squeezing out from the corner of his eye. Black Ghost secretly scolded him for being soft. He couldn't say such shameless words. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Li Qingshan reprimanded Li Fengyuan. Brat, are you done yet? What did your second father teach you? Don't spit anywhere and don't swear. I don't think you took it to heart at all. The muscular man and the black devil were both startled. So this was really that child's home. If this child wasn't the Savage King's disciple, then he was his son. No wonder he was so fierce and overbearing. Moreover, hearing the King of Savages' words, their hearts turned cold. Not spitting or cursing was more important than their lives. You're the one who taught me all of this. Father Feng already said that I shouldn't have been like this. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. Li Fengyuan struggled as hard as he could, refusing to accept this. The river of lava surged, but how could he resist Li Qingshan's divine strength? Li Qingshan grabbed him by the neck and lifted him out of the lava. He crossed his arms and his face was filled with indignation. He could not help but smile. Don't listen to his nonsense. If it weren't for me, would you still be here? Spitting and cursing isn't some great crime. This is called being open-minded. Your second father doesn't understand that at all. He's as smart as a woman talking behind someone's back. Rumble. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain in the distance shook violently, as if it was about to erupt. Li Qingshan stopped talking and sniggered, only to discover that Li Fengyuan was smiling the same way as if he was saying, "Why aren't you talking anymore?" Li Qingshan could not help but shake his head. He really could not shirk this responsibility, so he changed the topic. "Why didn't you cultivate properly? Why did you sneak out?" "First father, I've come to see you off and get some fresh air." Li Fengyuan clasped his hands and smiled ingratiatingly. "You knew I was leaving?" Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. "We're father and son. I know exactly what you want to do, first father. You're begging me to take you with me, right?" Li Qingshan smiled. It's not like you're second father's opponent, so what's the point of begging you?" Li Fengyuan showed a hint of disdain. "You, don't try to provoke me. Anyway, your second father is right. Now is not the time. Go back." Li Qingshan let go. "You're still too weak right now. Your father has many enemies. When you fight, I might not be able to protect you. Don't worry, father. I'll definitely cultivate properly. When the time comes, I'll help you fight. I definitely won't get in your way." Li Fengyuan patted his chest and guaranteed. "All right." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He really did live up to his name. He really did suit his temper. He could not help but recall what Brother Ox had said in the past, so he said, "I'll be waiting for that day." Logically speaking, Li Qingshan's long dream was completely insignificant compared to the Phoenix's legacy, but Li Fengyuan's personality just happened to be deeply influenced by him. Even Feng Shiwu could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. All he could do was sigh. A piece of rat poop spoils the entire pot of soup. Then what do we do with the two of them? Li Fengyuan pointed. Li Qingshan glanced past them, and the burly man and the black ghost both shivered. Li Qingshan said coldly, "We can't let them leave here." Little Feng Huang'er's existence was anything but trivial. If it was made public, who knew just how many people would covet her? It was better to avoid trouble. The two of them felt like they had been struck by lightning. They called out, "King of Savages, show mercy." "All right." Li Fengyuan roused in vigor. He rubbed his hands and pursed his lips, showing no fear towards slaughter at all. "Don't kill them either." Li Qingshan could sense that to him, killing people was like a child crushing ants. What virtue or guilt? It was all bullshit. There was only the purest joy. This was not a good sign. Although he would not be able to avoid being dyed in blood, he had to understand the meaning of slaughter. Why? Li Fengyuan's face collapsed. He was very unhappy. "They even want to steal my flower." As he said that, he raised his right hand, which surprisingly held the fire velvet flower. "Since when?" Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback before breaking out into laughter. It really was a natural divine bird after all, the leader of the feathered species. In terms of talent alone, it was thousands of times greater than the cowherd boy of the past. "Because I'm stronger than you." Li Qingshan said sternly, "If you say you can't, then you can't." "First father, you're being unreasonable," Li Fengyuan called out. Feng Shiwu was a modest gentleman. When he interacted with Li Fengyuan, he paid special attention to the bearing of a gentleman. He was not as overbearing and unreasonable as Li Qingshan. "Father, my surname is Li. I'm the most reasonable." Li Qingshan smiled, making Li Fengyuan cry out in anger. "Anyway, you do as you see fit. I'm about to set off." Li Qingshan glanced out of the corner of his eye. Little and was floating on a distant mountain. "Goodbye, father. Fengyuan, I wish you victory in every battle and prosperity in martial arts." Li Fengyuan's expression was serious. He crossed his hands and bowed. His feathered clothes drifted about. Although he was very young, he already possessed a sense of composure. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He took a step through the air and arrived on the distant mountain. "Come and visit me when you have time." Li Fengyuan took a few steps forward, and a layer of mist covered his eyes. Tears trickled down his cheeks. They were all fire-red and translucent, landing on the fire velvet flower in his hand. They immediately bloomed even more resplendently. At the end of the day, he was still a child. He was not used to parting. Although they were not true father and son, and they had not spent much time together, he felt a special closeness to this father who had passed his surname to him. "Wait for me to return. If you can't take 3 moves from me, I'll kill you." Li Qingshan's voice rang out from afar. He had already disappeared into the sky. "All right." Li Fengyuan wiped his tears away and looked around. The burly man and the black ghost were secretly looking at him. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a good man cry before? You two bastards, get over here." The mountains rose and fell, the trees were dense, and the mist was continuous. Li Qingshan and Little and flew over 5,000 kilometers and arrived before Savage Mountain. They passed through the thick mist and arrived in a valley. The scene before him made him slightly surprised. There was a city in the valley. There were many temples and pavilions and it was bustling with noise. If not for the Banyan Tree King blocking out the sky, it would seem like the first time he had come to Savage Mountain. The Banyan Tree King's gratified voice rang out in his mind, "You're back." "I'm back. It's good that you're back. Someone has been waiting here for a long time." "Who is it? Who is it? Stop right there. How did you get in here? How dare you barge into my Savage Mountain?" A man with a painted face and a spear jumped out and questioned loudly. His gaze landed on Little Anne and he was unable to move it away. He revealed an infatuated expression. "I should be the one asking that." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He no longer purposely held back, allowing his aura to spread out as he strode towards the great banyan tree. The man with the spear shuddered. He felt like the tall man before him was growing taller and taller, blocking out the sky. He was like a mountain pressing down on him. The valley fell silent. Everyone raised their heads at the same time and their hearts beat like drums. A while earlier, a monk had been munching away in a noisy tavern. His face was dark and ugly, and his gray monk robes were covered in a layer of grease, turning it black and yellow. He wore a large string of prayer beads around his neck. From time to time people would greet him and joke, "Ugly monk, you really can't live without meat." The ugly monk would raise his head and open his oily mouth, revealing a simple and honest smile. The ugly monk had come to Savage Mountain over 2 years ago. Back then the two provinces had yet to formally declare war, and Savage Mountain had already developed to a relatively large scale. Many shamans and cultivators gathered here. Although it was no longer a place of escape like before, this was still the South after all. Finding a kind-hearted person here was even more difficult than ascending. The ugly monk's arrival disrupted this phenomenon. His simple and honest face displeased people everywhere. In the beginning some people thought he was faking it. There had never been a lack of actors like him here. However, gradually, everyone realized that was not the case. The ugly monk was truly naive. He did not retaliate when beaten or scolded. Instead, he tried to persuade people to be kind. The kind will be taken advantage of. This was basically a saying of wisdom. Persuading people to be kind was no different from cursing them. As a result, the ugly monk suffered even more beatings and curses. If it were not for the fact that killing was forbidden in the valley, he might have been beaten to death a long time ago. This continued until one day, when the people whom the ugly monk had tried to persuade countless times began to vanish one by one, but the cave masters remained silent. It was said that the ugly monk had turned into a monster and eaten the people who had gone missing. He was actually the direct disciple of the first cave master, the gentleman of heavenly blubber, which was why everyone became polite to him. However, the ugly monk remained the same. He remained simple and honest, persuading people to be kind. No one knew his name or Dharma name, nor did anyone know where he had come from or why he had remained here until now. The ugly monk suddenly raised his head and leapt to his feet. He said in surprise and joy, "First senior brother." Right when he was about to rush out of the tavern, he suddenly steadied himself with a frown. He shook his clothes and his monk's robes became as clean as before. He pulled himself together and there was not even a speck of dust on him. The greasy prayer beads around his neck recovered their crystalline luster, flowing with different colors of light. He had turned into a clean, ugly monk. He turned into a gray shadow and arrived before Li Qingshan. He brought his palms together and bowed. "First senior brother, do you still recognize me?" Chapter 938. Not long. It's only been 2 years. First senior brother, it's been 20 years since we last saw each other. So it's already been so long. Li Qingshan suddenly sighed. Just his secluded cultivation on Fire Melt Mountain had taken over a decade. Coupled with the years he spent in the south, it really had been 20 years. To mortals, 20 years was an eternity. Even though it was not exactly a period of time, it was still a period of time in which people had changed. However, to cultivators, it actually felt extraordinarily brief. Before him, the little demon folk he had saved in the demon suppression hall had already grown up before he knew it. Although he had yet to undergo the second heavenly tribulation, his cultivation was no longer weak. "First senior brother, master wants me to invite you back. Senior Banyan Tree King said you're currently in secluded cultivation, so I'll be waiting for you here." "I understand." Li Qingshan patted Duo's shoulder and continued towards the great banyan tree. Duo was afraid to rush him. He followed behind silently. From the beginning till the end he did not look straight at Little N at all. At this moment, a fatty the size of a mountain of flesh received him. He smiled from ear to ear. "My king, you've emerged from seclusion." Behind him were 7 or 8 cave masters, all of whom Li Qingshan had never seen before. They gazed at the king of savages before them with different expressions and bowed together. "Greetings, king of savages." "Second fatty, no, first fatty, you still haven't undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. I'm sick of being the king of savages." Li Qingshan smiled, but he did not stop. "You only know how to make fun of me, my king. How can I covet your throne? Even if I really undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation, I'll still be your subordinate." The gentleman of heavenly blubber's mountainous body caught up to Li Qingshan's footsteps with great agility. He took half a step back. "Allow me to introduce you, my king. These are the new cave masters of my savage mountain. There's no need for introductions. Just remember them yourself." Li Qingshan waved his hand. Let alone the fact that he was about to leave the Mist Province, even if he stayed here as the king of savages, remembering these people's names and origins was meaningless to him, so he might as well save himself the trouble. The new cave masters looked at each other in dismay. They had long heard that the king of savages was extremely arrogant. Now that they had seen it for themselves, it was true that he considered everyone beneath him. However, even the gentleman of heavenly blubber was behaving so subserviently, so they dared not act rashly. They followed behind him silently, which made sense to them. It would instead be abnormal if someone like him did not have some arrogance. Li Qingshan walked alone with the various cave masters following behind him. From time to time, there would be people following him from both sides of the street. They had to be people who had survived the heavenly tribulations and had some reputation. Miscellaneous people could only watch silently from the side. When the group of people walked by, they would lower their heads. The gentleman of heavenly blubber introduced the various changes that had occurred in the south during the decade or so that Li Qingshan had spent in secluded cultivation. The place that had changed the most was Savage Mountain. The current Savage Mountain was no longer the place of escape it had been in the past. After the myriad poison cult was destroyed, it had replaced it as the center of the southern border. Under the King of Savage's great banner, the gentleman of heavenly blubber and the other 2 cave masters waged war everywhere. Those who submitted to them would prosper, while those who opposed them would perish. They gathered people from various aspects of the southern border, forming an organization that was neither a sect nor a tribe, but more like a gang. "My king, your return is like a vicious tiger returning to the mountains, rallying everyone with a single call. King of savages is no longer enough to describe you. I think you can change it to King of the South. You'll unite the South and establish yourself as a king." The gentleman of heavenly blubber flattered. Actually, he was not lying. The myriad poison cult and the fire devourers had already been destroyed. The divine Wutong tree could serve as a powerful ally, while the merfolk of the South Sea could be regarded as allies. The 2 supreme human kings and demon kings of the Mist Province were extremely friendly with Li Qingshan too. Before he knew it, Li Qingshan had already made a name for himself in the Mist Province. All of the manpower and resources in the south were at his disposal. He truly was like a tiger crouching on a mountain, mighty and awe-inspiring. Duoj followed behind Li Qingshan and glanced around. He discovered that the cave master's gazes towards him had changed, becoming a little more respectful. As it turned out, he had the Banyan Tree King vouching for him, such that even if he killed a few villains who had committed countless crimes on Savage Mountain, the cave masters would not be able to do anything to him. However, their gazes towards him were rather hostile. After all, he had broken the rules of Savage Mountain, and there were plenty of disciples and followers of the cave masters among the people he had killed. A vicious, barbaric land like the South could not tolerate a Buddhist disciple who was so compassionate. He was basically imprisoned in the valley. If Li Qingshan refused to acknowledge him as his disciple upon his return, the cave masters would immediately swallow him alive. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was the most amiable to him, basically being recognized as his direct successor by outsiders, but he was prepared to swallow him whole at any time. However, after Li Qingshan acknowledged him as his junior brother, the gentleman of heavenly blubber would glance at him from time to time. He seemed even more amiable and kind. However, within his pride he also felt deep worry. Master is right. First senior brother is definitely not someone to be trifled with. He'll accomplish something no matter where he goes. Who knows how much more powerful his cultivation has become compared to 20 years ago, but will first senior brother return to the Green Province with me under these circumstances. Li Qingshan asked the gentleman of heavenly blubber a little more and learnt that Ru Xan was no longer on Savage Mountain. Instead, she found this place too noisy, so she had gone to the myriad poison cult to cultivate. He could not help but smile. She sure knew how to pick a place. In terms of blessed lands alone, the myriad poison cult could be regarded as the greatest in the south, except it was not as large as Savage Mountain. However, as a large sect, it was more than enough to serve as her personal dwelling. And while the myriad poison cult had been destroyed, neither the outer formations nor the internal structures were damaged at all. Their various functions were still present. Just the medicinal gardens inside were filled with many precious spiritual herbs, which were extremely suitable for alchemy and cultivation. In the past, he had ordered the myriad poison ancestor to cooperate with her to refine pills, but she did not waste this opportunity, taking control of the blessed land along with him. Then Li Qingshan asked, "I heard demon plagues are happening everywhere in the Mist Province. How's the south?" Actually, he had already learned from Little and that the demon plagues in the south were the most severe across the entire Mist Province. If the Mist Province was a land of wilderness, then the south was the wilderness among the wilderness. In the ancient times, it had been an important region for demon folk to invade, leaving behind many places to suppress demons. If it were not for the divine nun of the South Sea and the master of the sword pavilion running about everywhere, purging demons and protecting the righteous path, perhaps this place would have become the world of demon folk already. Savage Mountain would not even exist. However, he still wanted to hear the opinion of the gentleman of heavenly blubber, the actual commander of the greatest organization in the south. The gentleman of heavenly blubber deliberated over his words. There are a total of 21 demon caverns of various sizes in the south. 9 have been sealed up now, so there are still 12 left. Demon folk are extremely vicious and stubborn, just like the legends, and they become even more powerful and strange after demonifying. They're extremely difficult to deal with, so the second cave master has always been running about outside. What about you? Haven't you thought of a way to assist him? Li Qingshan stopped and turned around to ask. The dense group behind him immediately stopped, falling silent. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was left speechless. Who would be willing to waste their precious cultivation time and risk their lives to fight demon folk? The second cave master, the Marquis of Serene Sea, was under the King of Southern Yu's orders, so he was forced to run about and risk his life. The gentleman of heavenly blubber could not wait to watch the show from one side, eager for him to die in the demon plague. Why would he think about assisting him? I understand. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. How could he not understand what the gentleman of heavenly blubber was thinking? Actually, if it were not for the sake of finding resources for Little Anne's cultivation, he would never have thought about fighting demon folk either. Even if the sky collapsed, there were tall people to hold it up. Those great demon kings and great cultivators were not worried, so what was a White Hawk commander like him supposed to do? The so-called overall situation of the Mist Province and the entire world was something that only the King of Southern Yu and the Emperor of Great Xia had to consider. It was not because of how great they were, but because it had to do with their personal interests. To regular individuals, it was not that they could not see the long-term dangers of the demon folk's invasion, but if they lost their lives, what long-term benefits would there be to discuss? What are you following me for? You can all disperse. Go do whatever you need to do. Arriving under the great banyan tree, Li Qingshan glanced backwards and waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. The feeling of a vicious tiger returning to the mountains was quite nice, but tigers were solitary animals at the end of the day. They did not need too many people to follow them around. Most importantly, all the monkeys could provide were wild fruits. They could not satisfy the tiger's appetite, so all that was left was the vanity of lofty superiority. It was enough for him to experience it once in a while. Li Qingshan and Little Anne arrived on the great banyan tree. The banyan tree king asked with a smile, "Did you get along well with that fellow phone?" Chapter 939. Right now the sun was shining brightly. Even with the thick canopy of green leaves, there were still stars. Specks of light flickered. Li Qingshan spoke casually, as if he was not talking about the demon folk who had stirred up the world, but regular people. It was not because of arrogance. This confidence had been forged from his own slaughter. In the past, under the demon suppression hall, He had used the demon suppression statuary to kill tens of thousands of demon folk despite being unable to use his powers as demons. After so many years, his painstaking cultivation had not been for show. He could now use his abilities without any qualms at all. He believed he could put up a fight against any opponent he faced. Under the great banyan tree, the people who had yet to disperse all raised their heads. They were all stunned. Everyone knew about the horrors of the demon plague. A small part of the reason why Savage Mountain could develop to its current state was because of the demon plague. The shamans and cultivators in precarious situations had come here to seek protection. When they heard that, they gained a better understanding of the King of Savage's arrogance. Purging the demons? What? The great banyan tree swayed gently, and the light flickered with it. To enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, obviously. Li Qingshan smiled. Little An's path of white bone and great beauty was far too evil, just like his 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. He did not want anyone to know about it, so there was no need for him to go into too much detail. That's not wrong. The foreign invasion has overturned the universe. If you can do something about it, you'll have done the world a service. The Banyan Tree King did not delve too deeply into the matter. He switched to communicating secretly. It's just a pity that the world won't give me any benefits. That's not necessarily the case. The will of heaven is vast and unpredictable. Although it's different from living creatures, it still has its own laws and laws. Haven't you heard of the blessings of heaven? The Banyan Tree King said secretively. Over the past tens of millions of years, he had extended his branches high into the sky and plunged his roots deep into the ground, so he had an extremely deep understanding of the heavens and earth of this world. The wonders within were difficult to explain to outsiders. The godfolk have resisted the demon folk for many years. Isn't that a great service to the world? In the end, their divine kingdom still collapsed and they were reduced to other folk. Where are the blessings of the heavens? Li Qingshan was unconvinced. There's the will of the heavens above, and there's human affairs below. Do your best and be content with the will of the heavens. The blessings of the heavens aren't direct beneficence, nor will they directly participate in the changes of the world, but they are everywhere. I can't see it or touch it, so I still have to rely on myself. Li Qingshan spread his hands. The Banyan Tree King smiled and said, There is nothing wrong with relying on yourself. Since you have this intention, I will naturally lend you a helping hand. However, you have to consider this carefully. The more devil's dens you clear, the less pressure King Chu will face. Then he will be able to pour more power into the north. The King Chu will not be happy to see that. I'm still a Buddhist disciple and a White Hawk commander after all. This has always been my responsibility, so how can I care about their discord? I refuse to believe the Chan Monastery of Devanaga will blame me because of this. Not to mention that once I return to the Green Province, I still have to find a way to deal with that locust, so I might as well just let the two of them have nothing to worry about and fight to the death. Li Qingshan said. Little An had mentioned this before, but with how vast the world was, cultivation was the most important. As long as he and Little An both underwent the third heavenly tribulation, who cared who was happy? The King Chu would be more than eager to rope him in. The Soaring Locust King. Although he has been suppressed by the Chan Monastery of Devanaga for far too long and is still extremely weak right now, his cultivation is still there, and he's most skilled in devouring everything to recover. He won't be so easy to deal with. And don't forget that the lowest floor of the Demon Suppression Hall happens to be a demon cavern. It's probably not a coincidence that the Locust Plague and the Demon Plague started at the same time. He's just a demon's guide. Though, when there are too many debts, there's no need to worry about them. It's not like I'm missing one more enemy. Now that I've returned to the Green Province, I obviously have to find a way to settle my grievances. Li Qingshan said firmly. Then he thought of something and asked, I almost forgot to ask. What do you think about the demonfolk's invasion, fellow? Just like how demons and demons were inseparable, demons never had the moral values of humans. Even if this world turned into a demon domain, it would just be all the human cultivators becoming demonic cultivators. However, even the righteous cultivators of the current era would never hesitate when killing demons. Even if the environment did not become better, it was not exactly worse either. After all, the ancestor god that the bone-eating shamans worshipped was a demon god. I'm already very old. Although I personally believe I'm rather tolerant, I've grown accustomed to the current environment. If this world turns into a demon domain, I probably won't be able to adapt to it. The Banyan Tree King said slowly, but I can't make my children throw their lives at others over the stubbornness of an old man like me. Sure enough, old trees have many roots and old people have many words. You can just listen to what I'm saying. I see. You sure have hidden yourself well, old man? Li Qingshan broke into laughter. As it turned out, this demon king of the Mist Province was a warmonger. He advocated resisting the demonfolk's invasion, but he appeared to be a peacemaker to the outside world. In the past 2 years, he had drawn the demons away from the demon caverns as if it did not matter how the world turned out. This also touched on the conflict between the humans and demons. After all, no one had no standpoint. Even for the Banyan Tree King, who was renowned for his peace, as long as he had a standpoint, there would be pros and cons. He would not be able to avoid scheming and planning. If the humans suffered heavy losses after this great chaos, then even if the demons did not rule over the 9 provinces again, their days would still be much better. The king of Southern Yu has talked to me quite a lot, wanting me to take part in the battle. I'll treat you as one of my subordinates and deal with him. How's that? All right. As long as you give the order, I'll be at your beck and call. Though, are there any benefits in it? Li Qingshan rubbed his hands. Kid, you're still trying to act innocent after getting what you want. Earlier you wanted my advice and now you're asking for benefits. I'm just saying. I know the will of the heavens is unpredictable. There's no benefit in just being blessed. As long as you understand. Why don't you take out the mental map of the Mist Province? Under the Banyan Tree King's guidance, the various demon caverns of the Mist Province were all marked out, including the situation of each demon cavern, such as roughly how many demon folk there were, their general strength, who was currently suppressing them, and so on. Li Qingshan was sincerely convinced. This old tree king had a combination of spy satellites, computer analysis, and strategic planning. He felt like he had been enlightened. After a slight discussion with Little N, Li Qingshan decided to go from easy to difficult, choosing a demon cavern in the south. Right when he was about to set off, he heard the Banyan Tree King's voice again. Don't forget, I owe you a banyan fruit. Go get it from Towering City when you have the time. Li Qingshan grinned and patted the tree. I'll never forget it. The banyan fruit was the legendary fruit of wisdom, a crystallization of the Banyan Tree King's wisdom. It could enlighten one with wisdom, but it would not disturb one's mind. It was rather similar to the phoenix's legacy and extremely precious. Li Qingshan had once ingested one, and the effects were extremely impressive. It took a lot of effort for the Banyan Tree King to produce one too. This branch had already produced one before, so producing another would take another millennium at the very least. As a result, he could only get Li Qingshan to collect it from his main body. Li Qingshan had come to seek advice from the Banyan Tree King in the first place, so this fruit of wisdom was basically a free gift. He was showing great kindness. Chapter 940. A crescent moon illuminated the barren mountains, flickering in and out of the clouds condensed from black-red demon chi. It had also been dyed scarlet. A huge stone demonic formation was erected on the barren mountains. The jagged rocks were engraved with strange demonic inscriptions, standing in rings one after another. Demon chi surged into the air from the concentric rings, connecting the sky and the earth, spreading out into thick demonic clouds in the air. Looking down from above, people surged about on the barren mountains. The densely packed demon folk surged about like ants. Under the command of the demon generals, they carried the stone pillars to their designated locations. As the stone pillars were erected, the surging demon chi became denser and denser, shrouding the stars and moon. Although their bodies completely surpassed mortals, the arduous work still filled the demon folk with complaints. They were not the low-level corpses and ghosts of the hungry ghost realm. They also had normal emotions. Crack. With the crisp sound of a whip, a four-armed, four-legged demon folk supervisor swung the metal whip in his hand, lashing it viciously against the head of a slacking demon folk. His brain immediately burst open and he rolled down the mountain. This is the fate of anyone who dares to slack off. Keep working. Don't stop. The demon folk supervisor swept his metal whip and glanced down the mountain, smiling viciously. The slacking demon folk's corpse rolled all the way to the foot of the mountain, where it stopped moving. A while later, the corpse suddenly leapt up, rushing off into the jungle with half of its head still. Pairs of red eyes lit up in the jungle. Squeak, squeak. Black figures whizzed through the canopy, chasing after the fleeing demon folk and swooping down. As it turned out, it was a group of wild monkeys. These monkeys that should have been regular beasts had become abnormally vicious. Basically all of their fur had fallen off, revealing their muscular bodies and sharp claws and teeth. The prolonged, miserable cries of fleeing demon folk rang out in the jungle. The demon folk supervisor sneered a few more times. Humph, Everything within 50 kilometers of the demon cavern has been affected by demon chi. It's not just the wild beast. Even the trees have been demonified. It's just wishful thinking if you think you can escape with just your tough life force. The stronger your life force, the greater the pain you endure. However, when a demon general glared at him, the demon folk supervisor immediately stopped smiling. He thought viciously inside, "You're just a mere demon general. You might be slightly stronger than me, but you're still expendable. Even a few demon commanders have died. I'd like to see how long you can remain complacent for." Crossing a long, straight gully, he could not help but think of the majestic sword chi he had seen 3 days ago. He shivered inside. There were several dozen gullies like that on the barren mountain. The huge stone pillars had been cut in half smoothly. The demon folk's primary job was to repair the huge stone formation. In the center of the huge stone array, where the surging demon chi was located, there was a huge and strange purple-red ball of flesh floating in the air. Blue veins and blood vessels were densely intertwined, and thousands of tentacles with hideous sharp thorns were floating quietly. At first glance, they seemed exactly the same as humans, but at a closer glance, some of them had 4 or 5 eyes, while others had a pair of wings. Coupled with their strange, colorful attire, they seemed sinister and strange everywhere. At first glance, they were almost exactly the same as humans, but upon closer inspection, some of them had 4 or 5 eyes, some had a pair of wings, and they were dressed in strange clothes of various colors, giving off a ghastly and strange feeling. At first glance, they seemed exactly the same as humans, but at a closer glance, some of them had 4 or 5 eyes, while others had a pair of wings. Coupled with their strange, colorful attire, they gave off a sense of gloom and strangeness. The moon flickered in and out of view. The demon folk were currently in full swing. The purple-red ball of flesh suddenly trembled, and its thousands of tentacles straightened out as if it was searching for something. It was cautious. "Sir." The demon commanders began to move. Like statues that had sprung to life, they bowed towards the purple-red ball of flesh politely. "That sword cultivator has come again. Activate the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous and prepare for battle." An invisible thought radiated out from the purplish-red ball of flesh. The demon folk cast aside what they were doing and dispersed loudly, gathering towards the demon cavern in the center of the huge stone formation. The demon folk overseer swung his iron whip and sent a few demon folk blocking his way flying. He strode forward. The 12 stone pillars under the feet of the 12 demon marshals suddenly lit up with demonic light. The stone pillars on the periphery also lit up. In the blink of an eye, all the stone pillars were lit up, illuminating the entire barren mountain. The demonic chi faintly formed a majestic city wall. "I wonder if I can survive this time. That sword cultivator is even more powerful than regular demon kings. Even that big bastard, the Thousand Tendrils King, suffered greatly in their first clash. All he could do was maintain his demonified form. Those important figures have their own ambitions, yet they just have to make us risk our lives for them. What a bunch of kind-hearted people. They deserve to die, they deserve to die." The demon folk supervisor thought to himself. Suddenly he heard a strange, shrill whistle. Before he could even respond, a streak of light tore through the air and whistled over, killing its way into the grand city formed by the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Light shot out in all directions as sword chi surged. Wherever it passed by, demon chi split open and the stone pillars snapped. Swept by the residual sword chi, the demon folk were torn to pieces and scattered. The Thousand Tendrils King swung his tentacles madly, lashing them at the streak of light. At the same time, he radiated with invisible waves of demonic consciousness in an attempt to disturb his opponent's mind. However, the sword cultivator merged with his sword, twisting and turning between the tentacles and cutting through them one by one. His heart of the sword had been thoroughly tempered, so it was not affected at all. "Yi Duanhai, there will be a day when I flatten your South Sea Sword Pavilion and kill everyone close to you. I'll make you watch them wail until they die with your own eyes." The Thousand Tendrils King's roars filled the demonic clouds as demon chi surged. The newcomer was the master of the Sword Pavilion, Yi Duanhai. He said nothing coldly, completely disdainful of speaking to the Thousand Tendrils King. However, in less than 10 minutes he had pulled back. He felt rather helpless inside. Although he seemed to have gained the upper hand, he was unable to deal a fatal blow to the Thousand Tendrils King. And, under the influence of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, advancing was even more difficult than moving through the thick earth. His powers were depleted extremely quickly, so he could not fight for long. In that short period of time, the sea-splitting sword in his hand had become covered in a layer of gloominess, tainted by demon chi and demon blood. It would take quite a lot of effort to clean it up. If he just left it there, it would gradually turn into a demonic weapon, which would affect his heart of the sword instead. Of course, he could choose to put his life on the line or organize even more people to surround him, but once the situation went awry, the Thousand Tendrils King would immediately retreat to the demon domain. It would be impossible for him to pursue them, and the other demon caverns would receive the news and speed up their attacks. As a result, this was destined to be a war of attrition. Right now, all he could do was constantly wear them down, preventing the demon folk from gaining a stable footing. Eventually, there would come a day when they could no longer withstand the exhaustion and would retreat. However, he understood very well that this hope was minuscule. Compared to the previous invasions of the demon folk throughout history, this could only be regarded as a probe right now. It was not even a true attack, let alone a general attack or a decisive battle. Thinking up to there, he could not help but frown. Just what kind of state would the world of the 9 provinces fall to? Chapter 941. That's right. Yi Duanhai raised his guard instinctively. The sea-splitting sword in his hand thrummed slightly as he was slightly surprised. Since when did the Mist Province gain an expert like this? He can actually make me feel threatened. As a great sword cultivator, his heart of the sword was clear, allowing him to make a sharp judgment over the strength of others. Although the Mist Province had plenty of great cultivators and great demons, there were only a handful that could truly threaten him. Even if he was not their opponent, he could advance and retreat with ease. However, in that moment he could clearly sense that if he became enemies with this meteor, he could not even guarantee that. The meteor fell extremely quickly. Its target was the barren mountain. Yi Duanhai found the light to be rather familiar. He raised an eyebrow. It's him. The meteor arrived before him, and the wind and fire dispersed loudly. A handsome man with scarlet hair, scarlet eyes, and a pair of horns appeared. He was clad in scarlet demonic armor with an azura armament hanging from his waist. He withdrew his phoenix wings and clasped his hands. Pavilion Master Yi, long time no see. Li Qingshan. Yi Duanhai could not help but be slightly surprised. He praised, "You haven't wasted the past decade or so. Time waits for no one." Just when Li Qingshan was about to make small talk, the demon chi he gave off alarmed the Thousand Tendrils King. He called out, "You have a demon heart. You're also a demon. Lend me a hand and kill this sword cultivator. I have endless benefits for you." Li Qingshan sniggered, revealing his sharp teeth. He turned around and asked, "Brother Meatball, can you tell me in detail just what these endless benefits are?" Yi Duanhai grew even more cautious. He silently tightened his grip on the sea-splitting sword. He also doubted Li Qingshan's intentions for coming here. "Don't be rude. I'm the Thousand Tendrils King. Kid, the demon domain can give you whatever benefits you want. Once we take over this world, even making you the lord of a province won't be an issue," the Thousand Tendrils King tempted him. "Really?" Li Qingshan behaved like he was interested. "Really?" The Thousand Tendrils King waved his tendrils like a human waving his arms to increase his persuasiveness. However, he was secretly mocking them in his heart. These people from the outer domain are really stupid. They have a demonic heart, but they actually trust others. Yi Duanhai pulled away from Li Qingshan and reminded him, "Li Qingshan, don't forget who you are." "Pavilion Master Yi, don't worry. I just want to see how much I am worth. I heard that in order to rope in the cultivators of the 9 provinces, the demon region would put out a lot of good items." Li Qingshan waved his hand and abandoned Yi Duanhai. He approached the demon cavern, arriving at the edge of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. "That's right. The demon domain has opened its doors wide to convert people into demons. People like you who possess a demon heart are even more fortunate. As the saying goes, the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. Pick up the butcher's knife and immediately become a demon. Don't hesitate and quickly convert to the demon domain. I can see that your demonic nature is not weak and you will soon become a demon king. In the future you might even surpass me and become a demon emperor." The Thousand Tendrils King saw how tempted Li Qingshan was, so he spared no effort in persuading him. The demonic senses he gave off vaguely possessed a soul-stirring charm. "But I don't want to be the lord of a province. Can I ask for something else?" Li Qingshan tilted his head. "What do you want?" For example, this ball of flesh." Li Qingshan pointed his finger straight at the Thousand Tendrils King's original body. "What did you say?" The Thousand Tendrils King said furiously. Ha, I can tell you're reluctant to part with it. Whatever, I'll just take it myself. Li Qingshan smiled resplendently before suddenly widening his eyes. The nightmare tiger's demon eyes. A scarlet tiger appeared behind him. Its body was as large as a mountain, flickering in and out of existence. Only its eyes were extraordinarily focused, staring at the Thousand Tendrils King. Glancing past from the corner of his eye, the barren mountains fell silent. The demons were all shocked, while the weaker demon folk felt like they had fallen into a nightmare. The Thousand Tendrils King trembled as well, becoming slightly distracted. By the time he returned to his senses, Li Qingshan had already vanished from where he was, appearing in the center of the formation before the demon cavern. He raised his right hand gently, and with a clang Tiger's Fang left its sheath. In that moment an extremely sharp streak of light whistled through the air, cutting through the surging demonic qi in a single stroke. Yi Duanhai was alarmed. Even among great cultivators he ranked towards the top in speed with his sword, yet Li Qingshan had actually surpassed him. The power of the strike was even more startling. That's only because I've weakened the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous by a lot, but that's already extremely terrifying. He hasn't even undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Among demons, the ones with the fastest speed were obviously those with feathers, and the phoenix was the god of feathers. Li Qingshan had pushed the phoenix transformation from the second layer to the fourth layer, which increased his speed tremendously. Li Qingshan turned around again and produced a circular blade aura, swinging out a second time. Wherever the blade aura reached, the 12 demon commanders could not even demonify in time. They were swallowed up by the blade aura and reduced to smithereens. After what seemed like a very long time, the 12 stone pillars collapsed. The 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous had fallen. The demonic clouds in the sky dispersed, and a crescent moon shone down on Li Qingshan. His long scarlet hair that drifted in the air had yet to touch the ground. Yi Duanhai finally stopped worrying. Li Qingshan had not come to submit to the demon folk, but this was the Li Qingshan in his memories. Even when he was weak he refused to lower his head, let alone now. The demon qi around the demon cavern was extremely dense. Even great cultivators would feel uncomfortable if they stayed here for a while. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath, and the demon qi surged in, channeling it into his demon heart. His demonic armor became even more resplendent. There was not a single part of Li Qingshan that feared demon qi. The ox demon and tiger demon were demons in the first place, so the phoenix demon and spirit turtle were even less afraid of measly demon qi. The demon suppression statuary directly used demon qi as a resource. To regular cultivators, this was the greatest disturbance and obstruction, but it was instead a form of assistance to him. Li Qingshan lowered his head and took a look. Tiger's Fang had devoured the essence blood of the 12 demon commanders, filling up with blood-red light once more. With a flip of his wrist, the blade rose up into the air. A streak of light rushed into the sky, directly towards the Thousand Tendrils King in the air. You're also a demon, so why do you become a lackey of humans and oppose us demons? The Thousand Tendrils King suddenly discovered that he had completely underestimated Li Qingshan's strength. He did not need to undergo the third heavenly tribulation. He was already a demon king right now, and he had to sacrifice over a dozen more tentacles to block the streak of light. Bastard, don't put me on the same level as you. Tiger's Fang in Li Qingshan's hand conveniently recovered its blood-red light. It became even more bloodthirsty and thirsty. It was not as precious as the sea-splitting sword. It did not care whether it was the corrupted blood of demon folk or not. As long as it was blood, it was fine. It was not picky at all. What a blade! Li Qingshan praised. Although he had used Tiger's Fang plenty of times in the past, it would usually only be 3 strikes. After 3 strikes, it would no longer be of much use and he would even have to expend his own blood. Only now did it truly unleash its wonders. Enemies with huge bodies and powerful regenerative abilities were basically the best targets for him to test his blade on. Shrill whistles rang out by his ears. The tentacles danced about madly, lashing towards Li Qingshan like long whips. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He stood still and did not move at all. 100 streaks of blade aura shot out like 100 flowers. When the tentacles fell in, they seemed to enter a meat grinder, being ground to pieces. Demon blood poured down, sucked clean in the air. Every streak of blade aura sucked the demon blood as it cut through the tentacles, allowing him to instantly recover. He swung his blade even faster than usual, actually seeming like he had swung out 100 times at the same time. Moreover, Every single strike was even more powerful than Yi Duanhai's sword qi. As a result, the Thousand Tendrils King was unable to approach him even though he had many tentacles. Haha, I really should use the blade. Li Qingshan's blade style still had traces of the path of the sword in the beginning, but they gradually vanished completely. He unleashed them as he wished, moving freely and freely. As Yi Duanhai recovered his strength, he sighed in amazement inside. This kid already seemed extremely powerful normally, but he was even more impressive in battle. Suddenly he thought of something and warned, "Be careful." The Thousand Tendrils King, who had been hovering in the air without moving the entire time, suddenly smashed towards Li Qingshan's head with a speed that did not match his colossal body. A huge eye opened up on the ball of flesh. It was completely blood-red, interweaving into strange demonic patterns. It stared at Li Qingshan and radiated with powerful demonic intent. Li Qingshan paused and 1,000 tentacles swarmed down, drowning him out. In that instant, rocks flew everywhere, and the barren mountain shook violently. I've been too careless. How can a demon king be so easy to deal with? Yi Duanhai had suffered from this move before, so he was constantly on guard. He dared not use his full strength. He drew his sword and was about to lend a hand when a metallic hum suddenly rang out from the entangling tentacles. Nice ball. Li Qingshan's figure expanded, turning into a towering demon. He broke free from the tentacles and unfurled his pitch-black iron-like arms, grabbing the falling ball of flesh firmly and hefting it on his shoulders. Boom! Li Qingshan's feet sank in. The barren mountain seemed to turn into a small slope, immediately collapsing. Li Qingshan's waist bent down, and the sound of metal twisting rang out from his bones. However, he possessed the strength of the earth. His strength came from the ground and was endless. He held off the Thousand Tendrils King firmly. After the Thousand Tendrils King's tentacles were severed, they would always regrow very quickly, wrapping around Li Qingshan layer by layer to kill him. The sharp barbs pierced through his skin, injecting the venom of the demon domain. Yi Duanhai glanced around and suddenly discovered a beautiful woman in simple clothes had appeared above the Thousand Tendrils King at a certain time. Even he had almost failed to sense her. She was not just concealing her presence. Instead, she had no presence at all, like a piece of withered wood. Pale white flames burned in the depths of little Anne's clear eyes. She held a shiny white bone sword in her hand. That sword. With his sharp understanding of the path of the sword, Yi Duanhai immediately sensed that the sword in little Anne's hand was different. It did not give off a particularly sharp aura, but it made him feel a sense of fear for some reason. He could not allow that sword to harm him. Little Anne swung the sword casually without any presence at all, as if she was writing or painting. Not only had she studied the Buddhist Dharma with the divine nun of the South Sea over a decade ago, but she had also completely comprehended and fused the path of the sword from the cursive sword calligraphy, which even left a great sword cultivator like Yi Duanhai in amazement. The Buddha-slaying sword stabbed into the Thousand Tendrils King's body. Compared to his colossal body, it was only equivalent to a thin needle, and the wound was no different from the eye of a needle. Arg! The Thousand Tendrils King let out a miserable cry. With his regenerative abilities, even if Yi Duanhai and Li Qingshan slashed him, they would not be able to harm him, much less behave like this. However, after receiving a gentle strike from little Anne, he was like a punctured balloon, rapidly withering away. Demon blood and demon qi sprayed out from the tiny eye of a needle. Chapter 942. I'll kill you, little Anne said indifferently. His clothes drifted about as he flickered, avoiding the entangling tendrils and drawing his sword back. The Buddha-slaying sword in his hand was just as translucent and bone-white as before. It did not seem to possess any power, but the damage it caused was even more lethal than Yi Duanhai's strike. In terms of quality, the Buddha-slaying sword could not even match up to the sea-splitting sword that Yi Duanhai had refined for many years. It could not produce such magnificent light, nor could it vary as much. It was only extraordinarily tough and sharp. Only after ripping apart the enemy's body could its power be demonstrated. Even if it was just an insignificant scratch, it would become a fatal injury. Li Qingshan faced him head-on, drawing his attention, while little Anne used this opportunity to launch a sneak attack and deal a fatal strike. This was a tacit understanding they had developed ever since they roamed the Jianghu. It was still effective against a demon king right now. Well said. Li Qingshan pressed down hard with his hands, and the power of tremors whistled out. Immediately, many illusionary black cracks appeared around his hands. Wherever the cracks reached, the tendrils all snapped. The 1,000 Tendrils King rapidly shrank. He could no longer regenerate his severed tendrils. Not only did he have to suppress the terrifying sword wound, but he also had to fend off Li Qingshan's terrifying power of the ox demon. Arga! A crack suddenly appeared on the huge ball of flesh like a huge mouth. There was even a tongue in there, producing a sharp but soundless howl at Li Qingshan. Invisible waves of demonic consciousness spread out in all directions. The demon folk on the barren mountain all collapsed, their souls forcefully ripped apart. In the surrounding jungle, demon monkeys fell from the treetops. All the creatures within a range of 100 kilometers died on the spot. Even Yi Duanhai felt his soul receive a powerful blow. He dismissed his thoughts in a hurry. The 1,000 Tendrils King sensed life-threatening danger. He was about to throw his life away. Li Qingshan felt his head buzz. His ears rang and his soul surged. The 1,000 Tendrils King used this opportunity to extend his huge tongue and lick Li Qingshan's face viciously. He licked away half of his face, revealing his hideous facial bones. What delicious flesh and blood! I will remember your taste. Your name is Li Qingshan. Don't worry, I will not forget this enmity. I will let you see your loved ones die in front of you one by one. As the 1,000 Tendrils King cursed viciously, he rapidly fell towards the demon cavern. In an instant, more than half of his body entered the demon cavern. You want to escape? Li Qingshan punched down, the billowing demonic aura transformed into the power of vibration. The punch landed on the void and cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning. It was as if a painting had been shattered and even the moonlight was split apart. Impossible. The 1,000 Tendrils King was terrified. A power that could destroy space was extremely rare even among demon kings. How could a fellow who had not even undergone the second heavenly tribulation do it? With this inconceivable feeling, his body split into hundreds of pieces. Originally, the current Li Qingshan did not have the ability to shatter the void. Even if he underwent another heavenly tribulation, he could only make those illusory spatial cracks a little more visible. This was because the space of a world was extremely stable. If it was that easy to shatter, the world would have been torn apart long ago. The crux was that the demon cavern was a passageway that connected two worlds. The space was extremely unstable. Li Qingshan had used this move before to kill the corpse king from the hungry ghost realm. Now he was merely using the same trick again. Haha, great strength creates miracles. Li Qingshan was very satisfied with the effect of this punch. Even he did not dare to touch those black spatial cracks. You can't kill me. I will return. Every piece of the 1,000 Tendrils King's flesh turned into a brand new ball of flesh. They opened hundreds of eyes and stared at Li Qingshan viciously. The hundreds of mouths spoke at the same time. Just like that, they passed through the collapsed demon cavern and escaped towards the demon domain. Then come back. Gravity of the earth. Li Qingshan spread his hands and used his ability. If the 1,000 Tendrils King was still a single entity, then even Li Qingshan might not have been able to keep him busy with his colossal body and tough body. However, now that he had split into several hundred pieces, he was nowhere close to fending him off. The several hundred balls of flesh were pulled over by an invisible force, flying out of the demon cavern again. Every single eye was filled with fear now. Boom, 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 boom. Li Qingshan punched out with both fists, shattering the space around the demon cavern even more. He diced the several hundred balls of flesh into thousands of pieces. Little and used this opportunity to swing the blood sea banner. A river of blood swept up the pieces of flesh one by one. The skull prayer beads scattered in the air, turning into skulls that spat out the samadhi flames of white bone as they cackled. The pieces of flesh were either sucked into the river of blood or set alight by the samadhi flames of white bone. Their colossal bodies and powerful flesh became the best resources for the path of white bone and great beauty. The river of blood surged and the flames roared, swallowing the corpses of countless demon folk on the barren mountain. By the time Little N stowed the blood sea banner away and Li Qingshan had reverted to human form, the surroundings had already become clean. There was not a single demon folk to be seen. The lonely moon shone with clear light, landing on the barren mountain. Only the two giant footprints and the countless shattered spatial rifts were proof that a battle had taken place. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and stretched his arms. Demon kings aren't that difficult to kill. However, he also understood that the huge ball of flesh had first been weakened by Yi Duanhai, then suffered a sneak attack from Little N, and in the end, Li Qingshan had blasted open a spatial crack. Its original path of escape had become a fatal trap. It had suffered from the right timing, geographical location, and people. It would be difficult for it to survive even if it wanted to. Yi Duanhai, who was watching the battle, was stunned too. He had clashed with the Thousand Tendrils King several times, but he had not even managed to force him into the demon cavern, much less kill him. He had actually been finished off cleanly by Li Qingshan and Little, and when they worked together. He could not help but find it a little unreal. After calming down and imagining it, if he had been encircled and ambushed by them instead, his life would also be in danger. Of course, if Yi Duanhai threw all caution to the wind, he could force the Thousand Tendrils King into dire straits. However, the Thousand Tendrils King would definitely drag someone down with him before he died, and that would be almost certain death. It was impossible for Yi Duanhai to perish together with his enemy. No cultivator would do that either. The main reason why Li Qingshan was bold enough to face the Thousand Tendrils King head-on was because of the Phoenix's Nerva. If you're bold enough to perish together with me, I'm bold enough to die with you once. Alright, one down. Li Qingshan returned to Yi Duanhai. Thank you for weakening this bastard, Pavilion Master Yi, which was why we could kill him successfully. Otherwise, just the formation alone would be enough of a headache. There's no need to be so polite. Even without me you can still kill him. Yi Duanhai could not help but re-evaluate Li Qingshan and Little An. During the battle on Fire Melt Mountain, Li Qingshan had spent most of the time working with Gong Yuan, while Little An had never taken action. Although he had played a crucial role in the victory of the battle, only now had he completely demonstrated his strength, so he could not help but take him seriously. Though I do have a request. I hope you won't make the exact details of what happened tonight known, Pavilion Master Yi. It might come in handy against the demon kings of the other demon caverns. Do you think I'm a talkative person? Yi Duanhai had realized a long time ago that what Little An used was definitely not a Buddhist technique, or in other words, the two of them did not seem like Buddhist disciples at all. They had far too many secrets that they did not wish for others to learn about. Compared to demon folk, they were probably even more reluctant for the Chan monastery of Devanaga to learn about them. Chapter 943. Why have you come here? Yi Duanhai hesitated, but he still could not hold back his doubts in the end. To help her cultivate. Li Qingshan pointed at the collapsed mountain. Little and bathed in the moonlight, currently cultivating with her eyes closed, digesting, the Thousand Tendrils King and the demon folk. Beneath her inhumanly beautiful face would appear a vicious skeleton from time to time, but it was only a fleeting glance. Even with Yi Duanhai's cultivation, he was unable to see it clearly. However, he was 100% certain that it was a powerful demonic art, and the white bone sword was definitely not used to protect the Buddhist Dharma. I see. And I had thought you also had the heart to uphold justice and purge demons? Yi Duanhai said in a self-deprecating manner. Hoping that two existences that had transcended the boundaries of humans would have thoughts like that was a little presumptuous. However, the reason why he asked this was because he felt a sense of worry or even a hint of fear. The soaring Locust King had already proven in the Green Province just what kind of destruction a great demon could cause once they decided to wreak havoc. Once the two of them completely matured, they would probably be even more terrifying than 10 soaring Locust Kings. By then, with just a single thought, they could influence the entire world of the 9 provinces. There were in the past, but as for now there's not much left. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. Who hadn't dreamed of being a chivalrous hero? They wanted to use their swords to uphold justice in the world. However, as they grew stronger and stronger and stood taller and taller, they instead felt like they could only control themselves. Let me treat you to a drink. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. Originally he thought Yi Duanhai would bid farewell in silence, so he smiled. All right. Now that you mention it, I've realized it's already been over a decade since I've had a drink. The two of them sat down on the lush crown of a large tree and took out 2 jars of alcohol to drink. They conversed slightly. An hour later Little An stopped cultivating and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Yi Duanhai had already bid farewell, shooting off as a streak of light. The hot, moist night wind of the south blew past the crown of the trees. The trees swayed and rustled. What did he say? Little An asked. Nothing much. Just a few words of advice. He's probably afraid I'll fall into the wrong path. Is it useful? You know, I've never liked to use my brain and I can't think of complicated things like good and evil. I only know that I'll mess with whoever wants to mess with me, and I'll mess with whoever I don't like. In short, there's nothing wrong with becoming stronger. How's that? Simple enough, right? Li Qingshan had once struggled with the dual identity of a human and a demon. In the end, he understood that standing on his own side was always the right thing to do. He simply blurred out the various identities and did what he wanted to do. Yes. Little Anne smiled faintly. Her ethereal eyes rippled with the moonlight, revealing her trust from the bottom of her heart. Therefore she did not need to worry about good and evil, Buddha and the devil. She only needed to accompany him on a very simple path. Let's go to the next demon, Denver. Qingshan, if this continues, I might be one step ahead of you. Little Anne was confident that the accumulation of her Tao heart was already sufficient. All she lacked was resources. As long as she continued to devour and absorb, she would soon be able to cross that threshold and transcend the third heavenly tribulation. That would be for the best. Though I won't fall too far behind either. Li Qingshan knew he was currently fatigued after over a decade of valiant progress. Killing demon folk could be regarded as a form of relaxation. Little Anne, on the other hand, had built up her foundation, so there was a great opportunity for her to break through. However, no matter who broke through first, their strength would increase qualitatively. The wonders of the path of white bone and great beauty were probably no weaker than the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Let alone everything else, just the skull prayer beads alone would allow her to continue refining them after undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. Every single skeleton demon would possess the strength of a demon king. Even if they were extremely weak demon kings, they did not have so many tricks up their sleeves. However, when several dozen of them swarmed together and worked together, just who in the world could stop them? Who's there? Li Qingshan suddenly frowned and raised his head to bellow. An invisible wind swept out, and a depression appeared in the sea of trees, expanding in all directions. A mountain of clouds in the sky collapsed and dispersed, and a familiar figure appeared. Divine Nun of the South Sea. Master. The Divine Nun of the South Sea brought her palms together. She was still dressed in the same shabby black robes as before. A sliver of sorrow and fury appeared on her plain and stern face as she stared straight at Little Anne. Divine Nun, why have you come? Why aren't you lending a hand when you're watching us purge the demons? Li Qingshan found the situation rather troublesome, so he chose to strike first. Just what cultivation method do you practice? Who are you exactly? The Divine Nun of the South Sea did not answer his question, asking sternly instead. Little Anne wanted to say something. An apologetic and sorrowful expression appeared on his face, but as soon as he met the Divine Nun of the South Sea's gaze, his expression melted like snow, recovering his expressionless appearance. He knew any explanation would be useless. At most, Yi Duanhai felt that this was an evil or demonic cultivation method, but as one of the few great Buddhist cultivators in the world, it was impossible for the Divine Nun of the South Sea to not sense the disobedience and blasphemy towards the Buddhist Dharma. It was probably even more despicable than demon folk who could not distinguish right from wrong. Demon folk were only enemies, but she was a traitor of Buddhism, just like the white bone bodhisattva. Nice. You've hidden yourself so well. We've been together for so many years, yet I actually failed to see through your true face, and I even wanted to take you in as my successor. The Divine Nun of the South Sea laughed from extreme anger, feeling even more sorrowful. She had not come here by chance. She had specially searched for Little Anne. Although she had been busy suppressing the demon plague in the past 2 years, she still cared very much about this disciple of hers. She would go to Savage Mountain to look for him whenever she had the time. Although she was a step too late, she still managed to find him through the decree she had left on Little Anne. It was a prayer bead similar to the one the unraging monk had given to Li Qingshan. Not only could it call for reinforcements, but it could also protect his life. It could unleash the precept of the 4 parts, equivalent to her full strength. Even if she encountered a third heavenly tribulation opponent, she could block it for a while, allowing her to rush over and save him. Little Anne wanted to learn the Buddhist Dharma from the Divine Nun of the South Sea, so she obviously could not accept it or remove it as she pleased. However, she never expected her to come at a time like this. After all, no matter how meticulous she was, it was impossible for her to calculate everything, let alone the fact that she was a great cultivator. Please calm down, Abbess. Little Anne didn't do it on purpose either. Li Qingshan shrugged. It was impossible for any secret to remain hidden forever, let alone his own strength. His identity as a demon was still a taboo to him many years ago, but now it had already leaked everywhere. A lot of people knew about it. Little Anne's avatar of white bone beneath her great beauty was no different. However, he did not find this to be a big deal. After all, Little Anne had not used mortals for cultivation. Just now, the battle had truly purged demons and defended the righteous path. However, he discovered very soon that he had still underestimated people of religion. Shut up. Li Qingshan, so many years have passed. Do you really think I know nothing? The Green Province isn't the Mist Province, and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga doesn't want demons either. Even the Golden Cicada Spirit King was expelled in the past, let alone you. Thank you for keeping my secret, Divine Nun. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. If it weren't for, sigh. The Divine Nun of the South Sea let out a sorrowful sigh. Originally, she wanted to say it was for the sake of little Anne, but she had touched her sore spot again. She had wandered the South Sea for many years. If it were not for little Anne, who was considering how to accept her as a disciple, she would never have paid attention to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga 50,000 kilometers away. Although she had sensed that there was something off about Li Qingshan's identity, she did not find the bloodline of demons particularly unacceptable as she came from the Mist Province. After all, even the Bodhisattvas of the West had demons as mounts. It was a good thing for them to convert to Buddhism. Since you can keep a secret for a demon like me, Abbess, then little Anne can be regarded as a proper Buddhist disciple. Even if he secretly practices some demonic arts, he still has a good heart. Look, we just killed a demon king earlier. Li Qingshan did his best to defend little Anne, not because he was afraid of the Divine Nun of the South Sea, but because he felt very embarrassed. After all, the Divine Nun of the South Sea had always treated little Anne rather well. If she treated little Anne well, then she treated him well. As a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and grievances, he did not want to fall out with someone who had helped him. Shut up. Don't ever mention the words Buddhist disciple again. Our Buddhist school is vast, but we don't have a disciple like that. The Divine Nun of the South Sea pointed at little Anne and became stricter and stricter, radiating with an invisible pressure that made even Li Qingshan's breathing halt. That was not just power but the spirit of a successor of laws as well. Can you still be reasonable? It's our fault for lying to you, but we also have our own difficulties. Can't killing a few demon kings and saving millions of lives make up for it? Chapter 944. The Divine Nun of the South Sea stood above the clouds and among the stars, gazing at the two demons with indescribable fury and disgust. Unlike Li Qingshan, a secular disciple, only little Anne, who had ventured deeply into Buddhism, understood what the path of white bone and great beauty meant. That was a true enemy of the Buddha. It revolted against Buddhism from the very beginning, even more so than demons and demon folk. No Buddhist cultivator could tolerate it, let alone the Divine Nun of the South Sea who originated from the school of Vinaya. Any explanation would be superfluous. She made an absolutely rational decision in a split second. Apart from matters related to Li Qingshan, she had never experienced any emotional fluctuations. She would kill the Divine Nun of the South Sea right here. Little Anne met the Divine Nun of the South Sea's gaze calmly. Her clear, deep eyes were emotionless. There was neither regret nor any so-called guilt. This was a temperament that the Divine Nun of the South Sea had once praised greatly, but now she only felt her heart grow colder. Although they had not spoken a single word, Li Qingshan already understood little Anne's plans. However, this was definitely not the outcome he wanted to see. He had always been particular about distinguishing between kindness and grievances. He would always seek revenge, but he would never owe anyone anything. Yes, there's no need to say anything more. One will come back to the South Sea with me. Swear to never leave the clear precept nunnery and you still have a chance at survival. Otherwise, it won't just be the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. All the Buddhist disciples in the world will be your enemy. The Divine Nun of the South Sea let out a long sigh and said resolutely, recovering her solemn expression. Golden, totem-like Sanskrit characters appeared on the back of little Anne's right hand. It was a decree the Divine Nun of the South Sea had left behind. The decree glowed with a hazy, resplendent, golden mist, which extended from the back of her hand and enveloped her entire body. Immediately, all of her powers were restrained. The Divine Nun of the South Sea had never thought the straw she had left her with in the past would become a shackle that bound her. When she recalled everything that had happened over a decade ago, her heart ached slightly. She sighed. Don't worry, I'll be there with you until the day you realize your error. Little Anne was still calm and expressionless. Perhaps she couldn't be considered callous, but she was truly emotionless. As the hazy golden light spread, a pale white flame silently burned under her white clothes. With a loud bang, it broke through the bindings of the golden light. She had already turned into a sparkling white skeleton. As for that decree, it was still tightly attached to the bones of her hand like a maggot in a tarsal bone. However, it was only a remnant trace, as if it was a kind of obsession. She stretched out her left hand and wiped it gently, erasing the last trace. It was also a break. "Wretched disciple, you," the divine nun of the South Sea said in exasperation. "Master, I've studied under you for many years. Just a law decree isn't enough to control me, and I won't be restricted by you," Little Ann calmly said. She, who had turned into bones, appeared even more cold and emotionless. "If that's the case, then let's have a showdown. Let me see just how impressive your demonic arts are." The divine nun of the South Sea waved her hand, and a ring of light appeared behind her, shining with majestic and dignified light. "Divine nun, why must you push us so hard? It's not like we've done anything outrageous. Are you going to kill us all just because of a cultivation method?" Li Qingshan still could not understand. I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming back with me?" The divine nun of the South Sea completely ignored him. She only asked Little Ann. Before Little Ann could answer, Li Qingshan called out, "Don't even think about it." "All right then. Today I'll purge the demons and clean up the sect." A tattered Buddhist scripture appeared in the divine nun of the South Sea's hand. She began reciting it sternly. Her voice was ancient and awkward. "The desire to guard against evil. The prohibition of the 4 demons. The path that transcends the world. No precepts, no grandeur. This is the essence of the 3 elements. The cave of all benevolence. The school of Vinaya isn't skilled in battle. It focuses more on restraining rather than directly injuring the enemy. The divine nun of the South Sea rarely clashed with others either. She's not even as powerful as the Thousand Tendrils King. If we work together, we should have over a 50% chance of killing her," Little Ann communicated. The Buddha slaying sword was already in her hand. Li Qingshan grabbed Little Ann's hand and pulled her behind him. "She's been very kind to you. Don't do anything. If we don't eliminate this person, there'll be endless problems in the future." Little Ann could obviously understand what he was thinking. She could only understand what he was thinking. However, if they did not kill the divine nun of the South Sea today, their secret would definitely spread across the world. His plan to return to the Green Province would come to a premature end before it had even begun. "We work hard to become stronger. Not only do we have to do what we want to do, but we also have to not do what we don't want to do. Leave this to me. I'll teach this old nun a lesson and make her wake up." Li Qingshan smiled at Little Ann. He did not blame her for her decision. However, he would not change his principles so easily for the sake of the pros and cons. Little Ann nodded gently. She would support all of his decisions. At this moment, the divine nun of the South Sea's chanting became even louder. The entire region became solemn and solemn. Li Qingshan and Little Ann were like 2 criminals, awaiting the judge's verdict. However, Li Qingshan was not one to admit his guilt. He laughed aloud. "Divine nun, eat my punch first." Immediately, he turned into a scarlet streak of light and shot off. Precept of the 4 parts equals body of precepts. The halo behind the divine nun of the South Sea shone brightly as she pointed at Li Qing. Buddhist light enveloped him, and a string of prayer beads suddenly appeared in Li Qingshan's hand. He donned a set of monk's robes, and his scarlet hair drifted about. He completed the process of tonsure and ordination. Benevolence immediately filled his heart, repenting for all his malice. "Divine nun, don't forget that I'm also half a Buddhist disciple, nor do I have any intentions of harming you. I only hope that we can calm down and talk." Li Qingshan paused slightly before continuing on his way. His mind had been tempered in the Clam King of Mirage Sea's illusions, and he had the spirit turtle to suppress his mind. The divine nun of the South Sea's techniques were profound, but they were not particularly effective against him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the divine nun of the South Sea and threw a punch. Precepts of the 4 parts equals precepts. The divine nun of the South Sea chanted as she formed a seal with her hands and swung them at Li Qingshan. Immediately, Li Qingshan felt his demon chi disperse. He could not even use the power of tremors. All of his abilities and techniques were useless. However, he agreed with Little Ann's view more and more. The techniques of the school of Vinaya really were not suitable for open battles, especially in one-on-one battles. Even without abilities, his strength of the ox demon was nothing to be trifled with. It lacked some sharpness and murderousness, but the power was solid without any falseness at all. In the nick of time, the divine nun of the South Sea took out a simple disciplinary ruler and swung it at Li Qingshan's head. If he were a regular great cultivator, he would be in danger of having his head splattered, but to Li Qingshan, even if he took it head-on, it would not be fatal. Just like what Little An said, the Divine Nun of the South Sea isn't even as great as the Demon King when it comes to killing. At this moment, a strange expression appeared on the Divine Nun of the South Sea's face. Her hand seal changed again and she said sternly, "Precepts of the four parts equals precepts." Li Qingshan's body stiffened. He was immobilized, but he did not mind. The effects of the precepts would not last for too long. Even if he allowed the Divine Nun of the South Sea to attack him as she pleased, she would not even be able to rebirth him once. Chapter 945. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back, but all he saw was the Divine Nun of the South Sea lunging towards Little An. He never expected the Divine Nun of the South Sea's obsession to run so deep, but he was not too worried. The techniques of the school of Vinaya were extremely profound. With his current reactions and speed, he could only take them on and not dodge them. However, they also had fatal flaws. Firstly, they could only be used a limited number of times, and secondly, if they were forcefully broken through, the user would suffer a backlash. During the Battle of Fire Melt Mountain in the past, Li Qingshan had praised the Divine Nun of the South Sea's methods, but he had also seen these two flaws extremely clearly. Just as Little An had said, the Divine Nun of the South Sea was not someone skilled in battle. Trapping him and using the opportunity to deal with Little An seemed clever, but Little An was no pushover either. Forcing her into battle would only hasten her defeat. Little An waved her hand gently, and a string of skull prayer beads flew out, turning into hideous skulls. The skulls burned with the samadhi flames of white bone, and their strange cackles were breathtaking. They circled around and assembled into the skeleton demon formation, protecting her in the center. Heretic path of evil, decree forbids. The Divine Nun of the South Sea bellowed out and immediately drowned out the skeleton demon's strange cackles. Wherever the golden light permeated, the skeleton demon seemed to sink into mud. The entire skeleton demon formation slowed down and stopped operating. The Buddhist Dharma is boundless, and the decree forbids demons. The Divine Nun of the South Sea tossed the scripture in her hand into the air, and it scattered into golden pages. They were as large as doors, surrounding Little An and closing in on her. Little An was unfazed. With a wave of the Blood Sea banner, a river of blood whistled out, rushing left and right to support the golden pages. Not only was it unrestrained by the Buddhist light, but the tainted blood splattered, and even the Buddhist light dimmed. Damned disciple. The Divine Nun of the South Sea became even more distressed. A disciplinary ruler suddenly appeared in her hand. It was made of bamboo and glossy black, with 3 words engraved on it, mind-binding as precepts. It did not seem particularly special, but it gave off an ancient and profound aura. It happened to be a Buddhist treasure. Abjuration. The Divine Nun of the South Sea raised her disciplinary ruler high into the air and suddenly spat out a single word. The ruler spat out a blinding radiance, bringing with it an incomparably merciful intent as it chopped down on Little An's head. Wherever the ruler went, the skeleton devil formation would immediately collapse. The surging river of blood was split into 2, and its impetus was solemn and murderous. It was like a heavenly tribulation or divine punishment, and it wasn't inferior to the ocean-splitting sword at all. Kill? Little An brandished the Buddha-slaying sword. He infused all of his swordsmanship into this one strike and it met the ruler. Clang. The ruler and the sword clashed. Master and disciple. Face to face. They were so close yet so far away. The Divine Nun of the South Sea's face was filled with murderousness, grief and fury, while Little An's beauty faded away, returning to a skeleton that gave off no aura at all. The Divine Nun of the South Sea was a strict person, and Little An went without saying. Even in the decade or so she had spent wandering, she had rarely been so close to him. However, this act of intimacy was to kill him. The stalemate only lasted for a split second. Waves of air whistled out, and Little An was sent flying as a result, falling into the sea of trees. With a great rumble, thousands of huge trees were destroyed, creating a huge pit. A soybean-sized nick appeared on the ruler, and a crack appeared on the Buddha-slaying sword. Little An's current strength was still not enough to contend against the Divine Nun of the South Sea who had struck out in anger, but she did not need to fend for too long either. Right when the Divine Nun of the South Sea was about to pursue him, she suddenly clutched her chest and grunted. A sweet taste appeared in her mouth. Li Qingshan shuddered and forcefully broke free from the Divine Nun of the South Sea's discipline. Although he was not as powerful as the giant god of fire from Fire Melt Mountain back then in terms of strength, The power of the discipline had weakened drastically when the divine nun of the South Sea split off her attention to deal with Little N. Seeing how Little N had been sent flying, Li Qingshan flew into a rage. "Old damn nun, you're looking to die." He sucked in a deep breath and blew hard. A fierce gust of wind whistled out, twisting and coiling towards the divine nun of the South Sea like a 100-kilometer-long snake. The tiger demon's breath. The divine nun of the South Sea extended her hand and waved. The golden pages blocked behind her before raising the ruler and lunging towards Little N. Little N raised her head and looked over. She thought to herself, "Master, the pincer attack is complete. Just how long can you last?" She swung her right hand downwards, and skulls rushed towards the golden pages, biting down on every single page firmly. The gust of wind was no longer obstructed. It shot straight in, striking the divine nun of the South Sea's back. The divine nun of the South Sea seemed to be unaware. All she could see was Little N. She was filled with exasperated fury as she swung the ruler again. Boom. In a split second, the crater became several times larger and deeper. Thousands of towering trees fell like straws. At the bottom of the pit, Little N knelt on one knee. She held her sword with both hands, blocking the ruler. The cracks on her sword expanded as if it could break at any time. The samadhi flames of white bone continued to burn quietly in her eye sockets. The fierce gust of wind descended, slamming into the divine nun of the South Sea. Her black robes ruffled and ruffled as the protective light around her tottered. The wind left a bloody mark on her stern, withered face, but she did not seem to notice it at all. Even the wind was unable to drown out her furious bellow. "Damn disciple, why don't you kneel?" Little N could not hold on any longer. She fell to her knees as pale white flames flickered in her eye sockets. Even with her intelligence, she had never expected the divine nun of the South Sea to kill her so recklessly. However, upon further thought, it was all because she practiced this cultivation method. "You're looking to die." Li Qingshan descended from the sky with a fierce gust of wind. He unfurled his wings to the limit, and his fist was completely enveloped in shockwaves. He did not hold back at all with his strength and abilities, pushing them to the limit as he hurled them viciously towards the divine nun of the South Sea's back. The divine nun of the South Sea was not a demon king or demon king. Her body was not particularly tough. If the punch landed, her body would immediately collapse and even her soul would be damaged. However, she seemed to have lost her mind. All she could see was Little N. She had no intentions of dodging at all. Li Qingshan suddenly frowned. He changed his fist to a palm, dispersing the shockwaves and withdrawing some of his strength. With a thump, the divine nun of the South Sea vomited a mouthful of blood. It shone with golden light and landed on Little Anne's skeletal body, but it was immediately melted away by the samadhi flames of white bone. Little Anne swung her sword backwards, stabbing it towards the divine nun of the South Sea's forehead. Right when the divine nun of the South Sea was about to be beheaded, a huge hand extended over and grabbed the sword firmly. Little Anne glanced at Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan shook his head gently. He let go of the Buddha-slaying sword. "Divine nun, you're not our opponent. Originally we should have killed you today, but for the sake of Little Anne's kindness, we'll spare you. Don't oppose us anymore." Li Qingshan obviously understood this, but the crux of the issue was when he should be tolerant and when he should be resolute. The heavily injured divine nun of the South Sea was no longer a threat. This should have been the perfect opportunity to kill her, but he clearly separated his debts of gratitude and grievances. Even if there were endless troubles in the future, he was unwilling to go against his conscience. "One will, oh one will. We've been together for over a decade and you even remember a demon, yet you're so vicious and heartless." Blood flowed from the divine nun of the South Sea's mouth as she stared straight at Little Anne. Her face was filled with sorrow. Little Anne's attack had failed to harm her, but the coldness and heartlessness it revealed had deeply wounded her heart. Li Qingshan saw this and could not help but sigh, but he understood extremely well that Little Anne was not vicious. Instead, she was heartless and emotionless. "Hasn't Master always praised my temperament?" Little Anne said calmly. During the years she traveled with the divine nun of the South Sea, she had experienced many worldly entanglements, but she had always remained unfazed and untainted, which earned the divine nun of the South Sea's admiration. She felt this was the bearing a disciple of the school of Vinaya should possess. "I was wrong. How can heartless people have a heart of benevolence?" The divine nun of the South Sea suddenly changed the topic. Whatever. One will, from today onwards, I'll formally accept you as my direct disciple. You'll inherit my legacy. Are you willing?" Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. The old nun sure had changed her attitude quickly. Was she going to try to appease him now that the forceful approach had failed? He found this to be rather inappropriate, but he immediately dismissed his doubts. With him present, even if the divine nun of the South Sea wanted to drag them down with her, she would not be able to. At most, she would allow him to undergo Nerva once. If the divine nun of the South Sea wanted to die that much, then that would be perfect. He would definitely not stop her. However, she would not be so unwise, so he nodded at Little Anne. "I'm willing." Little Anne brought her palms together and lowered her head. Since he did not want to kill the divine nun of the South Sea, she could keep the secret by easing their relationship. "All right." The divine nun of the South Sea laughed. The sorrow on her face suddenly vanished, and she recovered her solemn expression. She extended her skinny right hand and placed it on Little Anne's head. "I'll pass on the cultivation method of the school of Vinaya to you now." After passing on the cultivation method, the divine nun of the South Sea said, "The appearance has form, and you can distinguish it by looking at it. The first is the law of the precepts, which describes its function. The second is the body of the precepts, which only discusses its nature. The third is the practice of the precepts, which briefly shows your cultivation. If you don't distinguish the appearance, you won't know a single thing about the law, the body, or the practice. So why is that? The law has no other law, but the appearance is the law. The body has no other body, but the appearance is the body. The practice has no other actions, but the appearance is the movement." Suddenly Li Qingshan felt uneasy. He saw the divine nun of the South Sea's skinny right hand suddenly turn into golden liquid that flowed down. At a closer glance, the golden liquid was condensed from countless Sanskrit characters as thin as dust, directly seeping into the white bone. Little Anne suddenly gripped the Buddha-slaying sword, but he was unable to move. Li Qingshan had already taken a step forward and grabbed the divine nun of the South Sea's wrist. "Divine nun, we've already come so far, so what tricks do you still want to play?" He clenched his other hand into a fist. He had made up his mind. If she continued to be stubborn, he would no longer show any mercy. "I know I'm not your opponent alone and I don't have any tricks to play. However, since she's my disciple, I will take responsibility for her until the very end. One will, just what kind of demonic art did you use to turn you into something like this? Let go." Li Qingshan threw a punch, directly piercing the divine nun of the South Sea's body, but it did not feel like he had struck something solid. The divine nun of the South Sea was as calm as before, without the slightest pain. There was even a sense of transcendence, as if she had attained enlightenment. Our fate as master and disciple has come to an end. Although it's only for a moment, I believe this is the benevolence of the Buddha, allowing me to redeem you. In the future you must inherit the precepts and devote yourself to the Buddha." When she reached there, she suddenly shone brightly, turning into countless golden Sanskrit characters that surged towards Little Anne. She poured all of her cultivation into her body, as if her white bone was coated with a layer of dazzling gold. This was a sarira as well as a precept, a form of restriction. The disciplinary ruler fell to the ground, and the pages drifted down, combining into a scripture and landing before Little Anne. Li Qingshan picked her up and asked in concern, "Are you fine? What did the old nun do?" Chapter 946. Li Qingshan asked, "Then what's she doing?" Little Anne raised her right hand. It glistened like it was forged from gold. The pale white, transparent samadhi flames of white bone radiated out, turning back into flesh and blood. Her originally rosy white face seemed rather pale now, and the new skin was deeply imprinted with golden Sanskrit as if it was something she was born with. She tried to use the path of white bone and great beauty, and the golden Sanskrit immediately shone with a warm Buddhist light, suppressing the white bone sarira she had obtained through arduous cultivation. She stammered, "She suppressed my path of white bone and great beauty, wanting me to switch to the cultivation method of the school of Vinaya. She went as far as to sacrifice her life just for that?" Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. He struggled to understand the old nun's thoughts. Just how precious was the life and cultivation of a great cultivator? How could she give it up so easily just so that her disciple could switch to a different cultivation method? Yeah, isn't it hilarious? I tricked her for over a decade and she even gave up her life in the end, channeling her cultivation into my body. As long as I give up on the path of white bone and great beauty and switch to the cultivation method of the school of Vinaya, I'll be able to undergo the third heavenly tribulation easily. Little Anne laughed gently, but Li Qingshan was unable to laugh. He could also tell that there was no laughter in her voice at all. Instead, there was a hint of pain and bewilderment in her clear eyes. Over a decade of time and space suddenly flooded back. Her pale memories were suddenly dyed with various colors, deeply engraved in them. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that the divine nun of the South Sea did not just want her to switch to a different cultivation method. She also wanted her to have a heart. However, with a heart came regret, struggle and pain. He embraced her firmly in his arms. It's not like it's your fault. That old nun was the one who thought too highly of herself. Qingshan. Let's go to the next demon cavern. If this continues, my samadhi flames of white bone will be extinguished. Little An suddenly grabbed his hand firmly. Her expression was conflicted, but it was mostly filled with determination. The countless golden Sanskrit characters had seeped deeply into her bones, wanting to completely cripple her path of white bone and great beauty. Do you think it's settled? No matter what path you want to take, I will support you. Li Qingshan's feelings were rather mixed. He was not just shocked by the divine nun of the South Sea sacrifice. Was little Anne's sacrifice any less? Unable to appreciate any beautiful scenery, unable to taste the taste of delicacies, everything was for the sake of cultivation, and then risking life and death again and again to help him fight against powerful enemies, sacrificing more than just one life. If there was a chance, she would be able to regain these feelings. Even if it was just that ignorant little brat from back then, wasn't it good for her? Stupid Qingshan, don't think of leaving me behind again. Little An extended a hand and stroked his cheek. No matter how profound the cultivation method of the school of Vinaya was, how could it compare to the path of white bone and great beauty that came from beyond the 9 heavens? How am I supposed to keep up with him? Holding the Buddhist scripture and the disciplinary ruler in his hands, he opened his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, master. I still don't like you that much. Good days and bad days will come with me." Li Qingshan curled his lip. He unfurled his phoenix wings and kicked up a fierce gust of wind, whistling through the air. "Is there a demon cavern over there?" Little An asked. "How are you supposed to fight with me in your current state? Find a place and get some proper rest first. I'll deal with the demon folk. I'll definitely feed you until you're full." Little An agreed and concentrated on circulating the path of white bone and great beauty, doing his best to fend off the invasion of the countless golden Sanskrit characters. In the myriad poison cult, the pavilions, terraces and buildings remained the same, giving off a gloomy and mysterious aura. However, they were covered in a layer of the dust of time. Under the illumination of the setting sun, they seemed especially desolate and cold. Wuxia sat in the pill cauldron and cultivated. She was as warm and translucent as white jade, becoming even purer and flawless. Suddenly she sensed something and stood up, leaving the hall and raising her head. A streak of resplendent scarlet light tore through the air and landed on the stone square with a boom. Over a decade had passed. Meeting an old friend again, Wuxia could not help but smile. "What's the hurry? Are you being hunted down again?" "What's wrong with little Anne?" Li Qingshan did not have the luxury of time. He handed little Anne to Wuxia carefully. "Help me take care of her." Wuxia's arms sank. Her body that was supposed to be as light as a feather actually became as heavy as metal. The golden Sanskrit characters lined her skin solemnly, filled with an inviolable, unshakable solemnity. Along the way, Li Qingshan had tried to help little and suppress the golden Sanskrit characters, but they had already completely merged with her body and even her mind. Little An had studied the Buddhist Dharma for many years. Although she had gone there with the exact opposite intentions, she had already comprehended the various essences of the Buddhist Dharma. Anyone who could comprehend to her level was an eminent monk of Buddhism who had achieved complete enlightenment. She was only able to maintain her emotionless attitude due to the influence of the path of white bone and great beauty. Once this tranquility was shattered, how could she not have a heart towards the Buddha and the desire for salvation? How could the white bone bodhisattva not have a heart towards the Buddha and the desire for salvation? What made her waver was not the divine nun of the South Sea, but the Buddha in her heart. Li Qingshan glanced at little and deeply again. Without saying anything else, he turned around and flew off. Wuxia reacted quickly, grabbing him by the shoulder. "What's going on exactly? Your cultivation has progressed rather quickly, but if I didn't stop, your hand would have been ripped off." Li Qingshan came to a halt. He was rather surprised. Although he had not purposefully dodged, just the grab alone demonstrated that she had not wasted the past decade or so. All right. Uncle Li, you're so full of yourself. We as young cultivators admire you. Please tell us just what's going on, Uncle Lee? Ru Xian curled her lip. Who would just toss someone aside like that? You can just ask Little N for the details. If she's willing to talk to me and if I'm willing to talk to her, I can obviously ask her. Ru Xian glanced at Little N in her arms. She was also a clever person. Back in the 100 schools of thought, she could already tell that Little N was different. When this girl looked at people, she was no different from looking at an object. She would never try to warm up to someone who gave her the cold shoulder. Sister Ru Xian, I'm willing to talk to you. You can ask me. Shaoan stuttered. Ru Xian was immediately taken aback. As she gazed at the delicate young lady in her arms, she actually felt like she could not help but pity her. What the hell? This was also the reason why she did not want to have too much contact with this little girl. It was obviously not the art of charm, but it was even scarier than that. After getting along with her for a long time, she could not help but be tempted. Did you hear that? I'll be back soon. Where are you going? What are you doing? The Devil's Den. Hunting. Li Qingshan was about to fly away, but he heard Little N say again, the South Sea. Li Qingshan was slightly stunned, but then he nodded to show that he understood. The wind whistled and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the sunset and flew to the South Sea. He really trusts me. After all, you're his treasure. Ru Xian couldn't help but reach out and pinch Little An's face. She had a kind of joy of taking advantage of someone in danger. Tell me, how do you want me to take care of you? Are you sick? Let go. Little An stared at Ru Xian unhappily. Chapter 947. Li Qingshan flapped his wings with all his might, gathering strong winds as he flew faster and faster. Not long after, he arrived at the edge of the continent. The sparkling waves appeared before his eyes, vast and boundless. He had arrived at the South Sea. His eyes lit up and his mind opened up. He flew even faster until he reached the depths of the South Sea. He folded his wings and dove into the sea. The magnificent crystal palace stood in the depths of the sea with mere people coming and going. Suddenly, the mere people looked up and saw a scarlet light falling from the surface of the sea. In an instant, it stretched into a scarlet line and disappeared into the abyss behind the crystal palace. At the bottom of the abyss, the mermaid queen was cultivating. She held the heart of the abyss in her mouth and communicated with the distant ruins of End. She allowed the cold and quiet feeling to fill her mind, and threads of deep, cold power spread throughout her body. The ice crystal accessories on her body were all dyed in a layer of dark black, and even her mermaid silk dress had similarly changed color, adding a bit of a silent and mysterious temperament to her originally cold and noble appearance, making one unable to look directly at her. Suddenly, she sensed something and opened her eyes. She frowned slightly and asked coldly, "Why have you come? What? Is Her Majesty not welcoming me? I remember that I almost became the son-in-law of the Crystal Palace." Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed, completely ignoring the Queen's majesty that she was emitting intentionally or unintentionally. Cut the crap. Why have you come? Gong Yuan closed her eyes again. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Li Qingshan walked towards her. Gong Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill as if countless swords were stabbing at him, forcing him to stop. However, the surrounding seawater did not freeze. Li Qingshan was secretly amazed. Sure enough, her cultivation had advanced even further. However, he had no intentions of stopping. He arrived before her against the coldness and extended his hands, placing them on her icy cold shoulders. He said with an extremely sincere gaze, "Help me out." Gong Yuan's body trembled slightly. In her thousands of years of cultivation, there was only one man who could get close to her, and he was the only one who dared to touch her unscrupulously. However, after experiencing countless hugs and cuddles, she seemed to be able to accept such a slight offense. However, anger suddenly surged in her heart. She opened her eyes and said, "Why? Where were you when I needed your help? Didn't I help you take down Fire Melt Mountain? Even if you want to dual cultivate, I'll cooperate." Li Qingshan had no idea where her anger had come from. "Then I'll have no more value, right?" Gong Yuan sneered. The memory of the empty seat from more than 10 years ago was still fresh in her mind, and it made her feel bitterly disappointed. "Why do you say that?" Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand where her anger came from. He had completely forgotten the banquet more than 10 years ago. Even if he remembered it, he wouldn't think it was a big deal. So what value do you have that you can use now that the king of savages has come in person? Li Qingshan was rather confused, but at the very least he understood one thing, which was that the queen was very unhappy. If he asked her to help him purge demons right now, it would definitely fail, and she just happened to be the best helper for this matter. Demon kings were not that easy to deal with, especially the demon kings that guarded the edge of demon caverns. Defeating them was already very difficult, and killing them was even more difficult. During the battle against the Thousand Tendrils King, if it were not for Yi Duanhai weakening him first and little and launching a sneak attack from behind, it was basically impossible for Li Qingshan to succeed alone. Every single demon king had gone through countless storms of blood in order to grow up as a regular demon folk. The cruel and harsh environment had determined the battle prowess of demon kings. They were much greater than regular great cultivators and demon kings of the 9 provinces, and they were cunning and vigilant. They were definitely not prey that waited to be hunted obediently. When Li Qingshan said he was going hunting, he was obviously full of lofty sentiments, but he needed a powerful helper. In this aspect, Gong Yuan was the best choice, whether it be in terms of strength, ability or teamwork. Little and had hinted at the 2 words, South Sea, after careful consideration. However, a woman's heart was unfathomable, let alone the merfolk queen whose heart was as deep as the ocean. No matter how clever Little N was, it was impossible for him to guess her attitude. He needed Li Qingshan to come up with a solution himself. Faced with Gong Yuan's sneering question, Li Qingshan sniggered and pulled her into his arms forcefully. He lowered his head and kissed her. Gong Yuan's eyes widened. This time she was not in a state of dual cultivation. Instead she was filled with vigilance. She opened her mouth slightly and spat out a stream of coldness. That was the purest power of Ruin's end. Let alone his mouth, even Li Qingshan's entire face had lost all feeling, so the kiss obviously ended in failure. However, the strength of the ox demon was nothing to scoff at. He forcefully pulled her into his arms. She was not as cold as he imagined her to be. In particular, there was a slightly warm and soft feeling between his chest and abdomen. Ignoring the bone-chilling coldness that permeated his body, he said gently, "This is where I want to use you. I've been trapped on Fire Melt Mountain these past few years, or I would have come to the South Sea a long time ago to make good use of you. What a pity, what a pity." Trap. Gong Yuan had already made up her mind to teach him a painful lesson so that he would understand the price of offending her time and time again, but when she heard that word, she could not help but pause despite circulating the all-water to Ruin's end at full strength. Yeah, it's all because of that Feng Shiwo. It's that divine Wudong tree that almost trapped me for over 1,000 years. Li Qingshan silently circulated the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to stabilize her emotions. Sure enough, the innate compatibility between the 2 cultivation methods immediately gave Gong Yuan a sense of peace. After cultivating alone for over a decade, the inner demons that had been subdued began to stir again. What? Gong Yuan asked. She temporarily dismissed the idea of attacking him, because after calmly considering it, she still needed this bastard to increase her cultivation, and she needed his power to develop her race. She needed to endure the humiliation for the greater good. She could not fall out with him. However, these reasons just seemed like excuses she found for herself, and she could not explain why she was so furious when she saw him earlier. Yeah, that's hard to say. But since you want to hear it, Li Qingshan said hesitantly. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Don't come up with some lies to trick me. Gong Yuan interrupted him coldly. Can't you sense whether I'm tricking you or not? Li Qingshan just opened up his heart and entered a state of dual cultivation. Under this state, their minds could connect with each other, without the slightest lie or deception. Perhaps this was why basically all those who dual cultivated would become partners of cultivation. All sentient beings yearned for the existence of a person like that. The path of cultivation was lonely, but it was not because cultivators were born to walk alone. Gong Yuan hesitated, but she still failed to resist the temptation. The moment their minds connected, her heart skipped a beat. Compared to her cold, silent heart, his heart would always be so blazing, filled with desire and ambition, as well as the fearlessness to do whatever he wanted. How do I say this? I have a son. As soon as Li Qingshan said that, the entire sea abyss froze over. Chapter 948. In the myriad poison cult, Little and leaned on her sword with her right hand and held a seal with her left as she sat in the main seat of the hall. Pale white flames burned in the depths of her eyes as if they were about to erupt, but they were suppressed by the Buddhist light. She did her best to maintain her composure, just like the surface of water, but below the surface was already surging. The corner of her eyes changed slightly, like she was in pain, like she was filled with regret, like she was constantly struggling. The resplendent, swaying, golden Buddhist light illuminated the gloomy hall. Wuxia gazed on from afar and was surprised. Just what is this cultivation method? Why does it give off the presence of a monk king? If the path of white bone and great beauty did not originate from Buddhism, then it would have been completely crippled a long time ago under the divine nun of the South Sea's overwhelming power. However, the white bone bodhisattva who created this cultivation method had originally gone from Buddhism to the demonic. She had rejected everything about Buddhism from a spiritual perspective, and she had just hunted down countless demon folk as resources, which was why she could last until now. Her emotions were mixed up, and even her memories from even earlier surged. She missed a certain face the person called Mother. When she thought up to there, she basically lost control as tears rolled down her cheeks. Are you fine? Wuxia saw this and felt her heart ache for some reason. How could she not feel pained when she saw this tear-stained beauty? However, she composed herself very soon. This girl was not to be trifled with. Little and gazed at Wuxia through her hazy eyes, as if she could read her thoughts. Then she asked gently as if she was rather embarrassed, "Big sister Wuxia, can I eat you?" "No, you can." Wuxia shivered inside not because of the coldness of the question, but because in that moment she actually felt an urge to agree. Although she did not know what had happened to her body, after she gained natural emotions and expressions, the power of her charm seemed to have multiplied. Fortunately, she cultivated the heavenly tome of cloud furnace, and had a heart of stone, which was why she was able to resist it. How stingy. Little and pouted like a child who did not get her candy. "Sorry, I'm very hard to eat." Wuxia faked a smile, but found that her eyes gradually became clear. There seemed to be a flash of light in her eyes, as if she had understood something. "This may be an opportunity," Little and murmured with a hint of determination, which reminded Wuxia of Li Qingshan. The best resource for practicing the path of white bone and great beauty was actually not the demon hearts of demon folk, but the sariras of Buddhist cultivators. It was just like how one had to study the Buddhist Dharma in order to comprehend the mysteries of the path of white bone and great beauty. From a certain perspective, this was a Buddhist cultivation method. The divine nun of the South Sea's lifetime of cultivation was definitely not poison to her. Instead, it was perfect nourishment. It could even give her the opportunity to experience the white bone bodhisattva's process of falling from Buddhism to the demonic, allowing her to gain an even deeper comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that her path of white bone and great beauty could not be completely crippled. This required tremendous resources, which was why he asked Wuxia whether she could eat her or not. It was only after thinking this through that she eased up. Her revenge prank had been deeply influenced by Li Qingshan's vile interests. "Qingshan, come back quickly." Little Anne and Wuxia thought at the same time. At that moment, Li Qingshan did not just feel coldness but also murderousness. He never expected Gong Yuan to react so drastically when she heard that he had a son. He thought, "Don't tell me this ice woman is interested in me. My charm sure is hard to resist." However, his narcissistic thoughts came to an end, as the murderousness grew heavier and heavier. It was about to become actual killing intent. "Wait, he's not my biological son. He's my godson, my godson." "Godson?" Gong Yuan asked. As a result, Li Qingshan explained the whole story. Gong Yuan was surprised as well. Phoenixes actually still existed in this world, and the divine Wutong tree had actually trapped him in the phoenix's nest for the sake of hatching the phoenix's embryo. He had actually succeeded. If it were not for the fact that their minds were connected, she definitely would have treated this as a story that he had made up. However, the frozen sea abyss showed no signs of thawing. "What, are you still dissatisfied with something?" Li Qingshan asked. "Do you know what conduct they despise the most among the merfolk?" Gong Yuan said coldly. "It's probably everything the fire devourers do." Li Qingshan blinked his eyes. "It's the heartless, fickle scoundrels. If you were all alone, then so be it, but you once said you're already engaged, so you shouldn't be so wanton and casual. Makes me look down on you." Gong Yuan grabbed Li Qingshan's hand around her waist and pulled it away forcefully, pressing it against Li Qingshan's chest. With a firm push, the ice shattered loudly. Li Qingshan nodded and rubbed his chin. That's quite reasonable, but what you're implying is that if I'm not engaged or if I'm involved with another woman, you can do whatever you want to me? That's not necessarily impossible, but unfortunately you'll never be able to do it. In this aspect, even the fire devourer that my sister is fond of is much better than you. Gong Yuan sneered in disdain. Forget it. Even if you're willing, why wouldn't I be willing? Even if a man is infatuated with you, just how much sincerity can you give me? You have to consider your own cultivation, you have to consider the development of the merfolk of the South Sea, and even your dignity as a queen is more important than that man. Isn't that fickle? You're not your sister. Pursuing true love or whatever is just wishful thinking. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, shaking up the abyssal sea. Originally he thought Gong Yuan would fly into a rage, but he never expected her to actually reveal an extremely rare smile after a moment of thought, although there was also a hint of a sigh. You're right. I'll never be infatuated with someone like my sister. I really don't have the right to request anything from others. She said sternly, that's why let's cut to the chase. Let's talk about how we can make use of each other. What do you want me to do? Help me purge the demons and kill a few demon kings. Li Qingshan smiled, revealing his fangs. What do I get in return? Gong Yuan shivered inside. The demon plague of the Mist Province was extremely powerful, and fighting demon kings was even more dangerous. The king of Southern Yu's estate had asked her time and time again, but she had turned them all down. There's nothing at all. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Li Qingshan, are you messing with me? Gong Yuan squeezed that out from between her teeth. If there's nothing in return, then it's not making use of each other. Li Qingshan stared straight into her eyes. Just treat it as a favor from a friend. Is that all right? Gong Yuan was mildly surprised. She avoided his gaze and sank into her thoughts for a while. Seeing as you'll still be of some use in the future, I'll help you out this time. Remember this kindness well and return it tenfold in the future. After a pause she added, also we're not friends. I know you want to be my wife. Li Qingshan murmured rather narcissistically. What did you say? Nothing. All right, your majesty. I'll do as you say. Time waits for no one. Let's set off. Gong Yuan returned to the Crystal Palace and gave a few instructions before hurrying off to the Mist Province with Li Qingshan. Along the way Li Qingshan asked, do you know Yi Weiyang? Who doesn't know the Shadow Queen? Why don't we call her again? That'll give us a better chance. Originally, Li Qingshan was considering going to the Shadow Palace to find Yi Weiyang if Gong Yuan refused to help him. This king of assassins from the Mist Province was also an extremely powerful helper. It was just that she would have to bleed a little, but as long as she could help little and get through this, it was nothing. Then go ask her. I'll return to the South Sea myself. Gong Yuan came to a halt and said coldly. Although they were all godfolk, the conflict between the 7 ancient divine kingdoms ran extremely deep. The fire devourers and mere people were not the only ones with deep grievances. For example, the accumulated grievances between the giant lumber folk and the fire-devouring folk were no less than the former. Mere people and night roamers were both dominated by women, but that did not mean they could be friends happily. Night roamers were renowned for their fondness for scheming, purposefully inciting war among the various races in order to benefit from it. In the end, they could achieve their objective of weakening the 6 other divine kingdoms. Of course, it was not just night roamers who had this ambition. As a result, the various divine kingdoms had always been a place where kings did not meet kings. As soon as they did, there would be war. Although Gong Yuan loathed Li Qingshan's carelessness, she could not help but admit that she did trust Li Qingshan. This guy could clearly distinguish between kindness and grievances, and he was straightforward. He was especially reliable in dangerous battles, helping her block fatal attacks more than once. And there was an old saying from ancient times that even dead night roamers were not worthy of trust. Yeah, I've considered it. I feel like working together is enough. Li Qingshan immediately changed his mind. If there was free and useful labor, who would pay for it? Gong Yuan's face eased up slightly, and she caught up to Li Qingshan again, only to hear him shake his head and sigh. Sure enough, there are no women who aren't jealous. What did you say? Nothing. Dark clouds filled the sky, sweeping over from the south and rushing through the demonic clouds condensed from demon chi. Afterwards, heavy snow fell. This was a rare sight in the Mist Province. The demon folk all raised their heads. A beautiful hexagonal snowflake drifted through the air and landed on the tip of a demon folk's nose. The demon folk only felt the tip of his nose turn cold before losing all of his senses, turning into a translucent ice sculpture. Enemy. The demon folk on the side only called out that word before following in his footsteps. The snowflakes seemed to be intelligent. None of them landed on the ground, drifting towards the demon folk one by one. Coldness permeated the air. The thick mist turned into a layer of frost, and the noisy demon cavern became cold and silent. The demon commanders all demonified, but they did not launch an attack. Instead, they turned around and fled towards the demon cavern. However, above the demon cavern, the snowflakes rapidly gathered and stuck together, turning into a huge snowman. The snowman did not seem terrifying. As a matter of fact, it was rather simple and adorable. A smile hung on its round head, but with a casual swing of its round fist, it sent 2 demon commanders flying. A black spirit turtle hovered in the thick, snowy clouds. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan were in there, working together to power the heart of the abyss. The snowman is pretty cute. Li Qingshan glanced at Gong Yuan in surprise. The snowman's strength had nothing to do with its appearance. It was completely controlled by the caster. He never thought she would have such a normal side to her. These demon folk are only used to probe the reactions of the various factions in the 9 provinces. How can they be considered a true demon disaster? Gong Yuan said. The godfolk were far more experienced with dealing with demon folk than the humans and demons. The snowman is pretty cute. That's enough from you. At this moment there was a boom and the snowman collapsed, scattering into the air as snowflakes. Chapter 949. Instantly, demonic aura surged into the sky, sweeping away all the snow in the sky. A burly man stepped out of the deep demonic cavern, causing the ground to tremble. His ferocious-looking face was filled with rage. He never expected someone to kill him right after he returned to the demonic domain, causing him to lose so many subordinates. Who are you? Tell me your name. As the wind and snow blew, the burly man glared and let out a thunderous roar. His voice pierced through the snowstorm and charged into the sky, blasting a huge hole in the thick snow clouds. A black spirit turtle formed from the power of ruins and appeared. And who are you? Li Qingshan stopped joking around. This demon king's aura was even stronger than the 1,000 Tendrils king's. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was skilled in close combat. It would probably be difficult to defeat him in a one-on-one battle, let alone kill him. You dare to seek death without knowing who I am? You're here to slay demons, right? The martial chief king is here. Don't hide. Get down here and die. With a roar, the martial chief king's body transformed rapidly. His muscles swelled up, twisting like yellow snakes. Demonic aura surged around him, each wave stronger than the one before. Li Qingshan's frown deepened. He never expected to encounter such a powerful opponent on his second trip. However, he was eager to try. The martial chief king completed his demonic transformation, but his figure did not change much. He only became extremely muscular, reminding Li Qingshan of the bodybuilders from his previous life. However, this person's figure was even more fit. He looked rather disgusting, but he did not dare to underestimate him. Should I attack? Gong Yuan still did not know why Li Qingshan had come to wipe out the demons. Li Qingshan said that he wanted to be a hero that saved the world, so she naturally scoffed at him. Of course. Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes seemed to burn as he stared at the martial chief king below. It won't be easy to defeat him. Even if we win, he'll escape back to the demonic domain. Gong Yuan analyzed calmly. As long as we can force him to escape, we'll have won half the battle. Leave the rest to me. I'm coming. Hammer. Demonic chi surged under the martial chief king's feet and soared into the sky. From 5 kilometers away he punched out. Demonic chi surged and roared as it condensed into a giant black hammer. The spikes on the hammer were the size of a small mountain. It tore through the air with a momentum that could smash everything in its path. Wherever it went, the snowy clouds would scatter, revealing wisps of light. This demonic killer move was dyed with a glorious aura. Li Qingshan was eager to give it a try. He loved to fight with this kind of opponent the most. He wanted to see whose fist was more ruthless and whose bones were harder. The tiger fang at his waist made a clanging sound. He almost wanted to abandon Gong Yuan and fight with all his might alone. If you want to fight alone, why are you looking for me? Gong Yuan said coldly. Li Qingshan calmed his mind and stabilized the tiger demon. Little An was still waiting. Now was not the time to pursue a satisfying battle. He had to win. Then it's up to you, your majesty. Ice Palace. Gong Yuan waved the ice scepter. Traces of ruins and power surged and flowed. The ice condensed into a grand and majestic ice palace. It was like a miniature version of the Crystal Palace. It emitted surging cold mist and stood above the clouds like an unreachable palace in the heavens. Boom! The ice palace shook violently. Icicles flew everywhere. The giant hammer smashed a deep depression in the ice palace's main entrance. Cracks climbed up the surrounding ice walls, but there was no time to repair them. The martial chief king took a step forward with his left foot and traversed 5 kilometers. He stood in front of the ice palace. His right foot kicked out. Demonic chi surged and transformed into a giant siege axe. He smashed the ice palace's entrance with one strike. Nice. Li Qingshan was impressed by the martial chief king's might and dominance. He couldn't help but praise. He thought, if I attack with all my strength, although I can also break the ice palace, I can't do it as easily and casually as he did. Every move, every punch and every kick has such might. The demonic domain dares to attack the 9 provinces. They are indeed filled with experts. Just whose side are you on? Gong Yuan glared at him. Your side, of course. But this ice palace of yours is just for show. Li Qingshan said. It's still too early for me to break through the ice palace. Gong Yuan said confidently. Seal the doors. There was no palace that only had a single door. With Gong Yuan's order, the ice crystal doors were sealed shut. Humph, you're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Hammer. Saber. Spear. The martial chief king advanced step by step. Demonic chi surged from every part of his body, turning into terrifying demonic weapons. They rampaged about, destroying the ice crystal doors one after another. He barged into the ice palace and charged straight at the dark spirit tortoise. Nice one. Retreat. Li Qingshan was just about to go up against him when Gong Yuan grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and retreated, leaving the ice palace. The martial chief king charged into the center of the ice palace, where the spirit tortoise had originally been. Lock the palace. Gong Yuan sneered. She clenched her right hand, and the ice palace rapidly shrank. Ice pressed back towards the martial chief king from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ice palace had been reduced to the size of a room. It locked up the martial chief king firmly, immobilizing him. Gong Yuan glanced at Li Qingshan in disdain. You two boorish fellows? Don't underestimate boorish fellows. Li Qingshan shook his head and pointed. The martial chief king's muscles that were as tough as cuticle began to twist and tremble, which seemed particularly disgusting and terrifying. Tremendous demon chi rapidly compressed and gathered. Gong Yuan's face changed and the martial chief king bellowed out, Shatter! Demon chi erupted loudly, turning into over 100 different demonic weapons. They ripped through the ice and turned into ice dust, but the martial chief king vanished. Spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. Hexagonal pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell scattered, condensing into a stable sphere around the dark spirit tortoise. Boom. The moment the sphere condensed, a large portion of it immediately cracked. It was the result of the martial chief king's punch. The muscles on his face had basically crushed his eyes to the point where they shone with brutal light. In the chaotic demon territory, there were conspiracies and betrayals everywhere. There were all sorts of strange methods. Even the original creator of the demon heart might not know what kind of fruit it would bear if the demon heart was used as a seed. Under these circumstances, the martial chief king cast aside all tricks and transformations, pushing his body to the limit, only leaving behind the simplest and most direct usage of demon chi. He killed countless enemies and became a demon king, basically becoming synonymous with violence. I really want to go 300 rounds with him. Li Qingshan's tone was like a pervert who had encountered a naked beauty. It was not just his hands that were itching. His entire body was itching. It made Gong Yuan frown. She had actually developed a sliver of a good impression of this bastard. She even felt like it would be nice to have him as her cultivation partner. Her head had basically been frozen. Coward, watch as I shatter your turtle shell. The martial chief king's muscles swelled and twisted. Gong Yuan's ice palace trap did not seem to consume him at all. His presence became more and more violent, and he suddenly shuddered. Boom, boom, boom. The snowy clouds in the sky were dispersed and sunlight poured down, but the martial chief king's figure was nowhere to be seen. All he saw were huge weapons rapidly flashing and disappearing, crisscrossing with one another. It was like the head of a monster composed of various weapons, chewing and tearing at something with everything it had. Every time it bit down, there would be a thunderous rumble. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan were in the huge beast's mouth. Even with Gong Yuan's coldness and poise, she could not help but frown slightly. She had powered the heart of the abyss with all her strength, and the spirit turtle's profound shell supported by the power of Ruin's End was especially tough, but it was already riddled with cracks and they were constantly spreading. Under the martial chief king's frenzied attacks, she actually felt like she was unable to fight back. Not only had her presence been suppressed, but she was also afraid to split her attention to attack, or the spirit turtle's profound shell would immediately collapse. Li Qingshan understood that if it were not for Gong Yuan, the spirit turtle's profound shell would have shattered over a dozen times already. It had been quite some time since he had used the spirit turtle's profound shell in battle. It was not because the spirit turtle transformation was not powerful enough, but because the ox demon transformation and tiger demon transformation had both reached the 5th layer. Offense was far more advantageous than defense. Their current strategy of defense was not wrong either. If the martial chief king were a little weaker, then they would be invincible with the endless power of Ruin's End that the heart of the abyss absorbed. If the spirit turtle transformation reached the 5th layer, then they could achieve absolute defense too. However, the martial chief king's destructive power was far beyond their expectations. Actually, in terms of cultivation, he was only around the same level as Gong Yuan, but his battle prowess was slightly higher, and he was not restrained by the power of Ruin's End like the fire devourers. If they fought alone, they might even be in danger of dying. To Li Qingshan, he was also the most troublesome opponent. His abilities were extremely well-rounded, without any openings. He could basically nullify all attacks. The Thousand Tendrils King could render Yi Duanhai helpless, but all he could do was die regretfully when he ran into him. Most importantly, his soul-damaging attacks were barely effective against him, while the martial chief king directly crushed him with pure strength. However, not only was he fearless, but his killing intent surged even more. The tiger demon surged and roared. He closed his eyes and held back the tiger demon's viciousness, silently waiting for that moment to arrive. At this moment, the weapon of demon chi suddenly vanished, revealing the cracked spirit turtle's profound shell. The martial chief king stood on it, raising his thick right leg high into the air. The surging demon chi turned into a huge, vicious spiked club, like a lone mountain that stood in the world, pointing straight at the sky. The lone mountain collapsed and the spiked club suddenly smashed down, accompanied by the martial chief king's bellow, "Shatter!" Boom! The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered loudly, scattering into pieces. The spiked club continued onwards, smashing into the spirit turtle's back viciously and kicking up ripples. It was basically unable to maintain its form. "Go. All right." Gong Yuan and Li Qingshan completed their brief conversation. The deep, cold power of Ruin's End surged violently, and the black spirit turtle turned into a huge wave, swallowing the martial chief king. With a flash of blood-red light, the blade aura rose up into the sky. Li Qingshan stood on the tip of the wave, drawing Tiger's Fang from its sheath and swinging the blade viciously. With a tiger's roar, the world shook. The moment he gave up on defense, he launched his most powerful attack. The martial chief king was powerful, but when he struck out with his full strength, he could not help but freeze up for a moment. Gong Yuan fell down alone, watching the spiked club sweep past her coldly. She powered the heart of the abyss as hard as she could, and the power of Ruin's End she had gathered all this time swallowed the martial chief king like it had a life of its own. The martial chief king shivered. His muscular body became dyed with a layer of black. The power of Ruin's End permeated his body through his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and even every pore. It gave off a bone-chilling coldness where even his hot blood froze. Chapter 950. You. At that critical moment, the martial chief king grabbed the incoming blade and stared at Li Qingshan with widened eyes. He struggled to believe that he could deliver such a vicious strike. Every part of the martial chief king's body was comparable to a demonic weapon, indestructible. However, the tiger's fangs were even sharper and unstoppable. They contained a terrifying vibration force that tore apart his body like invisible sawteeth. "Go!" Li Qingshan let out a tiger's roar and chopped off the martial chief king's right arm. Demonic blood sprayed out, but the blade did not slow down at all, continuing to swing towards his abdomen and leaving behind a horrific wound. Tiger's Fang sucked up its fill of blood from the strike and shone with blood-red light again. It flapped its wings and flickered with blood-red light. Thousands of blade auras burst forth at the same time, like flowers blooming. Demonic blood rained down. Gongyuan watched this and smiled. Only at times like this did he seem a little more pleasing to the eye. At the same time, she powered the heart of the abyss with all her strength, not giving the martial chief king any time to catch his breath. The martial chief king's body became dyed with a layer of darkness. Even though he circulated his demon chi with all his might, he was unable to stop the invasion of the coldness, which pressed straight towards the scarlet demon heart in his body. In this state it was not just his body. Even his mind seemed to be frozen, making his reactions extremely slow. In the blink of an eye, who knew how many times Li Qingshan had swung his blade? The martial chief king's limbs were all severed, and his body was crisscrossed with wounds. He was in an extremely horrific state, and his demon chi had been weakened to the limit. He seemed like he was on the brink of death, like he would be dead with just a few more swings. But for some reason, Li Qingshan frowned and instead felt uneasy. The spirit turtle's premonitions were rarely wrong. Was he fighting like a cornered beast? Very good. It's been a very long time since someone has injured me to this extent. Very good, so I'll let you die a little more painfully. The martial chief king snickered grimly before suddenly roaring out furiously. The demon heart in his body seemed to reach some kind of boundary, erupting with scarlet light and forcing the power of ruin's end out of his body. This was the unique talent of his demon heart. When he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he could burst forth with all of his potential, instantly raising his strength to another level. In the infernal domain, he relied on this talent to survive in battles that he was sure to lose, constantly breaking through bottlenecks until he became a demon king. The current situation seemed to be a narrow escape, but it was far from fatal to him. Gongyuan said, "Be careful." The terrible wounds on the martial chief king's body suddenly spewed out black demonic chi, turning into demonic weapons that swarmed towards Li Qingshan. "Stop boasting. I'll kill you right now." Li Qingshan bellowed out. The demonic weapons flooded his eyes like a flood, but he went against the flow. His eyes became tranquil, allowing him to see through the trajectory of every single demonic weapon, either dodging or blocking. He flapped his wings and drifted about, as if he was dancing among the demonic weapons. However, the MO weapons were too densely packed, and there were always some that he couldn't dodge or block. Blood spurted out from his body, but he was unmoved. He avoided being hit in his vitals, straightened his body, and slashed with his saber. The saber aura was like a roaring blood dragon. With a clang, it suddenly stopped, revealing a straight saber blade that was tightly gripped by a large muscular hand. It turned out that the martial chief king had condensed 4 limbs with demonic chi. It was as though the scene just now was replaying. However, Tiger Fong trembled and roared, but it couldn't break free. This was the greatest flaw of Tiger Fong. It had to maintain the momentum of victory to unleash its might, forming a snowball advantage until it crushed the enemy. Just now, in order to block the MO weapon's attacks, a lot of the bloody light on it had been consumed, and its sharpness had also weakened. It was no longer enough to sever the martial chief king's demonic hand. The MO weapons formed from demonic chi swarmed back, sweeping towards Li Qingshan like a meat grinder. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth and gripped the saber hilt with both hands. He pressed the saber blade down inch by inch, pressing it right between the martial chief king's eyebrows. The martial chief king's heart trembled. He hadn't expected Li Qingshan to be so ruthless, looking like he wanted to die with him. He snorted coldly. "You want to die with me? You're not strong enough." His right hand gripped the saber blade tightly, and his left hand turned into a spinning drill that stabbed ruthlessly into Li Qingshan's abdomen. "Then let's give it a try." Li Qingshan grinned hideously. He split off a sliver of his divine sense and activated the Azura field. Li Qingshan. Gongyuan hurried over to help, but she saw a blood-colored vortex ripple out and swallow the two of them. In the Azura field, Yin Qing was cultivating when her heart suddenly shivered. She felt an unusual killing intent surge. It was as if she had returned to the Azura realm. Not far away, 2 Azura kings were engaged in a battle to the death. Li Qingshan and the martial chief king fought from the sky to the ground, tearing apart everything around them, but they never separated. They were like 2 vicious beasts tearing each other apart. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they would rather die than let go. However, Li Qingshan was undoubtedly weaker, and he was at a great disadvantage. Countless MO weapons landed on him, and Li Qingshan's flesh was peeled off piece by piece. It was as if he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. He laughed maniacally as he poured all his strength into the saber blade. It was as if he was gambling on whether he would split open the martial chief king's head, or whether the martial chief king would tear him apart. There's actually such a person in the 9 provinces. Even in the demon domain, it's rare to see such a tenacious and vicious enemy. His physique is also astonishingly tough. However, he's still too stupid. He actually dares to compete with me in destructive power. The martial chief king's demonic chi suddenly erupted. Amidst the sound of metal shattering, Li Qingshan's tiger bones shattered inch by inch. Before his head shattered, he was still laughing. The martial chief king breathed a deep sigh of relief and touched his brow. There was a deep gash on it and it had almost split his head in half. Further down, it was his entire body. This battle had been far more difficult than he had imagined. After unleashing all of his potential, he was undoubtedly in his strongest combat state, but it was also when his defenses were at their weakest. There were many who could see through this, but not many who were bold enough to fight him head-on. In the end, they could not escape the fate of being crushed. Now he only needed to break out of this realm. If he advanced, he could kill that merfolk. If he retreated, he could return to the demon domain to recuperate. There would be no more danger. Although he was covered in wounds and fatigued, Yin Qing, who was hidden in the void, could not find a single opportunity to assassinate him. The surging killing intent caused the scarlet vortex in the sky to spin. Another 2 Azura commanders descended. They glanced at the martial chief king before moving far away. Although they were bloodthirsty and warlike, this did not mean that they liked to throw eggs at rocks. There was a phoenix cry and the flames gathered again. The phoenix danced in the sky, undergoing nirvanic rebirth. The flames scattered and Li Qingshan, who had clearly been pulverized, reappeared in the world. He looked down at the martial chief king and said, "You've lost, martial chief king?" The martial chief king suddenly looked up, an expression of disbelief on his face. Gong Yuan picked up the Azura field and was worrying when Li Qingshan walked out. Although he was covered in wounds and cut a sorry figure, he was brimming with energy. "Where's the martial chief king?" Gong Yuan relaxed inwardly, but her expression did not change as she asked coldly, "Isn't this?" Li Qingshan raised his right hand and grabbed the martial chief king's head. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he had died with everlasting regret. Gong Yuan looked at Li Qingshan's radiant smile. He looked like a child showing off his prize, and there was actually some naivety to him. She could not help but feel her heartstrings tug. But he still managed to escape. Li Qingshan sighed in admiration. The martial chief king was more decisive than he had imagined. He had actually fled toward the scarlet vortex in the sky immediately. Although he had successfully killed him in the end, his soul had escaped into the scarlet vortex. Presumably, he had already reincarnated in the Azura realm and become an Azura. With his aptitude, he would at least become an Azura king in the future. However, there was no regret on Li Qingshan's face. Instead, there was some anticipation. He said to the sky, "I was able to defeat you this time, but it was somewhat unfair. If we were to fight one-on-one, I would definitely not be your match. If we have the chance to meet again in the Azura realm, let's fight again." "Idiot," Gong Yuan said. "Who are you talking about?" Li Qingshan was stunned. "Who else is here? In the situation back then, you should have retreated, yet you insisted on charging forward to be beaten. If that's not idiotic, then what is? You're the idiot. If I retreated, he would have come for you. You don't know how fierce this guy was when he was on the verge of death." Li Qingshan said disapprovingly. He had the skin of a bull and the bones of a tiger, yet he had still been forcefully crushed in the end. He sized up Gong Yuan. "With your small physique, I'm afraid you would have been beaten to death in a few blows." Gong Yuan was instantly speechless. His gaze lingered on her soft breasts, slender waist and graceful fishtail. He felt a sense of tenderness for the fairer sex, but he only retracted his gaze after being glared at by Gong Yuan. "I know you're also worried about me." Li Qingshan patted her shoulder. Now that he thought about it, if he hadn't dragged the martial chief king into the Azura realm, he would have very likely escaped into the demon's Denver. Although he could shatter the demon's den, his physique wasn't as big as the Thousand Tendrils King or the Corpse King from back then. He wasn't much bigger than an ordinary person. At most, he would have been sliced by the spatial cracks once or twice. It wouldn't have been a fatal injury, and he might even have escaped unscathed. Although Li Qingshan didn't think too much during the fierce battle, he relied on his battle instincts to face the martial chief king. He sacrificed the chance of nirvana rebirth and killed the martial chief king. Concern? Gong Yuan shook her head gently. She refused to let down her might as a queen. "Since I agreed to help you, I've obviously been prepared to die." Don't worry. Since I invited you here from the South Sea, I can't say there won't be any danger at all, but no matter who it is, they'll have to step over my corpse first. Li Qingshan said sincerely. He had always kept a clear line between his debts of gratitude and grievances. This time was different from the war against the fire devourers. Back then they were only cooperating and neither of them owed the other anything. If he truly faced certain death, he obviously wouldn't be so great as to die for Gong Yuan. However, this time, Gong Yuan had come to help him without any compensation in the name of a friend. His principles prevented him from watching Gong Yuan die before him. I'll help you collect your corpse. The corner of Gong Yuan's lips curled into a fleeting smile. All right then. Li Qingshan shook his head. Her venomous tongue sure did seem to come from the same source. Afterwards, he collected the corpses of the demon folk. Find a place to rest. I'm going back for now. Li Qingshan flew off, only to discover that Gong Yuan was right behind him. He could not help but raise an eyebrow and smile. What, you don't want to part with me? If you're killed along the way, where am I supposed to collect your corpse? Gong Yuan paused. Or if I'm killed, how are you going to stop them? Chapter 951. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan arrived at the myriad poison cult together. The night was as deep as water, and the main hall was bathed in golden light, making the gloomy hall seem like a holy land of Buddhism. The divine nun of the South Sea? Gong Yuan said. There had never been a single true Buddhist disciple in the South. In her memory, only the divine nun of the South Sea possessed such a radiance and bearing, and her presence was extremely similar, yet slightly different. No. Li Qingshan rushed back in a hurry, but his footsteps faltered. What's wrong? This was the first time Gong Yuan had seen such hesitation on his face. Nothing. Li Qingshan shook his head. He took a step and arrived in the hall. Little An sat at the end of the light and smiled as soon as she saw him. She could clearly sense the change in his presence. Clearly he had undergone nirvanic rebirth. She could not help but show concern. Are you fine? It was just a small problem. Are you all right? Li Qingshan smiled. His hesitation vanished, and he recovered his usual decisiveness. Although she was no longer that ignorant child, he had never forgotten to set an example for her. Yeah. Little An nodded gently. Whether it was the battle between Li Qingshan and the martial chief king or Little An resisting the invasion of the light, they were all rather difficult. Although they did not say anything, they understood each other very well. Ru Xian's gaze moved between them and she sighed inside for some reason. She backed out of the hall and happened to run into Gong Yuan at the entrance. She bowed, neither distant nor intimate. Gong Yuan glanced at Ru Xian deeply and only nodded slightly. This was her usual arrogance as the merfolk queen. Ru Xian smiled and felt her heart lighten up. It would be for the best if their grievances were settled and they no longer had anything to do with each other. In the end, Gong Yuan didn't step into the main hall. She waited outside and thought to herself, although our cultivation methods are compatible and suitable for dual cultivation, our paths are completely different. He won't stay in the South Sea and I won't leave the South Sea. It'll be difficult for us to become Tao companions. Only people like them can be considered as true Taoist companions. Li Qingshan took out the corpses of the martial chief king and the demon folk, piling them up into a mountain. The smell of blood filled the hall, and the lingering demon qi radiated with filth. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the demon qi dispersed, and the corpses of the demon folk showed signs of melting away. This originated from the fundamental contradiction between Buddhism and the demonic, purifying and polluting one another. Little An clenched his fists and sucked in a deep breath. He spat out an extremely thin strand of samadhi flames of white bone, which slithered to the bottom of the mountain of corpses like a slithering snake. A while later, the pure white, transparent flames spread out from bottom to top, setting the mountain of corpses alight. Little An made his way to the top of the mountain of corpses. The samadhi flames of white bone burned silently, like a white lotus in full bloom. However, it did not produce any intense reaction with the Buddhist light. Instead, it slowly seeped in, devouring the Buddhist light like it was spinning silk from a cocoon. Within the flames, Little An's white bones flickered in and out of view. Beneath his great beauty was a set of withered bones. It was clearly a terrifying sight of a mountain of corpses and white bones, but it contained indescribable mysteries of Buddhism. It confirmed the cycle of life and death and the supreme wonders of the cycle of appearance and emptiness. It confirmed once again that the path of white bone and great beauty did indeed originate from Orthodox Buddhism. This was also why the divine nun of the South Sea was unable to immediately cripple the path of white bone and great beauty, even though her cultivation in Vinaya completely surpassed little Anne's, and she even possessed the wonders of the laws of precepts. This originated from a fundamental difference in cultivation. It was not the difference between her and little Anne, but the difference between her and the white bone bodhisattva. If the divine nun of the South Sea's cultivation were slightly weaker, the Sarira would have been devoured and converted by the Samadhi flames of white bone and great beauty a long time ago. Little Anne focused on circulating the cultivation method, and his expression gradually calmed down. Rather than calming down, it was more accurate to say that some of his emotions had been extracted once again. Li Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the mountain of corpses for a very long time before little Anne. He furrowed his brows and suddenly made his way out of the hall. When he brushed past Gong Yuan, he said, "Rest up and prepare for the next battle." Little Anne looked at his tall figure and could clearly sense his struggle. There was an indelible sense of gentleness and reliance in his heart. "Qingshan, don't feel sad for me. So what if I'm emotionless? So what if I've sunk into the demonic path? I will always be by your side until destruction arrives." After recuperating in the myriad poison cult for several days, Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan set off on their journey again. Although his vitality had already recovered, he could not make up for the phoenix's nerva he had lost in such a short amount of time. In other words, he only had 2 more chances for rebirth, and he would directly turn into an egg with the final chance, losing all of his battle prowess. In a battle against demon kings, that was no different from dying on the spot, so the upcoming journey would become even more dangerous. When they were about to arrive at the next demon cavern, Gong Yuan asked, "Is this all for her?" "No, it's all for me," Li Qingshan said. He was stern for once. "She killed her master for you as well?" Gong Yuan's eyes were like ice, giving off a piercing coldness. "It must have been hard on you to only ask now." Li Qingshan smiled. "Li Qingshan, I may have agreed to assist you, but the divine nun of the South Sea has shown kindness to us merfolk. I will never risk my life to assist a master killer," Gong Yuan said firmly. "It's not as you think." Li Qingshan gave a rough explanation of what had happened. "Is that true?" When Gong Yuan heard how the divine nun of the South Sea was willing to sacrifice her life and pour all of her cultivation into little Anne's cultivation method, she could not help but be stunned. She was not a Buddhist, so she could not understand what the path of white bone and great beauty meant to the divine nun of the South Sea, much less the divine nun of the South Sea's feelings for little Anne. She only found the story unbelievable. "If you don't want to help me, I won't force you." "Go back to the South Sea." Li Qingshan waved his hand. "You want to order me around?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Then please fight me again, Your Majesty. I'll accept your request." At the end of the Sea of Trees, demon chi surged into the air, connecting the sky and the ground. The 2 of them flew over together. Very soon, violent rumbles rang out, startling flocks of birds in the forest. Time flew by. Working together, they swept through the 7 great demon caverns of the south in a short 3 months, killing 3 demon kings. Fortunately, they did not encounter another troublesome opponent like the martial chief king. Even though he had some strange tricks up his sleeves, it was difficult for him to block their head-on attacks. However, they still let 4 demon kings escape, or more accurately 5. When they were fighting another demon king in the north, another demon king suddenly appeared from the demon den. Li Qingshan was tempted to fight to the death, but Gong Yuan stubbornly refused, so all he could do was retreat in the end. Unfortunately, by then, Li Qingshan had already used up his second chance at nerva rebirth. In the 2 battles that followed, he let another 2 demon kings escape because of this. Chapter 952. Smoke rippled and mist rose. Within a vast lake, demons and monsters swam about, not daring to raise their heads. In the depths of the lake, Gong Yuan opened her arms and lay quietly in the middle of the lake. Her slender blue fishtail stretched quietly and swayed with the waves. Her dark blue eyes looked at the cloudy sky with a hint of exhaustion. Bang! Bang! Familiar footsteps stepped over the water, creating waves and waves as they walked towards her. The rain fell, stirring up thousands of ripples. Gong Yuan simply closed her eyes as if she didn't want to see the person. In the rain and fog, a tall and straight figure with a long saber strode over and squatted down beside her. His crimson long hair fell on her cheek, but she didn't seem to feel it. "You must be anxious from waiting," Li Qingshan said. The continuous fierce fighting had also dyed him with a layer of wind and frost, but he didn't seem tired at all and was still full of fighting spirit. He had just returned from the myriad poison cult and handed the newly harvested prey to little Anne. Although the prey was getting less and less, little Anne's condition was getting better and better, which made him feel a lot more relieved. He was in a good mood and prepared to continue fighting. Gong Yuan ignored him. She wasn't a battle maniac like him and didn't love fighting at all. Compared to the consumption of physical strength, the mental exhaustion was more difficult to eliminate. If Li Qingshan hadn't helped her to calm her mind and get rid of her inner demons through the method of dual cultivation, she wouldn't have been able to bear it. Besides the time when he went to the martial chief king, she didn't follow him back to the myriad poison cult. Instead, she randomly found a lake to rest and wait. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her face. Li Qingshan's hand caressed her cold and delicate cheeks and said softly, "Yuan, you've worked hard these days." Gong Yuan still closed her eyes as if she was asleep. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. If he had tried this in the past, she would have reacted immediately. She would have shown a great deal of disgust and disdain. It worked every single time, but he never thought it would actually fail this time. As it seemed, she had already developed a resistance to it after experiencing so much. He smiled and lay down beside her, supporting his head with one hand. Looking at her face, he suddenly felt a little reluctant. As little Anne got better, this journey was about to end. Then he would go to Qingzhou and start a new journey, and she would return to the South Sea. From then on, they would be separated by endless mountains and rivers, and he didn't know when they would meet again. The 3 months they had spent together were only an extremely short amount of time to cultivators, but they had either entrusted their lives to each other, fought alongside each other, lived together, or cultivated together. Who knew how many dangers and conflicts they had gone through? Even Li Qingshan was very surprised that they were able to last until now without disbanding. This was not because he was willing to compromise and go along with everything. On the contrary, using all kinds of methods to break her cold expression was a big hobby of his. Therefore, he used words to offend her dignity countless times and teased her when they were dual cultivating. She was angry and even hit him, but she never said that she wanted to return to the South Sea. He was very touched and then became even more unscrupulous and insatiable. Because their hearts were connected through dual cultivation, she didn't seem to particularly hate it. What did this mean? Li Qingshan understood a little. He took her into his arms and emitted a calm and tranquil aura. A ripple spread, and wherever it went, the surface of the lake became as smooth as a mirror. Gong Yuan murmured and changed to a more comfortable position. The cold and dignified aura dissipated, and she looked like an ordinary mermaid. Her fiery scarlet hair and deep blue hair intertwined together, leaning against each other. Both of their faces were handsome, like a perfect couple, forming a tranquil and beautiful picture. Li Qingshan gazed at the sky. If he had been born in the Mist Province, if he had met her earlier, then he would have remained in the South and South Sea in peace, becoming the son-in-law of the Crystal Palace and assisting her in strengthening the merfolk race. So what? Saying she could not love someone wholeheartedly was just a verbal argument. Actually, why would he care? From the beginning till the end, had there ever been a single woman who had interested him wholeheartedly? Han Qiongji had her parents and clan, Yi Liusu was focused on reviving her race, and Commander Gu, who he had once fallen in love with at first sight, was still engraved in his mind with her transcendent bearing. However, she actually believed him, and she even became speechless from his words. How pure. However, there were no ifs in life. Li Qingshan shook his head and dismissed these pointless thoughts. He had no idea how much she could sense these feelings. She remained completely still the entire time as if she was asleep. She slept deeply, drifting along with the waves until she reached that lone island in the South Sea. Sister, stop trying to persuade me. I've let you down, but one day in the future you'll meet someone you love, and you'll naturally understand how I feel. That day will never come because I'm not as selfish as you. Her icy cold heart surged as if she had heard a terrifying curse, but did she also feel a hint of envy and anticipation? No, we definitely will because we're exactly the same. After several days of continuous rain, Gong Yuan suddenly opened her eyes. With a swing of her fishtail, she broke free from Li Qingshan's arms. She tidied her creaseless dress and said to Li Qingshan coldly, "Let's go." "Aren't you going to rest a little longer?" Li Qingshan asked. "There's no need. The final battle is coming up next. Let's end it quickly so that I can return to the South Sea." "All right." Li Qingshan immediately pulled himself together and sat down with his legs crossed. The figure of a spirit turtle appeared on his body, and he divined first, This battle will be very dangerous. Which battle against the Demon King isn't dangerous? Not to mention that you no longer have the ability to be reborn, so it'll obviously be even more dangerous. If you don't want to go, I'll return to the South Sea. Are you reluctant to part with me? Li Qingshan lay down with his arms as a pillow and said with interest. Gong Yuan sneered and immediately rose into the air. Li Qingshan followed closely behind and grabbed her hand. Accompany me on my last journey. Don't let me send you on your last journey, Gong Yuan said. Ah, with you collecting my corpse, what's there for me to be afraid of? Li Qingshan laughed. As they spoke, they burst through the clouds, and the sunlight illuminated the sea of clouds. Gong Yuan looked back and found it difficult to forget. She thought to herself, little sister, I've actually always understood how you feel. Just like you said, we're so similar. There's only one difference. I'm the elder sister, while you're the younger sister. The elder sister has to protect the younger sister, and this bastard human demon is 10,000 times worse than that damned fire devourer. Thousands of kilometers away in the demon cavern, a few voices whispered. Bone-eating shaman king, are you certain they'll come here? Are you doubting the meditative brain king's divination? Hee, I wouldn't dare. I'm just asking. Don't worry, we've already eliminated enough places. This will definitely be their next step as well as their final step. This is all great evil god Qiongqi's arrangement. Chapter 953. Within the myriad poison cult, the mountain of corpses beneath little Anne's feet piled up ceaselessly before being ceaselessly devoured by the samadhi flames of Whitebone. Up until today not much remained. She stood on the mountain of corpses with the Blood Sea banner on her back. She fiddled with the skull prayer beads in one hand and the Buddha slaying sword in the other. She chanted scriptures, sometimes singing the chant of Devanaga, sometimes chanting the secret techniques of Vinaya, and so on. Golden Buddhist light radiated from his body, making him look grand and dignified. However, the samadhi flame of white bone twined around it, twisting and looking ferocious. She lowered her head as if she did not hear anything. There seemed to be deep benevolence on her face, but upon closer inspection, she was expressionless and calm. She only focused on circulating the path of white bone in great beauty. After 3 months of arduous cultivation, constantly devouring and converting the 4 demon kings and countless demon folk as resources, the path of white bone and great beauty was already on the verge of breaking through. Actually, if it were not for the divine nun of the South Sea's interference, he would have been able to reach the 3rd layer already and undergo the tribulation. However, this was not a bad thing. It would allow her to have a deeper accumulation, which would increase her chances of transcending the tribulation, and the power she would gain would also be stronger. By the time the mountain of corpses had been completely incinerated, the golden light and the samadhi flames of white bone had reached a delicate balance. All they needed was a little more resources to break the balance, and then they would rapidly devour the divine nun of the South Sea's power. Little and looked towards the east. Li Qingshan wanted to go to the last devil's den. Li Qingshan stood still and stopped at the edge of a swamp. The devil's den was less than 100 miles away, but it was already right in front of him. Demonic chi soared into the sky, connecting heaven and earth. Demonic clouds covered the sky and covered the sun. This was a scene he was already used to. What's wrong? Gong Yuan stopped in midair on her cloud. Seeing his serious expression, she couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Let's observe first. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Let's not run into 2 more demon kings and waste our trip. Li Qingshan smiled at her. Just as he was about to enter the swamp and step into the battlefield of the final battle, a thought flashed through his mind, but it was fleeting and he couldn't grasp it. You've finally improved a little. Gong Yuan was lying on the cloud in an elegant manner. She rested her chin on her hand and the corners of her lips were slightly raised. However, that smile was more like mockery than praise. I just think that you're too weak. I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold on if you encounter an opponent that's too strong. Li Qingshan curled his lips and waved his hand. Mystic light illuminates all. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out, constantly rearranging themselves and illuminating the demon cavern in the distance. Countless demon folk moved the stone pillars around like ants, constructing the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. According to Gong Yuan, this formation was extremely popular in the demon domain. However, the 9 provinces were not the demon domain, so it was suppressed by the invisible laws of the world, which was why its effects were only SOSO. If 12 demon kings joined forces to activate it, its power would be earth-shattering. However, there were only 12 demon commanders here. Although there were slightly more stone pillars, there was nothing for him to worry about. The image flashed past the stone pillars and arrived at the source of the demon chi. The demon cavern was even larger than before, spewing out surging demon chi. Its irregular edges still seemed sharp and abrupt, completely at odds with the surroundings. It was like a mischievous child had used a utility knife to carve out a piece of a famous painting carelessly. Within the surging demon chi, many colossal figures could be vaguely seen. They were like huge snakes radiating with a terrifying aura. So many demon kings. Li Qingshan was surprised. At first glance there were at least 6 or 7 of them. You're mistaken. There's only one. Gong Yuan arrived beside Li Qingshan on a cloud and pointed at a corner of the image. Li Qingshan also saw it clearly. As it turned out, the huge snakes all had the same body. It was a hydra, but he did not relax at all. The hydra was also a legendary exotic beast. Its bloodline originated from the divine beast Jianghu. Every single head possessed its own power, and each head was equivalent to a life. If they wanted to kill it, they would have to destroy all 9 heads. However, its regenerative abilities were extremely startling. Even if its head was cut off, it would regrow very quickly. If it really is a hydra, then it'll be very difficult to win this battle. Gong Yuan's expression was stern. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. If it were in the beginning, they would have been confident in taking on any demon king, but right now they were not in peak condition. Killing an exotic beast like that would be extremely difficult and dangerous. The crux of the matter was whether this was a hydra or just a strange demonified form of a demon king. If it was the former, then they would have to be prepared to retreat. The demon kings hiding in the depths of the demon's den and close to the demon realm also had an intense discussion. Meditative Brain Monarch, why did you let the 9-headed king be up there? You're scaring them away, 2 demon kings asked at the same time. The voices were of a man and a woman, but strangely they overlapped. The 9-headed king has always been stationed here. Of course it's still him now. He's not a real hydra. He's just a demonified form from Cultivation. If he's scared off by an empty shell, then this Li Qingshan isn't worth that person's effort. Empty shell. Meditative Brain Monarch, I heard that you fled at the sight of the battle and gave up the demon's Denver. How dare you say that I'm an empty shell? Hehe, I know very well whether I fought or not. Based on my calculations, if we weren't here today, you wouldn't have escaped death. Shut up. What? Do you think you're stronger than the Martial Chief King? At the mention of the Martial Chief King's name, the demon kings all fell silent. Even among demon kings, the Martial Chief King was renowned for his ruthlessness. There were not a lot of people who had the confidence to be his opponent in a one-on-one battle. And he was highly trusted by the Demon Emperor, having been summoned back to the demon domain several times. Originally, they thought he would be able to display his brilliance in this battle, but they never thought he would die so soon. Stop, both of you. Now is not the time for internal strife. 9-headed king, not only are we here for revenge, but we're also here for great evil god Qiongqi's plan. It's fine if you prevent us from getting revenge, but if you ruin great evil god's plan. Bone-eating king, don't you dare take advantage of me. I'll chew through your bones sooner or later. The 9-headed king said viciously, but he no longer dared to act recklessly. If this ambush failed because of him, then there was no need for great evil god Qiongqi to do anything. The demon kings below that had suffered greatly at the hands of Li Qingshan could skin him alive. Meditative Brain King, what should we do now? The bone-eating shaman king ignored the 9-headed king's bluff and threat and changed the subject. 9-headed king, show them what you're made of, the Meditative Brain King ordered. Hehe, show them just what kind of trash you are. You deserve to die. All of their communication was secretive and swift. It took a long time to describe, but it all happened in the blink of an eye. On the edge of the swamp, Li Qingshan was just about to test the waters from afar and retreat if he failed when a roar rang out from the depths of the swamp. The 9 snake heads rose high into the air like skyscrapers, radiating with surging demon chi. The snake eyes stared over, filled with coldness and malice. Chapter 954. Li Qingshan grabbed Gong Yuan's hand and leapt into the air, powering the heart of the abyss. Slivers of the dark power of ruin's end extended out, enveloping the two of them and assuming the shape of a spirit turtle. It shook its head and wagged its tail in an extremely realistic manner. Drifting snow. Gong Yuan chanted silently. Wisps of clouds appeared, constantly spreading and expanding. They gradually darkened in color, and by the time they turned pitch black, they had already shrouded half the sky. Heavy snowflakes drifted down. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to assist Gong Yuan in stabilizing her mind. He controlled the tremendous power of Ruin's End and pushed the power of the technique to the limit. They had already become extremely familiar with this tactic. Their objective was to destroy the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the Ominous first, and only then could they fight the Demon King. The snow drifted down, kicking up ripples in the air with the demon chi. Destroying the formation originally took a lot of mental and physical effort, but they possessed the heart of the abyss, which allowed them to absorb power from Ruin's End endlessly, which was why they succeeded time and time again. Hiss. The nine-headed king raised its 9 snake heads, hissing and roaring at the sky together. Within the surging demon chi, 9 grayish-brown turbid streams rushed into the air, spiraling towards the spirit turtle. The surging streams contained heavy, foul demon chi, which could contaminate weapons and even souls. It was even more effective against the cultivators of this world. Gazing at the whistling streams, Gong Yuan could not help but reveal an undetectable smile. Not only is it a fake, but it just happens to be countered by us. Looks like the final battle will be easier than I imagined, said Li Qingshan. The streams arrived 30 meters before the spirit turtle. The spirit turtle opened its mouth and sprayed out a strand of cold air mixed with snowflakes. In that instant the 9 streams all froze. The gray river of ice crossed the horizon and cracked, falling down from the sky and kicking up surging muddy water in the swamp. At this moment, the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the Ominous below had been weakened to the limit. Thousands of demon folk had been frozen. They could directly attack and kill the fake Hydra now. Li Qingshan's gaze constantly swept around as he sank into thought. What's wrong? Gong Yuan asked. It's nothing. Maybe it's because it's always been too difficult. I'm not used to it after suddenly becoming easy. Li Qingshan shook his head. The spirit turtle did not give off any warning signs. The entire process of the battle was no different from before, but he just felt like something was off. In the demon's den, the demon kings were discussing the battle above. The meditative brain king was right. The 9-headed king is just an empty shell. He's no match for them at all. Even the martial chief king wasn't a match, much less him. Alright, let's not talk anymore. Let's wait for them to come down and take revenge together. The formation has been broken. Why hasn't he come down yet? Could it be that he has discovered something? Impossible, this is the demon's den, it's a completely different world from the other side. Moreover, the two worlds are connected, and the mysteries of heaven are abnormally chaotic. No matter how sharp his senses are, he can't sense anything. They're here. Amidst the conversation filled with surprise and hatred, the spirit turtle descended from above, sweeping up the snowstorm and charging towards the 9-headed king. The 9-headed king's body was as large as a mountain. His grayish-brown skin was uneven and covered in spikes. Compared to him, the dark black spirit turtle was much smaller, but it was also much more refined and elegant. However, the 9 snakeheads could not help but shrink back. Fear appeared in their cold eyes as well. They spat out turbid streams even more furiously in an attempt to stop the spirit turtle from approaching them. The turbid streams erupted like a mountain flood. They were extremely shocking, but they were frozen as soon as they approached the spirit turtle. The spirit turtle broke through the ice along the way, filling the air with gray ice dust. Although the 9-headed king possessed the bloodline of the 9-headed snake, he could only spit out turbid streams. He could not be like the real 9-headed snake, where each head possessed its own power. Now that he was completely suppressed by the spirit turtle, he seemed particularly powerless. However, this was exactly the effect that the demon kings who had laid down the trap wanted. Everything proceeded according to plan. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan stepped into the trap of death step by step. He's trying to escape. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. The 9-headed king actually refused to fight him. He turned around and fled into the demon cavern. Although the turbid streams were suppressed, his tough body alone was enough for him to fight any opponent, yet he was so weak. Li Qingshan was about to charge over and smash the demon cavern with a punch to see if he could keep the 9-headed king here, or at least a part of him. Gong Yuan's expression changed. She retreated quickly with him. It's an ambush. Boom. A pillar of demonic chi burst through the swamp and connected with the demonic clouds. There were a total of 12 pillars like that, forming the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous that Li Qingshan could not be more familiar with. However, it was unprecedentedly massive, enveloping them within. In an instant, the scenery before them changed. The swamp vanished, and only the swirling demonic chi remained, pressing in from all directions. The spirit turtle was twisted. Li Qingshan felt as if he was advancing through a sea of magma. Looking up, the 12 demonic chi transformed into 12 great demon gods of various shapes and sizes. They looked like humans and beasts, gathering and dispersing as they stared at them. Although they were not actual living beings, the auras they gave off were exceptionally terrifying. Some were arrogant, some were cold, some were furious, and some were greedy. Qiongqi's existence could be vaguely seen among them. He widened his eyes and cast a curious gaze. There was even a hint of naivety and fear in them. It was like a child looking at an ant. In the next moment, a leopard would descend. Perhaps it would crush them with its fingers, or perhaps it would burn with flames. It would slaughter them without knowing what it was doing. Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked down. The demonic chi spewing out of the demon cavern was even more turbulent, as if it had turned into a whirlpool. The doubts in his heart were suddenly cleared up, and he even came to a sudden realization. The nine-headed king stopped fleeing and turned his 9 heads around to look at him coldly. Amidst the cold, sinister, and strange laughter, the demon kings appeared from the demon cavern one after another. Quite a few old friends have come today. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched. Apart from the bone-eating shaman king, he had seen every single one of them before. They were the 5 demon kings he had fought in the past. Coupled with the 9-headed king, there were a total of 7 of them. With 7 demon kings working together, just how many people across the entire 9 provinces could stop them? They had also been caught off guard, so they were already in dire straits. The spirit turtle's warning skyrocketed, reaching its peak, but it was already too late. The surrounding region has already been sealed up. Can you get through it? Gong Yuan's heart rapidly sank. She was in no mood to joke around. I can, but they won't give us the opportunity. Sure enough, you can't say something like, last time, carelessly. When Li Qingshan saw these old friends, he understood. His various abilities were no longer a secret in the successive battles. Since they had gone to the trouble of luring him in, they would never let him leave so easily. The demon kings were calm and composed. They were in no hurry to attack. There's still one more opportunity, Gong Yuan said after a moment of silence. What opportunity? I can help you stop them. Are you serious? Li Qingshan frowned. No matter how powerful Gong Yuan was, she could not stop 7 demon kings unless she was willing to blow herself up, even if she wanted to drag them down with her. He could also sense the sliver of determination in her heart. Don't flatter yourself. If it weren't for the fact that I have no other choice, why would I resort to something like this? I don't want to die with you. Gong Yuan's expression was just as cold as before, but Li Qingshan's heart warmed up. Just how many people in the world would risk their lives to pave a path of survival for you? He smiled and pulled her into his arms. I've said it before, I won't let you die before me. Let's just be a pair of lovebirds that share the same fate. Li Qingshan, I originally thought you were a straightforward man, but I didn't think you'd be so fussy. Since I've agreed to help you purge the demons, I've already made up my mind. At most, I'll just return your life. Gong Yuan said. What's the point of having your life? You might as well say you're only useful to me if you're alive. Just stay here obediently. Don't act like your father died. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 demon kings. I just happen to be worrying about the lack of resources. Li Qingshan remained composed. Who knew how many times he had fallen into dire straits over the years, so there was no need for him to panic. At most he would just die. From the moment he set foot in the Crouching Ox village, he had made up his mind. Li Qingshan, do you recognize me? The bone-eating shaman king stood out from the crowd. Where did you pop out from? Li Qingshan really had never seen the bone-eating shaman king before. Looking at the hatred on his face, he found it rather baffling. He felt like his aura was similar to a demon king's, but it was also slightly different, so he could vaguely guess his identity. I am the bone-eating shaman king. When you killed my bone-eating shamans, did you ever think this day would come? Originally, I should have ground your bones to dust and destroyed your soul, but great evil god Jianghu is willing to give you a chance to join the demon domain. As soon as the bone-eating shaman king said that, the demon kings began to make a fuss before Li Qingshan could even answer. What? Aren't we going to kill him? We can't spare him. Bone-eating, how dare you lie to us? They had all witnessed Li Qingshan's strength. He had yet to undergo the third heavenly tribulation, but he could already hold his own against demon kings. If he joined the demon domain and received the favor of the demon god Qiongqi, perhaps his status would even surpass theirs in the future. Not only would they be unable to exact revenge, but they might even suffer from revenge instead. How could they just let that go? Only the meditative brain king remained silent. Qiongqi's interest had never been in killing, just like how a child would crush an ant not because of hatred, but because it was fun. However, there really was something special about this Li Qingshan to be able to make Qiongqi pay attention to him like this. This is great evil god Qiongqi's order. Are you bold enough to defy him? The bone-eating shaman king scoffed. Lying to one another was the norm in the demon domain. If they were fooled, they would just be stupid. The demon kings immediately fell silent. Demon god Qiongqi, who had been born from the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, seemed to be staring at them. Let alone demon kings like them, even the demon emperor who led them in attacking the 9 provinces dared not oppose Qiongqi's will. Sure enough. No wonder. All right. Li Qingshan sighed. He had actually fallen into a trap set up by such an important figure. What an honor. In other words, you agree. The bone-eating shaman king was rather surprised. He sneered, and I had thought you would put up a little resistance, king of savages. What's that saying again? A wise man submits to circumstances. Li Qingshan said. Then come. The bone-eating shaman king turned around and raised his hand, revealing the demon cavern behind him. Chapter 955. Li Qingshan had once asked the Banyan Tree King for guidance. Just what kind of place is the demon domain? The Banyan Tree King said, the demon domain is only a general name. It contains many worlds, all connected by demon caverns, forming a tremendous entity. If demon folk successfully invade the 9 provinces, it will become a new demon domain, and all living beings will become demon folk. Demon folk spread the creeds of the demonic path, blaspheming immortals and Buddhas and slandering morality. They spread through the great 1,000 worlds like a plague. Li Qingshan then asked, if the demon domain is that powerful, how can the 9 provinces fend off it? Every world has its own laws of the world. The strongest that can enter the 9 provinces are demon kings that have undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Existences stronger than that cannot remain here. After all, no matter how powerful they are individually, they can't contend against the entire world. Why would they need stronger existences? As long as they send enough demon kings, wouldn't victory be easy? I'm not sure about the exact situation either. It's said that the status of the demon domain in the Great 1,000 Worlds is similar to the status of demonic cultivators in the 9 provinces. Although they possess relatively great strength, they do not have the upper hand. They are constantly restrained and attacked by the righteous path. We might only be a corner of the battlefield here. Li Qingshan came to a realization. Just like a large-scale war, it would definitely be a clash between countless groups or even individuals. No side would send an army to kill a group of soldiers, as it would not be worth it at all. It might even affect the overall situation. Back then he still felt rather lost. As it turned out, the rise and fall of so many races and the sacrifices of countless experts were only a corner of the battlefield. How insignificant. However, he dismissed this sigh very soon and became even more determined about his goal. There would be a day when he would venture beyond the 9 heavens and surpass all insignificance. But right now he faced a difficult decision. If he entered the demon domain, Qiongqi's strength was not something he could contend with. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to put up any struggle or resistance. The feeling of being at the mercy of others was not pleasant. Even if he managed to keep his life, the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and the phoenix's scripture of Nerva would probably be crippled, and he would completely fall into the demonic path. It really was ironic now that he thought about it. The divine nun of the South Sea was willing to sacrifice her life just to lead little and onto the righteous path. However, Qiongqi did not hesitate to use several demon kings as bait to set up such a trap, all so that he would return to the demonic Tao. What path we are going to take? Was it that important? Of course, many years later, he would understand that it was indeed very important. What's wrong, Li Qingshan? Do you want to go back on your word? If he wanted to stall for time, I advise you to give up on this idea. I'll count down from 3. If you don't enter the devil's den, I'll kill you immediately. 3. The bone-eating Shaman King's face was dignified and stern. He possessed the bearing of an arrogant king. He treated Li Qingshan like a servant too. Actually, he did not want Li Qingshan to enter the demon realm and submit to Qiongqi. As long as he dared to resist, it would be perfectly justifiable for him to taste his flesh and blood. Alright, I'll go to the demon realm. However, Qiongqi wants me, so it has nothing to do with her, too. The bone-eating Shaman King's eyes were half closed, completely ignoring him. Yeah, since you don't want her, just leave her to us. We'll take good care of her. You can't even protect your own woman. How pitiful. The Demon King snickered strangely. Li Qingshan frowned, brimming with murderousness. The Demon Kings paused. Every single one of them felt like Li Qingshan would lunge at them in the next moment, so they instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Only when they returned to their senses did they realize Li Qingshan had not moved at all. They were surprised. What heavy malice this kid has. He's actually on par with the martial chief king. Though at this point I'm not afraid of you resisting. I'm only afraid of you not resisting. They became more and more fearless as they mocked and insulted him. Gong Yuan suddenly felt rather sad, not for her own safety, but because she did not want to see him being humiliated. She silently clenched his hand. Let's go. I still have to collect your corpse. 1. The bone-eating Shaman King's eyes widened and shone brightly. Li Qingshan nodded at Gong Yuan and leapt into the demon cavern, passing through the Demon Kings in a flash. He seemed impatient, as if he was truly afraid the bone-eating Shaman King would strike the moment he finished counting to 3. The bone-eating Shaman King felt some pity, but the corner of his lips curled into a sneer. He felt rather pleased inside. What king of savages? That's all there is to it. As a result, he waved his hand, and the Demon Kings exchanged glances before following closely behind, diving into the demon cavern. Li Qingshan only felt like he had stepped into a dark, deep tunnel. Even when he widened his eyes, he could not see anything. Even his consciousness twisted as the tunnel twisted and turned. The 9 provinces were left behind, and the demon domain drew closer and closer. Right at this moment, a smile appeared on his face and he suddenly stopped moving. He turned around and punched out. Tremors of the Ox Demon. With a rumble, the darkness shattered and cracks spread out. Between the cracks was even deeper darkness. The bone-eating Shaman King at the very front could not react in time. A black crack swept past his waist, almost cutting him in half. Intense pain filled his body, and he roared out furiously, Li Qingshan. Idiot, I don't have the habit of being someone's dog. The other Demon Kings came to a halt in a hurry. They were all slightly injured, but they were both surprised, furious, and overjoyed. Sure enough, he still wanted to fight back. Boom, boom, boom. Li Qingshan swung his fists again and again, and the black cracks crisscrossed and spread out like a spiderweb until the space around him shattered to pieces. Just now he let out a long sigh. The Demon Kings retreated far away, afraid to approach him. No matter how powerful their bodies were, they could not withstand the cutting of the spatial cracks. The black cracks constantly crisscrossed, weaving into a black curtain. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan vanished behind the curtain. The meditative Brain King said, Bone-eating King, what does great god Qiongqi say about a situation like this? Kill him. How? The Demon Kings looked at one another. The shattered space isolated everything. Even sound, sight, and soul sense could not pass through, let alone attack. The bone-eating Shaman King said viciously, We'll stand guard here and see just how long he can last. The space will naturally recover, and that will be his death. The surroundings were pitch black, like they were drifting on a lone island, except the surroundings were not rippling seawater, but shattered space. It was a true, natural chasm. Li Qingshan tightened his grip on Gong Yuan and avoided a tiny black crack. He grinned. Now what do you think? You're dreaming if you want to force me to go to the demon domain. What do we do now? Gong Yuan looked around. The shattered space in the surroundings was both a protection and a cage to them. They were still in dire straits, or it could be said that they were even more despairing than before. Since they had already fallen out, the bone-eating Shaman King would never give them the opportunity to surrender to the demon domain. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.